Contrary to popular belief, we have not disappeared like the Epstein files. We are back here on YouTube and Rumble. We are the Dragon's Den podcast. Episode number 57 is live and on the air. My name is Eric Hopkins, aka Joe, and I'm joined tonight by Mr. No Kiss Me Cam, and apparently we got another guy in here, Aaron. He's the faceless dragon down there on the bottom right. We got Brandon, Matt, and we also got Miranda as well. So happy to see you guys here. Glad to be back after 3 weeks off. Surely won't be that long again this next time. I think I'll be able to do it next week. So as long as you guys are ready, we can do that then too. But how's everybody doing? It's been a little long time here since we have a chance to talk. So what's up?
We've talked the whole time. We've just not talked on here.
True. Yeah. Trying to keep the conversation for those watching the show, though, Brandon.
I'm just saying, like, we've talked a lot. I feel like I fell asleep on your couch.
Yeah.
Still held a conversation even though I fell asleep.
That one I still can understand. Like, he's over here talking, about 2 seconds later snoring. Like, I don't know. I don't fall asleep that fast
all the time.
Yeah.
It got bad once we had kids, because like then I had to like train myself to like fall asleep, but not too much of a deep sleep, because they move and they're real quiet when they want to be, like when you're sleeping, so they can get into shit. So like I had to train myself to like wake up, even though like I fell asleep.
He works midnight, so he sleeps during the day. So any little noise wakes him up. So I can't.
Wow.
It's kind of ass.
Yeah.
But but my mom used to do that shit, and my stepdad was real bad about it. But like, unlike me, where I wake up fully for a few seconds to have a conversation and then fall back to sleep or fall asleep mid-conversation, because I know I was giving like one-word answers, or I was saying like shit that like, when I close my eyes and I fell asleep and then when I open them again, it's a different part of the match, but I'm commenting on the last thing I seen, but it goes with whatever the fuck is there. So
yeah, it was coherent.
Yeah. So
there is that.
I remember one time my mom, because like I said, my stepdad would talk, have a full-blown conversation, but this motherfucker is sleeping. And my mom, I had asked him if he's been hiding money. And he said, yeah. And she goes, well, where at? He goes, into laundry detergent. So you remember how like you used to buy powdered laundry detergent? You know what I mean? It's a big ass box. So my mom was downstairs in the basement digging out this box of, and sure enough, he had money packed away in a plastic bag that he had hidden in the laundry detergent.
Wow. That's one place to hide it.
Yeah, she went upstairs and she threw it at him. It was hilarious, but I'm not that bad. Like, I'll have a conversation, but I ain't telling my secrets. It was also weird too, because I fell asleep right by Nate, and I'm like, if I stretch out, my head will be on his leg. And then like for half a second, I thought about doing it just to see his fucking reaction. But I didn't do it though. But I was like, in my head, this is hilarious, because like, what's he gonna say? Like, he go, Brandon, get up, or he'd probably pat it. Yeah, but knowing Nate, that's what he would have did. Is he'd have made it more awkward. He'd have probably patted me on the head about, it's okay. You know how he called me big boy? Like, it's okay, big boy. And he like pat me on my fucking head or some shit. So,
man, I hope he's watching.
Because you got to catch Nate like when he's in a joking mood, you know what I'm saying? And like when he's relaxed and we're having fun or whatever, that's when Nate's more apt to say shit like that. You know what I mean? Like, and do shit like that. Like when he's comfortable, we're having it, you know what I mean? And like, I'm usually the one that drags it out of his ass. Well, I drag it out of all of y'all, but like, I'm the one
that the whole kiss me cam. I told Brayden, I don't ever have to worry about him kissing or holding on to any chick at any baseball game, or concert. But I damn sure know that if he ends up with a camera on him anywhere, and it's one of y'all, somebody's getting kissed.
Yo, getting these lips. I'm strong arming the shit out of you.
So you're telling me from now on, don't sit next to him if I go to a baseball game or a football game or got it.
You remember? Hey, you remember when I had a hit list of bathrooms I was gonna poop in of all my friends?
Yeah.
This is gonna be the same thing. and I'm putting your name at the top of the list.
Oh man, you would. Man, you would catch these hands like Braun Strowman style.
Yeah,
What's gonna happen,
after you catch these chocolate lips, there, bud.
brother? Well, that'll bring in our fellow listener, listener Mike. No, not that. This whole jumbotron thing. He said, "What up?" Huh?
Did you hear what Aaron said?
No, what did he say? I didn't hear.
Say it again, Aaron.
Once you go black, you never go back.
Ah, see, see, that's more like forced. I wouldn't have gone anyway.
Just
Anyhow.
ask
Yeah. But Mike's in the chat. He said, "What's up? Exhausted from being in Muncie, tired from a kid not falling asleep at the hotel until 2 a.m. and exhausted from avoiding jumbotron." So, yeah, that's been kind of the talk this week. I thought we'd kick off the show at least mentioning this. I don't know about you, but I'm starting to get over this whole meme thing.
Yeah,
some of them are hilarious. Don't get me wrong, but I've seen enough at this point over the last few days.
Not only a meme thing, dude. It is everywhere. Like literally everywhere. The Savannah Bananas did a parody of this same situation. It's some other I can't remember, some other TV show or whatever did it too. I'm pretty sure we'll see it on The Simpsons or some shit.
Well, there was a story going around that said the Simpsons predicted it, which was fake, Jesus. By the way, Matt. But anyway, I get it though. I saw it. And I'm surprised everybody. There's a lot of people buying it because.
And now, like the AI photos as well. Like now they're just putting all kind of fucking pictures in there, and it's, don't get me wrong, they're funny, but like this generation doesn't. Their comedic timing is ass because like they'll do something that's funny. And then they overdo it, and then they ruin the whole thing. You know? What I mean?
Yeah, it's
and it's like, come on, man, let it be funny for a while. You know, something you could just think about randomly and start chuckling. You know what I mean? Like, let it be funny for a bit before you fucking ruin it. But it's like now with everything going viral in the first 30 seconds you see it, it's just ass.
Well, the thing that was funny is I was going to bring up something. I got on X and. There's clearly not very many. You just search it, you can't find it. So apparently I'm gonna have to go into the thread that at least Mike's contributing to the show here. So yeah, I mean there was a bunch of them. I mean from Randy Orton and Jelly Roll. I mean,
Bruce in that's fucking hilarious.
Yeah, Drew McIntyre of all people posted this. Of course, they're SummerSlam opponent. Obviously, there's a bunch of those. Then, of course, you got Russo and Cornette.
I wish somebody would have sent that to him.
Oh, Cornette would have a fit.
Oh man!
But yeah, there's I mean, this one doesn't even look like Mark Henry and Mae Young.
Okay, so me and Miranda had a discussion about this. It kind of does. It looks, but I will say, if you looking at it right now, it looks like a mix between Mark Henry and 50 Cent. And
Yeah.
I mean, it looked like, I don't know. Almost looks like a football player's face.
But if you were to just look at it off kilt, you know what I mean? Like if you first open it, it does look like Mark Henry and Mae Young, which is
Patrick Mahomes and the ref. Yeah,
I didn't see that one.
Yeah, I mean, let's be fair. This is real.
Wild.
That was real. I guess if you don't watch a Big Bang Theory, you wouldn't get this one. But Howard, or not Howard, Raj and Howard's wife Bernadette on the show, his best friend. Then of course I always kind of like this one, Luke and Leia, the brother and sister. They kissed in episode 5. I mean, there's don't get me wrong, they're entertaining. But I just got kind of, this is an Office reference. If you don't watch the Office, wouldn't get this one either. But Dwight with Pam. So yeah, I mean,
all I know, a hostage more than like she's into it.
No doubt.
Yo, don't do that to my man. Not Fozzie.
Kermit. Yeah, Fozzie's the one doing it.
Fuzzy.
Yeah.
Is it Fozzie?
That's Fozzie. Waka Waka. Yeah,
And Miss Piggy is wild.
Yeah. So, I mean, all I know is if these two guys were trying to keep it secret, epic fail. That's all I know. Because
you did it wrong.
It was just terrible. I mean, all sorts of wrong. But who's that one? Oh, Edge and Lita. Yeah, so there was some good ones out there.
Too soon.
Too soon, yeah. I mean, sorry, Matt Hardy. But anyway, I don't know, but I mean, like I said, it was fun. I got some laughs out of it, but I don't know.
I
Maybe it's
did.
just because I've been seeing so many of them in the chat there. It's like, all right, enough.
I
No
think
offense, Mike.
it's what it is. It's like I said, not like back in the day when something like that was to happen, like it going viral meant one person saw it, then they went to school and told another person, and you know what I mean. Like that's how you went viral back then. So I guess shit was funnier longer because it was traveled differently.
Yeah, pretty much. All I know is if these two were trying to keep it on the down low, yeah, I mean, like,
Look,
did you see his response? Like he put out a statement. He said it was a private moment that we had our privacy violated. I'm going, you went to a public concert.
Yeah.
What did you expect was going to happen? Like, I'm not advocating for ever cheating on your spouse or significant other, but if you're going to do it, don't do it that way.
But what was funny was they were smiling at first until it clicked in both, and you see it come across their face at the same fucking time.
So exactly at this moment, they knew they.
So at this point, you both knew you were done. Like it was over.
Yeah, it was done.
But
for sure.
My favorite part isn't even these two. It is the lady that is standing next to him,
laughing,
who is dying because either she knows them, or she put it together immediately.
Well, and this will kind of tie into one of Mike's chats here. First of all, he said Sports Center broadcasters even open their show doing it. I fully believe that. I mean, because it's everybody picks up on the trend, and we'll get to Sierra's in just a second. But Mike also said, remember the old days where you had to hire some sleazy cameraman or PI to catch a cheater? Now Miranda put in our chat that she had read somewhere that actually the wife of the CEO actually was behind this. I don't know, or you'd read that somewhere. Was that accurate? If she can hear me. But maybe.
It was freezing again. What'd you say?
Oh, I was just saying, did you read somewhere that maybe the CEO's wife was behind this a little bit to kind of catch him in the act?
I saw it, and then then I saw the company put out a statement saying that girl didn't work for him. But maybe that girl still knew him. Like,
yeah, because she looked like she
just
knew.
said, yeah. See, what I heard was she also worked for the company, but maybe she didn't work for the company. She just knew that he was going to be there and had it set up to.
Yeah,
because it was way too fucking convenient.
Oh, way too convenient. Sierra said, "Don't cheat, but if you don't." Or if you do, don't go somewhere you can be on camera. Exactly. His reaction was like water thrown on the witch and the Wizard of Oz. I'm melting because you're not dumb.
Because I'm dumb.
Oh, he's dumb. Yeah. Okay, gotcha. But yeah, I mean, exactly. Don't do that. And Mike said, if we knew these people personally, then Eric would be off the hook for us getting caught at Jeff Dunham with the last coworker you'd want to get caught by. See, here's the difference. I wasn't cheating on nobody though. That's the thing. Me and the girl, I didn't. Well, I didn't tell you. I wouldn't say it's lying. It was like I wasn't. You know what I'm saying? Anyway.
So if I asked you about it,
yeah, I would have probably lied.
Didn't say okay.
but at the same time, I didn't. Now Nate, I kind of told a lie to, and I apologize for later. I just knew if it got around to people at work that I was kind of seeing a girl I used to date, it wasn't going to go well for me at work. That's all it was. But I wasn't cheating on nobody. Neither was she. It was just, it was kind of.
Y'all got caught on camera.
Got caught by a guy at work, like Mike said. The last coworker I'd want to get caught by, who told everybody. But anyhow, that's neither here nor there. But yeah. Mike said you were still trying to. I know I did. I just said it.
He said you lied to Nate.
I did. And trust me, Nate don't let me live it down either.
No, he does not.
But he understands why, because of you yahoos like Mike, who won't let it go. Okay, so you see what's going on. But anyway,
fair, I wouldn't either.
Yeah, moving on. But anyway, that was the whole viral thing that went on this week. There was that like one other big thing we'll talk about later. But yeah,
hold on a second. Hold on. Mike would not have survived the Ohio crowd.
Well,
he would have so much like dirt on people.
Oh my god.
Yeah, Mike, the good word says don't be gossiping, don't be spreading dirt. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
Like,
brother.
karma. I know it was karma. I get it. I shouldn't have done it, and I shouldn't have lied about it, and then I got busted. That's how I learned to not do that again. Okay, sometimes you got to live and learn. That was what 20 years ago or something at this point, almost. Good Lord.
He said, "Let that shit go, boss."
Yeah, let it slide. You know what I mean? Like people, live and learn. You know what I mean?
I got a perfect
So
song for you.
Yeah.
Let it go.
Yeah,
Let it go.
Oh my
Let
God.
it go. Oh, I ain't
Well,
gonna do that.
it's a rock
Don't.
version.
Oh,
It's
nice.
a Viking version of the song.
Yeah, it's a
and
Viking
like
version.
Eric likes it, or Aaron likes it, so it's
Yeah.
on his playlist now. So when he picks me up, without fucking fail, every time there is a Disney song, but a heavy metal or Viking version of that song playing in his
Oh,
car.
I got like a good Star Wars like parody from like Vietnam from my dad. That was hilarious. Like they were like, it's like the
What?
smell of napalm or something. I'll have to send it to you. It's pretty funny.
Yeah, you got to send it to me.
Yeah, it was
But
pretty
yeah,
cool.
so like I hear this song a lot, and then when I get in Miranda's
Yeah.
car, her playlist, it'll play a song, and then immediately after that, it is "Let It Go," the Viking version of "Let It Go."
I kind of want to hear this.
I'm tired
Yeah.
of these songs.
But at first it was cool, right?
Yeah, at
Kinda
first
like
it was
the
dope. I was like, yo,
Jumbotron
this
thing.
is dope. You know what I'm saying?
And by the
Don't
way,
get me
shout out.
wrong, it is still cool because like he's doing a different like, song, but like enough.
But by the way, shout out to Coldplay, by the way, who probably didn't intentionally call them out, but called them out like either they're having an affair or they're just really shy. No, you were right the first
No,
time.
I think, like I said, that shit was way too convenient. And like I said, his face killed me though, because he was like smiles and then he realizes and then he ducked away from the camera. He said, fuck her. He left her out there
Yeah,
dirty.
yeah. She turned her
And
back.
then I'm like,
Yeah,
why you ducking? You spit too long already. Like, we know your face.
yeah. Too late. Sorry about you.
And that he looked comfortable. That
Yeah.
wasn't just happened.
I'll tell you
Mm-mm.
who's going to be comfortable. Who's going to be comfortable is his wife, who's now going to inherit half of his
Yeah.
billion-dollar fortune. That's what's going to happen. So
Yeah.
good
Miranda
for her
said
in that regard.
There was opposed to that he resigned too.
Yeah, well,
Yes, the
Deservedly
company
so.
said he resigned.
yeah, good on.
That's
Good on.
wild.
Well, I guess in that regard, he's owning up to it. He's blaming everybody else for his privacy being violated elsewhere, though. So yeah,
Bro, you was in a
Mike said,
public place. No, you
exactly. Mike said, "What's this about an Ohio crowd?"
Hold on, Mike. I actually saw
okay.
that first statement was not true. It was fake.
Oh, gotcha.
So
What
he
was?
might not have the first
Being upset about the
post
privacy.
that.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. I wouldn't say shit
Yeah.
at this point. Like, you've already been busted.
Yeah,
It is
I
what it
doubt
is.
it.
At this point,
that
just
he
accept
does.
Yeah, Mike said, "All seriousness, I
Just
feel
take
bad
the
for
L
the
and move
spouses
on.
having been exactly having
Yeah.
been cheated on by a spouse." So Mike says he gets this. Yeah, I mean, it sucks.
It sucks
I mean,
because
I
if
would-
you
But-
you had no idea and that's the way you found out, that's fucked.
Mhm.
For his or for her sake, I hope she is or was a good wife. Like I
Yeah.
was
Yeah.
telling Brayden, we've had this conversation, and we know people who have left relationships and may have been talking to somebody else before they totally left. So
Mhm.
there's a chance that his marriage wasn't happy, but at the same time, try to make sure your marriage is happy. You know, like if you're a happy wife, happy life, like
Yeah.
happy husband, you know, like
I mean, I would want someone to be honest with you. If it ain't working for you, fine. But do
Yes,
that.
yeah.
Tell me before you go with
Yeah.
someone else. That's
Yeah.
the way I always want to know. You know.
yeah.
So
Oh.
if you even started catching feelings for somebody else, at work, and you know it's gonna go further than what it is, I'd rather you come and tell me that, and then if there's no solution, if we can't work it out, and there's no hard feelings here, like, cool, but like, don't let me find out this way. I think that's the worst part. Like,
I mean, it would
if
suck
she
right
found
now.
out- if she found out the same time, literally millions of people found out.
Mhm.
It's kind of fucked. You know what I mean?
I mean, if it reaches small town USA here in Indiana, the world has seen it. You know what I'm saying? Like, but at the same time, it would suck right now. But then a few years down the line, she's gonna be like, "Yeah, but his ass was famous." But for that, it's like that's one
But
way
you
to
gotta
get
think
busted.
about it. In a lot of situations, especially guys like that, power positions, money, you know what I mean? If they cheat on you, If they cheated to get you, what's going to stop them from cheating for something better than you? You know
Well,
what I
that's
mean?
the reason. Like because I've been cheated on before too. That's why I have a hard time going back to someone who cheated on me. Now, I know there's probably a few who have cheated and won't do it again. But a lot of times, once you a cheater, you always a cheater. You know what I mean? Not, there's some exceptions. I'm not gonna lie, but the chances you find one, you know, that's just my opinion on the matter as someone who's been cheated on. But yeah, Mike says, have any of you had a coworker make a pass at you?
Yeah.
Not that I can recall.
Yeah, because Brandon.
Well, how'd that work out?
How did that work out, Brandon?
Yeah.
Yeah, how'd it work out, Brandon?
I don't know. I could ask Jackson, Jaden, or Naya. How'd that work out?
No, I meant.
Oh,
you would set them up.
Miranda's been hit on a lot because I've sent guys in her direction a couple of times. I did it to an old coworker.
Yeah, but that's just because you try to mess with somebody, you know. Like, bro,
it's not my fault. Shouldn't be asking me questions.
Yeah.
Who's that chick you're with? Nobody.
Mike did say a little earlier. What's this about an Ohio crowd though? Like, what's the story about the Ohio crowd?
No.
They just all have shit going on, and
yeah, there was always something going on. So like, secrets were everywhere. I still know shit about stuff that nobody knows, and like,
sounds like work.
Mike would have had a field day with like the way he treats you over this. The shit that he would know then from the people that it's nuts.
Yeah. Right on.
But
yeah,
you know,
yeah, it is what it is.
He couldn't survive though.
Gotta love the drama, man. You gotta love it. Well, we got a bunch of stuff to talk about because. Oh, sorry, I don't mean to cut you off there. But
no,
go. Sorry, I just know we got like 3 weeks of stuff that we didn't get a touch to cover. We probably ought to get rolling a little bit. So you guys ready to do that?
Yep.
All right. Go ahead.
Matt's just like, let's just get to Jurassic World. All right. So let's get it. I gotta find the video. Okay. Yeah. So all right, let's get into pro wrestling real quick. After that awkward transition, let's get into a little bit of pro wrestling. We got some pro wrestling. We got a little bit of movie news, got a little bit of sports, and we definitely got some politics to end the show as we normally do here on the channel. So yeah, let's talk a little bit about pro wrestling first. And the first thing up that I wanted to talk about is Seth Rollins is hurt. He is apparently blown a knee. No word exactly on how bad or how long he's going to be out just yet. I've seen some places talking about 4 to 5 months, but if he blew an ACL or an MCL, he's probably going to be out at least till like WrestleMania. And I know he did like an interview this last week talking about how he's always got WrestleMania in his purview. So I think that's kind of something he's definitely kind of looking forward to make sure he's back by then. But there was also some reports going around that potentially this was kind of an angle where he already had like a knee issue, and this was an angle to kind of set up the injury to where he'll be out for a while. If that's the case, I think it's kind of crappy. You set up this match just to do the injury angle, but I guess it's probably happened before. But the way when I was watching it, though, it looked to me like he blew the knee out right then and there off the springboard moonsault. Yeah, as of right now, Seth Rollins is officially out of action, and it appears like the early plans going into SummerSlam could have been that Seth Rollins is going to cash in his Money in the Bank briefcase on the winner or potentially during the match of CM Punk and Gunther on Monday Night Raw for the World Heavyweight Championship. So thoughts on Seth Rollins blowing his knee out, and would you have liked to have seen potentially, him cash in the Money in the Bank briefcase on CM Punk or Gunther?
So 2 things. Well, I'll give you 2 answers. One, if it's legit, that does suck. Mm-hmm. But Seth has done the same spot before where he's hurt himself in the ring doing that same moonsault, and it played off just the same, but just a little exaggerated. So if it is an angle, it's kind of smart because right now, Braun Breaker was starting to get the same treatment Jacob was getting when he was in the Bloodline, to where they had to split him up. These are 2 very popular guys, and you could take Seth out of the picture without fully taking him out of the picture. Like
Right.
he's going to be still Mr. Money in the Bank, and so like he could still come back. Everybody thinks he's hurt, so he's out. So it will be a way bigger pop and surprise if he cashes in when everybody thinks he's injured. But Braun is like kind of stepping forward right now. So like I said, if you take Seth out of the equation, quote unquote, and then you let Braun start to rise even higher, then when you bring Seth back, they can eventually split.
Right.
And Braun will be one of the biggest baby faces of the deal.
Well, and
You know what I'm saying? So it's a way to like.
Go ahead.
Saying like the way to not kill the whole story is to literally have Seth get hurt, take some time off, and then come back. That way, Braun doesn't start to outshine him, or they're not two competing egos, and you have to speed up a storyline for the sake of one becoming a bigger star than the other. You know, who's getting cheered more when he's not meant to be.
Right. My biggest criticism on the whole breaking Braun away from this Seth Rollins group, which still doesn't have a name yet, by the way, which is kind of interesting to me, is the fact that, you know, it's kind of the Batista Triple H situation when they were in Evolution. But it worked the most when Batista broke away because they had a long period of time where they were a team. So far, it's only been a couple months since this whole Braun Breaker, Seth Rollins, Bronson Reed faction kind of formed. If you take away Braun Breaker from that crew within the next, I don't know, year, it almost feels like it's a little too soon. But I mean, it can still work. They're already laying the groundwork for the Braun Breaker kind of, you know, breaking away from the group with kind of him taking the mic out of Seth Rollins' hand, or, you know, kind of interrupting him in a promo or whatnot. So they're already going to be doing that. It's just, I just kind of wish that maybe they kind of let this marinate a little bit more before you actually pull the trigger.
But that's what I'm saying. If they take him out, they don't have to. They can do that. You get what I'm saying? Like if Seth is not in the picture, then you could still have this thing because
Seth comes back and he's kind of overshadowed a little bit.
Yeah.
Okay.
But literally, like I said, with the bloodline thing with Jacob got popular real fucking fast. And so they had to eventually do something where you would start to see the cracks in between Jacob and Solo. But it happened way too fucking fast. But they kind of didn't have a fucking choice.
Right.
Now, don't get me wrong, both guys are kind of better off now where they are, even though they're separated.
Right.
And I think you could get the same thing with this one, but like they have a story in mind. And I think taking Seth out kind of makes sense.
Well, and like you said, if he comes back and Braun's kind of the guy that Heyman's kind of helped build to that next heel star or whatever, or just a star in general, Seth would come back and be jealous. And I think that might actually work better than what they had planned of the breaking away with Seth there. Because like I said, it may be a little too soon to pull that trigger. But Mike does make a good point, and Paul Heyman did say this. If Seth is legit hurt, Paul Heyman has reminded us that he has until June to cash in that briefcase. So, yeah, I mean, he's got plenty of time to cash in the briefcase. I'm not worried about that. So if we'll just have to have Gunther and CM Punk go on, as it would have maybe gone out without the cash in. He also said, someone said maybe you have Braun get a title shot at WrestleMania, win one of the titles, but then Seth cashes in on him and steals the title at Mania. You could do that too. And again, it kind of ties to that whole jealousy factor while he was out as well. So I'd be down for that. But I feel like if you bring him back, the first thing he does is cash in on whoever he wants. That would be a great way to bring him back and be a big surprise. So also do that as well.
I got an idea.
Yeah.
How about CM Punk goes and pisses off, and I'm going to get another big red. How about that?
Wow.
Why does everybody hate CM Punk as much? Like,
Well,
I feel like
Brandon,
there's a lot from AEW and stuff. Matt's just saying it to troll, but I get some people not, liking him as a person. But yeah, that notwithstanding. So yeah, the other big news on Saturday night's main event was, of course, the retirement of Bill Goldberg, who got choked out by Gunther in the World Heavyweight Championship main event of that show. To me personally, we flipped over to this after you guys left, after All In was over, and we watched this live after starting with the Seth Rollins stuff. And I'm not going to lie to you. Now, granted, Goldberg is 58 years old, but this was the worst I've probably ever seen Goldberg look, and that's including the Undertaker match where he about paralyzed Taker. He just looked so slow. I know he was kind of selling the knee, but he gave one of the worst spears I've ever seen in my life to Gunther. And he got through the match, but at the same time, it was not a great show. What do you expect when the guy's almost 60? I understand that. So I'm not begrudging Goldberg necessarily, but it's just kind of like, this is not something that WWE probably should have been putting on their programming. But the biggest thing that kind of come out from this was, of course, the retirement speech afterwards. And due to partially probably because of the Seth Rollins injury and the Goldberg match going longer than most Goldberg matches, which I don't know why they just didn't shorten the match. But NBC cut away from Goldberg's retirement speech mid-speech. And it's not like when Raw's on Netflix or they're on pay-per-view or something like that. NBC has a hard cut out. They've got to cut it at the 10 o'clock hour or whenever this ended. And so Goldberg got cut off, and he was none too pleased with it. And there was also a lot of people online kind of joking that maybe Bret Hart was in the back cutting Goldberg off because Bret Hart blames Goldberg for ending his career by kicking him in the head. So some of those memes were also kind of funny as well. But yeah, so I mean, Goldberg saying, I'm not saying it was done on purpose. I'm saying it wasn't prepared for on purpose. That's all. They wouldn't do that to Undertaker. They wouldn't do that to John Cena. So I don't know if he was necessarily talking about the company or if he's talking about NBC. But either way, he wasn't really thrilled that his speech got cut off. And you can find it in its entirety on, I believe, the WWE YouTube page. So if you want to go see it, you can find it.
I
But
like Goldberg. I'm sad that he's retired.
well, I am too. But at the same time, he was done,
20 years ago.
So you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
They didn't have to give him the spot either.
Yeah.
A retirement farewell. Kudos to the company for doing that. But Goldberg also said something, I think, to Ariel Helwani or whatever it was, that he's like, in about 2 weeks, I could really spell the beans. So it's like he can't say anything yet. So I'll be curious to see if anything else comes out about this. But Goldberg's retirement, the match and the retirement stuff. The speech.
Now it just seems like he's being bitter. Like
It does. Yeah.
Like your run in WCW was meh. The only reason it mattered was because they gave you this undefeated streak. Your matches were short for a reason.
You were never a great wrestler. Sorry.
No, even when you were mobile in the ring, like it just looked stiff and awkward.
Mm-hmm.
So like, cool. It was a cool gimmick. Don't get me wrong. Him standing in the smoke, the sparklers and shit, and then breathing in the smoke. Visually, he was great, but like outside of the presentation in the ring, he wasn't the most technical. He wasn't the most, like graceful. He moved like a fucking semi-truck because he was built like one. And that's what people like. Nobody's ever going to tell you that Big Show, even for a guy, to his size, is the most agile person in the fucking ring. Granted, he did do a standing drop kick and he came off the top rope.
Early on, he was pretty agile. Yeah.
Yeah. But you paid to see the Big Show because the dude was 7 foot, whatever, had the hands the size of fucking meat cleavers. You know what I mean? Like, Goldberg was the same thing.
Mm-hmm.
So, like, be grateful you got that. You know what I mean?
Yeah, your career lasted a lot longer than most, too.
Yeah. Outside of WCW, and you could see when he came to WWE, nobody bought the bullshit because, like, you had champions like John Cena, fucking Triple H, you know what I mean? Stone Cold, like, we're not going to compare you to those guys, but that's just what it was. Like, you just weren't good.
Yeah.
I want to take a minute to say this too, and this is kind of unrelated. This is related to Goldberg.
Okay.
I am a Monster Jam fan. I am a huge monster truck nut.
That was that
I have been my
Goldberg
entire
truck.
life.
Yeah.
The Goldberg truck was driven by a driver by the name of Tom Mintz. Tom Mintz lived in Illinois, and he was so freaking dominant with that truck. Yeah. It was unbelievable. Like,
it was a cool truck, though.
Everybody paid money to go watch the Goldberg monster truck. But what was really cool was Goldberg gave this speech. He said, "Not only am I the force, but Tom's the force behind the truck." And I love that speech. I always thought that just epitomized mid-2000s monster truck racing.
Mm-hmm.
And it was. And Goldberg only had a 2-year stint because he did not pay for the truck in the third year. But the 2 years that he had Goldberg, he was absolutely unstoppable. Like him and Dennis Anderson. There's a truck called Gravedigger, and it's unrelated to this. But But every time they showed up, it was like everybody got back from the bathroom. Everybody got their popcorn. They
Yeah.
came to see him because they knew either one of the two things was going to happen. Tom was going to trash the truck trying to beat him, or he was going to win spectacularly and sky the truck 50 feet in the air. And that's just what happened.
Yeah.
Brandon, we
Yeah.
should take Jaden to see monster trucks for his birthday.
Oh, that'd be awesome.
Go to Brownstown.
Yeah.
They're in Brownstown next month.
And I also want to clear something up.
Mhm.
Mike, it's not that you couldn't handle them. You couldn't keep up with the amount of karma receipts that you'd have to remind them of.
Oh, he's talking about Ohio
Like-
crowd.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I got you.
Like-
Yeah.
Anyway,
the amount
the
of
Goldberg
stupid
was
things
shit.
people do.
Right. Go ahead, Brandon.
Like I said, Goldberg was great for what it was, but like, you shouldn't have got. I don't know why you're upset. You know what I'm saying? Like, it is what it is. But you're mad at the wrong people because NBC is the one who cut you off. So
Yeah. Assuming he is talking about the company and not NBC. Absolutely. So, but yeah, I mean, enjoy what you got, Goldberg. That's all I can say because you got way more than most people do get. I hate to say it. But kind of wrapping up with WWE, got a couple more things here. Naomi ended up cashing in her Money in the Bank contract and became
Smart
the Women's World
move.
Champion over Rhea Ripley and Io Sky. So good for her. I'll go lie.
about time.
Yeah, definitely well deserved. Naomi deserves that championship opportunity.
I don't understand why they haven't pushed Naomi more.
This is it right now. This is it.
Yeah, this is the time.
I mean, they've had opportunity to do it, and
she, I tell you what, she's killing it. I like this new side of Naomi. Like, 'cause she used to the dancing, the glow. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. I loved her promo. They were like cheering her when she come out on Monday night. He's like, nah. She's like, nah. You didn't like the glow. Don't like me now. So I love it. I was like, good for you. So
But yeah, like I think she's doing great. And we know who's going to get that belt off of her. So
Jade Cargill probably.
For
eventually. Sure. I mean, she is the queen of the ring, and doesn't she get like a title match in Paris or something like that?
Yep.
So I can definitely see it. But she is on SmackDown, and Naomi's now on Raw. So I don't know if that's the way it's
do
going to
they
go.
Get the challenge for? They get the challenge for anyone, right?
Title. That may be true. I'm not positive on that, but yeah, that very well could be the case for sure. But we also got new WWE Tag Team Champions as the Wyatt Six defeated the Street Profits last week on SmackDown. So good for them there, and hopefully they'll continue to have a great tag team division there where they're on SmackDown.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of teams who can challenge them as well, so they can have some good matches. No doubt about that.
Oh yeah.
So definitely glad to see those guys get that accolade. We also it's confirmed now that CM Punk, as I mentioned earlier, he won a gauntlet match. That highlighted Braun Breaker as the next big star due to Rollins' injury on Raw last week to set him up to be the number one contender for Gunther's World Heavyweight Championship. Braun Breaker ran the entire gauntlet before CM Punk won. He took out 4 men before CM Punk came down to the ring. Breaker and Bronson.
CM Punk's an ass.
Well, he was the last guy in there. Breaker had been in there for a long time. But Braun Breaker and Bronson Reed then teamed up on CM Punk and Jey Uso, who came down to save Punk after the match was over. Then this brought out the return of the surprise of Roman Reigns returning to set up a potential match at SummerSlam, possibly with Roman Reigns versus Braun Breaker, or what I think is more likely going to happen, Roman Reigns and Jey Uso teaming up against Braun and Bronson Reed. So thoughts on the OTC, the Tribal Chief, finally making his return to WWE over the next few weeks heading into the SummerSlam big pay-per-view over the summer?
2 things.
Yep.
He's bulking up because he has a shirt on and his arms are big as shit.
Right.
He does. Like when he starts working out for a movie or whatever, he always wears a shirt.
Yeah.
Because, it's not finished. So, like, he always wears a shirt. But, like, normally he comes out, no shirt on, you know what I'm saying, all business. But then again, that new shirt is fire, and he probably wanted to wear it out there to promote it.
Yeah, you got to get it sold. Oh, guaranteed. and I'm probably wearing it on Monday this week. And
I seen it, and I was like, that's a dope ass shirt.
Well, this also helps too with Seth Rollins being out. It adds a dynamic to this feud. Now, I'm not saying Roman's going to be here for very long. I'm assuming it'll be SummerSlam, and he'll be probably out again for a while because he is going to be filming Street Fighter, which we're going to talk a little bit about here in just a little bit, just to kind of tie up something from last week.
He is getting big.
Yeah, he's getting big. So he still looks skinny from the chest down, but his arms and his chest and stuff is getting a little bit. But so yeah, he's definitely getting in shape. So good on him. I mean, he's not out of shape for any means or anything like that either. But anyway, so yeah, good to see him back. Hopefully, it'll give us something a little extra to watch on Monday nights heading into the SummerSlam pay-per-view. Last but not least,
back.
yeah. There you go. Your husband. I'm not going to take the chloroform to this man, though. You know,
I'm not.
try as you might.
If
So
you on the kiss cam with him, he won. Hands down. I'm not getting involved.
no, yeah, you're like, no, it's all good, champ. So
you got it.
So you, my tribal chief. No doubt about it. Mike said, hey, I got stuff that old friends toss at me. Older brother trained me to take what you dish out. Of course, he trained me as he gets more help from me than he used to give me. Oh, you're talking about the Ohio stuff. Oh, yeah, I got you. It's like, okay, cool, yeah. Yeah, you got to learn to take it too, man. You know what I mean? For sure. But the last but not least for WWE, we got Kevin Owens. Apparently, according to Fightful Select, he has had successful neck surgery on July 18th. So literally yesterday. So that's good.
Good on him.
Yeah, it's kind of.
I miss Kevin Owens.
Yeah, he's still going to be out for quite a long time, but at the same time, neck surgery is nothing to play with. Glad everything went as well as can be expected. So
if you get a chance to listen to it, listen to him on Cody's podcast. Yeah.
I heard bits of it.
I like Kevin Owens.
Really I've been getting into some of those WWE podcasts. They're not always my favorite anymore, or at least I felt like Stone Cold kind of got a little bit butchered, and I feel like Undertaker's is not what it was before he became part of the WWE crew. But I go lie, some of the Stephanie McMahon stuff and the Cody Rhodes stuff is not too bad, so I'll probably have to check that one out.
Yeah, Steph's show was actually pretty cool.
It's not bad. I watched the one with Randy Orton. I like that one a lot.
That one was good. The one with Rhea, really good.
Really? Okay, I'll have to listen to that.
She is a giant child, for sure.
That's why we love her. But Sierra said in the chat, Matt's wife said, is the Jelly Roll and Logan Paul beef real? I know some may be scripted, but I'm just confused. Logan just had Kane Brown on his podcast. They are friends, and Kane is friends with Jelly, and Logan called Jelly overrated, and now Logan has done this. Sorry, just wanted your opinion. I don't know if it's real or not. I really don't follow a whole lot of it.
Probably not. It's not real. Like, I don't think it's real.
And they could just be played it up for this match too.
Yeah,
on that podcast.
Because I do believe Jelly was on his podcast before this angle.
Okay. And they knew this has been coming for a while, so they could have just
been
building it up on their own.
We'll probably have a podcast with Jelly Roll coming out soon, if it's already out by now.
Did you see Logan Paul take the choke slam from Jelly Roll on one of those late night talk shows?
Delivers one hell of a choke slam.
Yeah, that's the only thing I cared about late night talk shows as of late. But I mean, I thought that was
wrestling Logan Paul.
Yeah, really? Jelly Roll and Randy Orton are teaming up against Drew McIntyre and Logan Paul at SummerSlam.
Are you serious?
Seriously. I think we're gonna be pleasantly surprised at how well Jelly Roll moves in that ring.
Well, Jelly Roll's been training at the Performance Center, so he's going.
He looks good, by the way, too.
He's lost a lot of weight, so good for Jelly Roll, man.
Yeah, I like Jelly Roll.
Coming from another famous gel out there, I'll tell you right now, I'm happy for him. No doubt about it. So yeah, as famous as they can get, you know what I mean?
I don't know about famous.
But hey, YouTube, not really even YouTube famous, but terrible. Yeah.
I get people complaining about WWE doing these celebrity matches or whatever, but like I've said it before, but they've always done them, so it's not like out of pocket. WCW do that shit all the time. But I like it when the guys put the effort in. You know, we pleasantly surprised by Stephen Amell.
He was really good too from Arrow. Yeah.
Hell, we were thoroughly surprised with Bad Bunny and Damian Priest in that match.
Bunny did a great job.
He'll be awesome.
You want to think about it? You know, when Dominic first showed up when he was teaming with Ray, it was more of a gimmick thing to begin with. And look where Dominic is now.
Intercontinental champ, dodging AJ Styles, who was weirdly praying that AJ would be healthy, I guess, the other day. I don't know what that was.
Is AJ hurt?
No. Dominic says he's hurt. He's not. He's just using it to duck AJ Styles. He doesn't want to wrestle it. So we'll see. But he'll get his hands on him.
Even the guy in the match himself, Logan Paul, we were surprised to see how athletic and well he took to the wrestling ring. So I like it when the guys put the effort in. And like I said, I get the complaints, it's a celebrity match, whatever. Sometimes when those guys actually put in the work, it isn't bad. You know what I mean? It's like you end up with a pretty like that was a pretty good fucking match.
Logan
Like,
Paul has been making some of the full-time wrestlers look foolish.
Yeah.
Sometimes.
And he's got somebody like Randy Orton to lean on.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? So like he couldn't be in a better fucking position.
No, definitely not. I mean, and Drew McIntyre will be there to help out as well.
Hell yeah.
So yeah. It's a good situation for the lesser experience like Jelly Roll in that match, no doubt about it. Quick thing before we move on to AEW real quick, but Mike said, Random, have you ever had an opponent where you later went to the promoter booker and said never again, Brandon?
Yep.
Yeah? Never again, huh?
Yeah, I was like, I'm not fucking
Mr. I'm sure you don't want to put their name out
I'm
there.
not gonna be that, but yeah.
But yeah, I mean that does happen. Yeah, no doubt.
Yeah.
So not a good situation.
Because it's like I'm trusting you not to kill me. We're going to go and do this dance for 5 minutes or 2 minutes or whatever. Like in that time frame, I have to trust you enough not to hurt me. And not, and vice versa. So like you get in there with a guy and you could tell from this point forward, like I can't trust you, then I don't ever want to wrestle you again. Like, no.
Yeah. I mean, if you're going to feel that, yeah, I don't disagree with you whatsoever there. Moving on to AEW real quick before we move on to the movie stuff here. A couple of things I want to talk about since All In was this last weekend, their WrestleMania show. Adam Cole is also hurt, so we got the injury bug kind of affecting both companies a little bit right now. This one sounds pretty serious. Adam Cole, it sounds like he's dealing with yet another concussion, which would make his third concussion in the last couple of years. So when it gets to this point, and he was out for a long time with the last concussions he was dealing with, a long time before they was able to get him right before he came back into the ring. So he even came into the ring, he even mentioned the word retirement. He said he didn't want to say it just yet, but it clearly was crossing his mind and the mind of the companies as they gave him a moment here as he vacated his TNT championship here. And yeah, this is just tough to hear. Adam Cole, from all rights, according to about every wrestler and person who works in the back of either company works for, will tell you he's like one of the nicest guys in the business. So thoughts on Adam Cole? Hopefully he'll be able to come back from this yet again. But this is kind of a Tua Tagovailoa situation to where at some point you got to start thinking about your quality of life moving forward. So yeah. Thoughts?
It sucks. I've always thought Adam Cole would be very entertaining in the ring. I mean, from the first time I seen him in New Japan with the Bullet Club, like I was like, this guy is great.
Did we see him?
No.
Okay.
But it's not like he wouldn't have been in those places that we were because he was around that time. Well,
there was one who came in the astronaut suit.
Paul London.
Okay,
No way,
that's
really?
who I was thinking Adam Cole was.
Yeah,
Okay.
Paul London.
Okay.
He does kind of have a silver look.
Yeah.
Paul London does. Yeah. Definitely kind of a small guy, long hair, that sort of thing. But yeah, good to see Roderick Strong and Kyle O'Reilly out here, his buddies in the Paragon or the Undisputed Kingdom era, whatever you want to call it. But hopefully he'll be able to Bullet Club. Yeah, all that, all the above. Hopefully he gets to come back because I don't know about you, but I want to see more Adam Cole. And he dealt with that bad ankle injury. Just seems like ever since he's gotten to AEW, it's just been one thing after another. Nothing against AEW. It's just kind of, bad luck on Adam Cole's part, unfortunately. So
once you get one concussion, it's real easy to get more. I mean,
yeah, especially when they're close together like that.
I'm not going to mention names who said this, but said maybe it's because they're actually wrestling.
Yeah, well, that's part of it too. But like it's a wear and tear issue too, man. Like,
well, he broke his ankle just jumping off a ramp. Like he didn't do anything crazy, so it just happens. Our bodies are not perfect; they do break down at times.
Especially like his style of
that, wasn't it?
What was that, Matt?
It was Nate that said that.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
Because like you putting wear and tear in your body, dude. Like these guys do this for so long, and especially the way he wrestles. I keep, you have so many bumps on your bump ticket, dude, and eventually you're going to cash out. Like, and you got to think about it. The way he wrestles now, comparatively where he was when he was in GCW, I think it is.
Well, even NXT.
Guerrilla Pro Wrestling. Yeah. Especially when he was in Japan. So like those miles start to catch up too, and it just sucks though, because like I said, Adam Cole is very entertaining and
very popular too.
Yeah.
Yeah,
sucks.
and Mike, we'll get back to your other chat here in just a second, but Mike said in the chat, he made a good point. The most simple move or motion can cause a serious, maybe even career-ending injury. I mean, look at a guy like Big E taking a
Yeah.
simple belly-to-belly suplex, lands on his neck, and that's it. I mean, it was just a simple. They didn't.
Hey,
He
No,
just didn't get
Stone Cold,
rotated.
power
Yeah.
driver.
Yeah.
I threw my back out sneezing one time.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I've thrown my back out putting laundry in the washer. I mean, it
I
happens.
threw my back out there one time boiling noodles. I went to put the pot on the stove and it was wrapped. So
I mean, the amount of wear and tear these guys in the wrestling ring take. Everybody will say, "Oh, well, professional wrestling's fake." Fake is a bad word to use. It is scripted, but the stuff these people put their bodies through is 100% real.
Yeah.
Case in point, the next injury on the list here, AEW's Will Ospreay is also apparently out for at least a short period of time. They're saying, I think for the most part, that this is mostly just wear and tear over just, constant work week in, week out. But some people are even reporting that it could be worse than they thought, and there's no time frame. But I did hear somebody say that he could be out at least a month. That's not that bad, all things considered, if that's the case. But if it's worse than they thought, maybe it's longer than that. This is also a guy who lives in the UK, travels to the United States every single week. So even if he's not in the ring all those times, that amount of travel is not good on your body either. Now, what may help, I'm not totally sure, is I know his significant other, Alex Windsor, is now also a member of the AEW roster. So maybe they could either travel together or maybe they don't have to travel so much. You could stay in the same country with the company. So we'll have to wait and see how that goes. But they definitely rode Will Ospreay out at the end of AEW All In Texas with this spot here, which is probably the safest way to take this spot with the steel chair, kind of getting the whole upper body in there as well, not just in the neck. They did the same thing with Samoa Joe earlier in the show. But in Samoa Joe's case, he should be back soon. He's just going to be doing some promotion for the upcoming season 2 of Twisted Metal that'll be coming out in 2 weeks' time.
Dude, Claudio got some height, brother.
Yeah, he got up for this
He
shot.
got
No doubt about it.
You can't miss that at all.
No,
holy shit.
That is a great frame.
You gotta hit your mark. God damn. Time out.
Look,
that Wheeler Yuta?
I know it's pretty good. When Brandon freaks out about it.
I thought that was a dude in the crowd. I had no.
that hair is wild.
Yeah,
it's all the way to
I
his
thought
face.
it was part of security. I was like, yo, what the fuck?
That's why they're chanting "Get a haircut" at him every time he comes out now.
But
which is awesome.
Claudio got up on that shit. Damn.
Up there. So they definitely sold it. So at least they did a good job of writing him out. And kudos to Will Ospreay. if he's been doing all this stuff banged up, the dude still puts on 5-star matches every single time he gets in the ring.
A lot of them do, man. And that's the thing. Today. A wrestler is his own worst enemy when it comes to knowing, hey, I got to tap out.
Yeah.
And then you don't, and then something bad fucking happens. You know what I mean? And then you ain't got no choice. So to know when you got to tap out, kudos to Will.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, and today's a little different than wrestling was way back in the day where literally you miss time, you'd lose your spot. Nowadays, it's almost like, all right, if you need to take time off, you could do it. This place will be waiting for you when you get back. Will Ospreay, Adam Cole or Seth Rollins, all their spots would be secure. Now, granted, they're guys who are already kind of at the top of the card already. If you're not at the top of the card yet, maybe you won't have that luxury as much. But those guys have earned their stripes and they'll be just fine. Whenever they come back, their spot will be there waiting for them whenever that may be. But well wishes to everybody, and hopefully they get all wealthy or healthy. Well, I'm sure they'll get wealthy too. But yeah,
Cole's the one I feel the worst for.
Yeah, him and Kevin Owens in WWE are very career threatening. So no doubt about it.
Sad because I really like Kevin Owens.
I just wanted to get your guys' quick thoughts on All In Texas. I know you guys. Some of you come over and watched it, and I thought I'd just see what you guys thought of it overall before I kind of break down a couple things that happened on it. So
wasn't bad.
Yeah.
No, it wasn't bad. Like
I'm not gonna lie to you. I think it was
played out a lot like thought it was going to.
Well, you thought the Young Bucks were going to win.
Yeah, I thought that was going to be a different scenario.
You were dead wrong on 2 of the big ones, for sure.
I was like so set on like I don't know the way the story would flow better, but. And the Monet thing, I was set on because I've had prior beliefs to be. I honestly thought she was going to
win. Yeah. Kudos to them for doing the right thing and having her take her first loss, which we'll talk about in a second. But I'm not going to lie to you. I think this was a better show than WrestleMania this year, top to bottom. Because if about half of WrestleMania was good, the main event was terrible. The main event absolutely delivered here at All In, and I think top to bottom the card had better wrestling. Now, don't be wrong, WWE, Io Sky, Rhea Ripley, and I can't remember who the third member was in that women's triple threat match at WrestleMania. They tore the house down. There was some good stuff
Bianca
at WrestleMania.
Belair.
Belair, thank you. But and there were some good matches. Don't get me wrong, but there was a lot of ads and a lot of things like that that really just kind of killed it for me. But I think overall, All In was the better show. What? Drink your prime? Yeah.
Drink your prime.
But the main event saw Adam Hangman Page win the AEW World Championship, the title that we've not seen in like what, 9 months time, 8 months time, or something like that. And what I would call a well-booked main event, all things considered. You had the return of Darby Allin, Bryan Danielson, Will Ospreay come out to help. All these storylines were booked over the last year to kind of be. All these people were trying to stop Jon Moxley from his reign of terror and holding the world championship hostage, and the companies in some respects as well. So I liked how they booked all that together, as well as Swerve Strickland. Him and Hangman Adam Page have had a long-standing rivalry where they've just completely fueled with hatred from burning one person's house down. The other one kind of invaded their home. And then, of course, at the very end, I knew to kind of fulfill this retribution arc of Hangman Adam Page, you also kind of have the retribution arc a little bit of Swerve Strickland coming out to help make that choice of helping Hangman Adam Page win the world title as well. So to me, this was AEW's WrestleMania 40, where everybody, all the baby faces helped Cody Rhodes slay the beast of Roman Reigns. You could, speculate about which company you thought maybe did that better, whatever. I just felt like both companies did a great job. What's that?
2 years ago, he had cancer. It's a beast of Roman Reigns.
Well, but he was still champion. Well, I think I don't remember if he had the title when he had leukemia, but he held the belt for like 3 years straight. So yeah, I mean, yeah. So anyway, thoughts on the main event? A lot of blood, a lot of craziness. But
yeah, I mean it was, but it was all expected. Like that was what needed to happen. I guess. Like I don't know. I'm just glad that story's over with John. Like I really am. But
I mean, they still kind of got him mad right now with the group, but we'll see where it goes. I don't know if it'll end up winning the title back or anything like that. But
yeah. But now where do you go though?
I don't know. That's why I don't know if that group is long for staying together. They may end up breaking up at some point, possibly. Right now, I think on Collision they had them destroying Colt Cabana just to kind of make a point. They're still mad. They're just rampaging right now. So let's see where that ends up going. But looks like the next challenger potentially for Hangman Adam Page could be MJF, since MJF won the men's casino gauntlet match at AEW All In Texas as well. So we'll see more of that then. On top of that, like you mentioned earlier, you had Timeless Tony Storm defeating Mercedes Moné, who lost for the first time in AEW. That was good to see. And now this potentially sets up Timeless Tony Storm defending her world championship against Athena, potentially, after she won the women's casino gauntlet match as well. So I like those two main events if they end up getting those as well. I still think Athena got robbed against Mercedes. Still like to see that main event as well on top of that. Also, we got Kazuchika Okada defeating Kenny Omega for the Unified Championship this week on Dynamite.
3 belts.
I know. And like I said, I don't mind if Don Callis was holding the belts the first week. I don't know if he needs to be holding the belts the entire time. But then again, kind of bringing back the Roman Reigns thing, Paul Heyman carried around both sets of championships for a long time. They didn't have a unified title, but they called them the undisputed. But they called it the undisputed WWE World Universe. It's kind of similar. I'm not gonna lie. They didn't have that third unification belt, but still, I'm just saying there's not a whole lot of difference.
Because at the time there were 2 shows and he was champs on both fucking show.
Yeah,
until they then combined the titles. And then he carried around 1 fucking belt.
Yeah. Well, there's actually a little rumor going around right now that Kazuchika Okada's Unified Championship belt could serve as potentially a second world title belt if you were going to have a world title on each show, Dynamite and Collision. And if you were going to book it that way, a good challenger for your first defense would be against Swerve Strickland, and that appears that's what we're going to be getting, because Okada called out Swerve and said basically, you hurt the Bucks, and now he called him a bitch, and now here we're going to get this too. And so yeah, I mean, these guys have wrestled before. It'll be a great match. But thoughts on this potential feud?
I mean, it's not Takeshita, so it works.
Yeah, that's the catch. The thing's still kind of hanging there, depending on when they want to pull that trigger, or if they may just let that one go. I don't know. It was only mentioned like once, but yeah, we'll have to see if that. They're not ones to typically let things go like that though, so I expect it to come back around at some point. But yeah, as Mike mentioned in the chat, he had a couple things here. He said it was pointed out that the World Heavyweight Championship belt that Hangman Adam Page was carrying still had Bryan Danielson's plates on there. Yeah, that makes perfect sense because. When John Moxley beat him for it, he just threw it in the briefcase. He's not taking it out since. So that makes perfect sense as to why they did that. And he said the Young Bucks' interest on Dynamite. Yeah, that was great because they were playing up the entire night that they're no longer EVP. So they had cheap Titantrons and they had to come in a normal car. They had to dress with all the other guys. They didn't have their own locker room, stuff like that. They went to go do the EVP trigger and they realized, oh, they're not EVPs no more. So they got to come up with another name for it. Things like that. So, I mean, it was creative in my opinion. I kind of like what they did there. And Mike said he also hurt his back was carrying the entire warehouse. So high praise for yourself there, huh?
Oh man,
brother. All right, I see what you're doing there, Mike. Okay, if you want to
carry in the warehouse, I'd have fucking 35 priority orders I'd have to get out in 2 hours every fucking night for
carrying the warehouse
freaking months.
So there you go. So thoughts on pro wrestling this week? Anything you're looking forward to? What do you think about SummerSlam? We'll probably be previewing that next week.
Yeah,
that'll be the last show.
I don't know. We'll see where it's going.
Yeah.
But
I mean, AEW coming off the big show, they're going to be heading into Forbidden Door next month, and I know they're going to be going head to head with NXT Heatwave as well, as WWE is doing some counter programming yet again. Didn't work out too well for them this time with the Goldberg stuff, but at this point, I guess business is business, as Brandon would say. So we'll have to see how it goes. But yeah, I think SummerSlam will be good. Looking forward to that. Now I'll be out of town that weekend, unfortunately. But yeah. So anyway.
Damn, boy, you always out of town.
Yeah.
Well, I didn't get to see family as much at the beginning of the year. At the end of the year now, we're trying to put a lot of things together, but leading into the holidays. So
Got it.
beginning of the year we had weather. I got I got the flu and all that sort of good stuff. So,
PTO.
well, now I got some PTO. I'm planning on using some of that too. So yeah, for that. So yeah, they got a camping trip coming up in October. So that'll be fun too. So yeah, we'll have to work all that stuff out with the podcast stuff for sure.
Damn, dude, you about to be gone.
Go. Yeah, exactly. What do you say? What question are you talking about, Mike? Oh, okay. Mike said, Brandon, I know you've given a receipt or two, but have you ever received one? If so, how brutal was it?
No, nobody did it because they were afraid of what was going to happen.
Too afraid of El Drunko Negro?
Yeah, I've never gotten a receipt.
El Chocolate de Caramel?
I've only handed them out, and I've only done it to calm certain people down. Like, when you're doing too much. But, like, I wrestled stiff anyway, so I expected it. But nobody ever outdid me because I'd have knocked the shit out. I mean, I did. I accidentally knocked somebody out in the ring. This was an accident. But, like, no, I've never gotten a receipt.
No, well, keep flying the way you're flying. You might get one. No, I'm just kidding.
I know, right?
Never know. I'm just saying. Don't try your luck. All right. Well, we got some movie news to talk about, so let's get into that next, shall we? All right, so the first item up here in the movie news section here is one I definitely want to get your thoughts on because it's the first time it's probably going to be happening to this level. And whether or not you like this franchise or not, it's an important deal in the world of movies. Mm-hmm. Vin Diesel confirmed to a crowd at Fuel Fest that the late Paul Walker's character, Brian O'Connor, will in fact return for the last Fast and Furious movie, Fast 10 Part 2 or Fast 11, however you want to call it. He also confirmed the movie would release in April 2027 and take the franchise back to its street racing origins in Los Angeles. This is a post from his Instagram back in 2022, I believe. He wrote, "When Paul's mother asked me to bring Brian back to the screen, well, I don't have to tell you how serious I take that. Fast could never have been here without the profound love and brotherhood between Dom and Brian, established in 2001. So this has clearly been in the works for quite some time. He wrote F10 at that one. So lot of people were speculating he probably was supposed to be in Fast 10, or Fast 10. It's kind of also actually been kind of broken up in multiple parts. So it's now been officially confirmed. And they've been kind of teasing and building this in the last few entries that the Brian O'Connor character is still alive in the universe. He's kind of watching the kids for safety while they're doing their thing or whatnot. So it would make no sense the way they've kind of booked it, as it were, in the movies, to not have this character be in the finale. The problem is the actor is no longer with us, sadly, and he tragically died in that horrible car accident. So now it appears that they're going to probably end up doing what they did in the Fast and Furious 7 film, when his brother Cody stepped in as the body double and they CGI'd the face. Now, a lot of time has happened since Fast 7, so hopefully the CGI has improved over the last few years, because that uncanny valley has been something in the world of movies that's never quite really been able to be done very well. We've had little minor. Well, Rogue One and Star Wars kind of tried this at least once. Now, I thought that was okay.
I thought it was great.
It wasn't bad, but it was a small scene. It wasn't like a whole film. So this is going to be like the first time.
The film.
It was only like 2 or 3.
My conspiracy mind is going real quick here.
Okay, go ahead.
God.
So,
shut up, man.
Paul Walker was said to be hunting pedophiles before all this.
Some of his charity work and stuff, right?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
So, conspiracy theories that he went into witness protection.
Mm-hmm.
And maybe when all this stuff comes out, we get Paul Walker back.
Yes.
Oh, would that be something if he was still around? That'd be great.
Yeah.
I mean,
he wasn't dead after all. He didn't slam into a tree going 10,000 miles an hour.
Well, I don't know if he's not dead, but I could definitely see, maybe like, break lives or something. God forbid.
Yeah.
But I mean,
But if you're not dead, yay.
Yeah, of course. I mean, there's a lot of theories out there. A lot of people who are no longer with us are still with us. So who knows?
If Epstein's still alive, there's a chance that Paul.
Okay.
Well, it's funny because Megyn Kelly come out and said something along the lines of, "You're going to hear in Jeffrey Epstein's own words at some point." Now, she later clarified, I wasn't insinuating he's still alive, but you might hear some recordings or something. So, but either way, when that was first said, it kind of had this conspiracy theorist going a little bit there as well. But I don't think that's necessarily the case here. But it is going to be interesting to see how at least they approach this, how much Paul Walker's character of Brian O'Connor will be in this last entry. But I do think in order to bring this home and flesh out the story and make it come full circle, it only makes sense. And if the family is okay with it, as the mother has asked Ben to do this, and obviously the brothers seem to be okay with it since they're going to come back and probably help with this, I don't have as big of a problem with it as long as it has the family's blessing. Where I would have a bigger problem with it is if, like, say, you try to bring back a dead actor and the family or the estate are against the idea. But there's going to be a lot of people who feel like this is not something that you should be doing anyway, just because it does involve a deceased actor. What are your guys' thoughts on this? I know you probably don't care for the franchise, but just the idea of a deceased actor coming back with CGI.
Paul Walker would have wanted that.
I think so. I really do.
He would have wanted his character to live on legacy. So I'm fine with that. Mm-hmm. I watched the Furious movies. Mm-hmm. A couple of them, they're not really my favorite, but I was very saddened when I found out of Paul's passing.
It's none of my business how much, but I'd like to know if the family's getting paid for it.
I'm sure they better be.
Oh yes,
yeah, I'm sure they
knowing they can do this, like, who's to stop them from doing it to everybody that dies?
That is what worries me, Miranda.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's why I say it's got to be okayed by the family or the estate.
It's like they could kill you off, or kill your ass, and then just use your
CGI.
I don't like the idea.
When a voice actor like James Earl Jones, who voices Darth Vader and Mufasa, so before he passed, he gave rights to Disney to continue to use his voice likeness. Things like that, I got no problem with, as long as it's been okayed by either the actor themselves or the family. That's kind of where I am on it. And selfishly, just being a fan of the Fast and Furious franchise myself personally, all of them through 8, in my opinion, have been really good. 9 and 10 have kind of fallen off a little bit, and those two in particular, you really kind of feel his absence. So I feel like if you bring him back, and granted you're bringing back The Rock, hopefully for the last one as well, and some of these other characters, but you bring everybody back and do your like Avengers Endgame moment for this final film. That's the way I do it. Now I know Brandon doesn't like this franchise at all. He just wants to see it end, I think.
Yeah.
He's kind of sitting there with a little
Guys,
bit of a smile.
I
But
have a question. Was he ever a part of directing the movies?
not the Fast and Furious,
Okay.
but I'm not sure if I want to say he might have directed one film. I could be wrong. I never did see the one he released posthumously that he had starred in. I don't know if he directed that one or not, but I'm sure with the Fast and
Okay.
Furious stuff, he had a lot of behind the scenes input, no doubt, being a part of the franchise for so long. But this franchise will officially be 26 years old by the time this last film comes out.
Is it really?
Yeah, it debuted in 2001. So in 2027, do the math. Bloomington South. But yeah.
Hey, making fun of my Bloomington South math.
Right. Brad, it looks like he wants to say something, but he's muted. So
My fault. Anaya came in here. I was talking to her. Then
You're fine. What are your thoughts? I'm curious.
hold on, Loki.
Oh,
I don't know. It's weird because like I see it like I do the AI thing. It sounds cool, and sure you can do some cool shit with it, but then you already know the actor's dead. Seeing him on the screen isn't going to change that fact. So then it just becomes like it's just weird, especially a whole movie like how they ended. Was it the first Fast 10 or whatever? Where they were on the fucking house 7. I can't remember.
His last one was 7. Yeah.
Yeah, I think that was fine, and you could have wrote it off. Something ever happened elsewhere or whatever, but like I don't feel like. I don't know. I don't feel like he needs to be there, but at the same time, I get the whole. It started with him, it should end with him, but it's I don't know. It's fucking
well, and a good thing is, regardless how you feel about this, if this second part or whatever, like let's say the ending is bad, let's say it's not even any good, maybe not have nothing to do with this situation. Let's just say it's not good. You could always watch the series and end at 7. The way that a lot of people feel like it maybe should have ended there. And you'll always have that nice ending if you want to do it that way. Just act like 8, 9, 10, and 10 part 2 are just not canon at that point. I'm still hoping that this will actually tie up really nicely with everybody and bringing his character back too. But I can see the trepidation for a lot of people, and it is kind of a moral gray area. Like, what do you do here?
There is a friend of mine, and it does make me emotional talking about this. So I'm not going to talk about it very much. But there's a friend of mine that passed away that really enjoyed the song.
Oh, great song
In the 7, and I know Brandon knows this friend. He was a coworker of ours, and he passed away because of a surgery that went wrong. And his favorite song was at the end of that movie,
right?
And it kind of it chokes me up a little bit.
Oh yeah, it'll choke you up to think about anybody who's passed while listening to that song.
Yeah.
So I mean, it's very emotional in that regard.
That was his favorite song. He loved that song.
Well, and not only that, the way the movie ended with them driving away from each other on the highway, it was beautifully shot, well done. So yeah, I can understand the criticism. Like, why would you keep making these movies? It's because, well, Universal wanted more money at the end of the day, and according to Vin Diesel, they always planned to make this like a 10-part series. So he was trying to honor Paul Walker's wishes with that as well. So I understand why they continued. I just hope that they, like I said, wrap it up well and end it on a high note instead of kind of the mediocre that we've kind of got over the last couple entries, in my opinion. So they're able to do that. I think it'll be great. But yeah, this is, I guess, selfishly, just to see the character again, I'm excited for it. But yeah, I totally understand people maybe not liking this whatsoever. But
they got Jurassic Park. They made enough money.
Well, they do, but when it comes to these corporations, though, there is no such thing as too much money, Matt. You know that. So we'll have to wait and see. But yeah. The next thing in the world of movies I wanted to talk about is, of course, this last weekend, we saw the release, of course, of Superman, released in movie theaters. The first entry in the DCU. Nicholas Hoult officially soared into theaters, as it were. And just my quick thoughts on the film. I don't want to ruin anything for anybody here, but I won't say this again about Jurassic World here in just a few minutes too. To me personally, I like Henry Cavill's Superman and Man of Steel. I truly do. But to me, he was a little too emo for the character of Superman, in my opinion. This is, to me, as a guy who grew up with Christopher Reeve as his Superman as a child, this is the best interpretation of Superman since the original Christopher Reeve on the big screen. Now, I'm not talking about the TV shows like Tom Welling or Tyler Hoechlin. I've not always seen all of their work, but I'll say as a movie on the big screen, this is the best interpretation of it. And I think it's a great kickoff to the new DCU. It kind of starts in this way, kind of like Star Wars Episode 4, A New Hope did, where you're kind of dropped in the middle of a story, and it does a good enough job to explain to you what's going on, but there's a lot of backstory that they're maybe going to fill in other medium and like TV shows and comic books and things like that. So I think in that regard, they could build this out much like the Star Wars universe did way back in the day. And even James Gunn's mentioned that they kind of want to do the Star Wars model more than the MCU. But they've got some great humor. Not all the jokes hit and things like that, but it's definitely a little more on the funny side than Henry Cavill, who really ever cracked a smile. But Crypto's great in this movie. Lex Luthor is absolutely menacing. I think he's great. Guy Gardner's Green Lantern, I know Brandon would be interested to hear that he's actually very well done too. I really enjoyed his character. Very much looking forward to the Lantern series after this. Didn't get quite as much Hot Girl or anything like that or Metamorpho, but Rachel Brosnahan's great as Lois, and the Lois and Clark dynamic is great. So they've got a lot of good foundations to build upon here, in my personal opinion. Now, after this movie come out, obviously we got a little bit of news on the DC front because obviously David Zaslav of the Warner Brothers head over there is talking about how The Rock wanted to try to fix DC, but talks of the Rock kind of coming in and fixing DC quickly ended after Black Adam flopped, so to speak. So that ended up not being a thing. And of course, we also now know that there's going to be 2 live-action films, multiple live-action shows, and 1 animated show per year. That's kind of their plan moving forward. Sounds like we might even be getting a Jimmy Olsen potential spinoff show and maybe a Mr. Terrific spinoff show, which Mr. Terrific was another one in the movie who I thought just stealed every scene he was in. So definitely a highlight of the movie there, no doubt about it. Yeah, it sounds like Warner Brothers and DC Studios is wanting this film to maybe crack at least $500 million globally. But even if it doesn't make that kind of money, it's more important to Warner Brothers that this film is actually a movie that audiences care and love and want to see more of the universe from. So in that regard, I think that's going to be doing a great job, whether it cracks that money or not. However, in just 1 week's time, Superman has already grossed globally $300 million. Kind of had a little bit of a slow start on the weekend, around 200 million, but over the course of the week, which is usually very low in the box office, actually done really well on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday. So I think in regards to the overall box office, it's actually on pace to hit that $500 million mark. And that's not a failure, especially when you're coming off of the DCEU, who was like, completely bomb after bomb after bomb. This right here, $300 million, even if they don't make another dime, it's already outgrossed 5 of the worst DCEU entries. So it's already on pace to be a success for Warner Brothers. And hopefully after this kind of gains back the faith in the audience of the DC brand, some of the stuff coming up down the line can make more money. Not to mention, overseas, Superman doesn't always do well as a solo film because a lot of overseas audiences see Superman as an American hero. Used to be truth, justice, and the American way, right? Which is not really even mentioned in this film. And this whole narrative about how it's going to be about an immigration subplot, it's woke. None of that's true. So if you're hearing any of that online, it's not a woke film. It's not about current politics and stuff during the day, really. But I mean, there is a warring thing here that a lot of people are comparing to Israel and Gaza. I didn't necessarily see it that way. But I think once you get characters like Batman and Wonder Woman, which apparently Warner Brothers is now fast-tracking Batman and the Wonder Woman especially, to be coming to theaters sooner rather than later. So they want to get their big core characters out there as well. So once that happens, I think overseas audiences will jump on board too, because Batman is definitely a big seller overseas. But yeah, it sounds like we're also going to be getting another Superman film, according to James Gunn, but it's not going to be a straight Superman sequel. And he says it's not Batman versus Superman or The World's Finest. So what that sequel ends up being, I don't know. But the Batman film is coming. The Wonder Woman film is coming. He did say Flash and Aquaman will not be on screen for at least a couple more years. But there's definitely some more things moving on down the line here. So I just wanted to get your guys' thoughts, obviously with the Matt Reeves Batman film also coming out 2027, but it's not going to be a part of the DCU, according to Gunn. What are your thoughts on Superman that you've seen so far? I know that you probably haven't seen it yet, but I just thought I'd get your guys' thoughts on it. And if you're looking forward to it, what do you think about what it's doing so far?
It looks like a Superman movie.
Thanks, Matt. Hard-hitting analysis from Matthew 24. Yeah, are you encouraged?
Yeah, I still want to see it.
Are you encouraged about hearing that Guy Gardner was good in it?
I mean, we'll see.
Mhm. Yeah.
Because, like,
From what I know of the character, he nailed it. You
I
know,
want a good. I would love a good Green Lantern movie.
well, you're getting
Just
the
a
series
Lantern
next
movie
spring,
in general.
so you ain't gotta wait too
Yeah,
long.
the series is one thing, but like
The movie
a
is
movie is different.
Agreed. Yeah, and hopefully it'll spin off into that at some point. All these characters are going to come together, which they've already stated that they want to rehabilitate their main stars and they want to bring together the Justice League at some point. So that is part of the plan. As if like duh, but I mean, so that's great to see. I'm looking forward to it as well, and of course, with that coming out, we now know the next movie in the DCU will be Supergirl next June, and we've already got our first poster for that film too. So it's look up for Superman. It's look out for her because once you see the film, you'll know what I'm talking about here. So definitely a different interpretation of Supergirl coming to the big screen. But if you know the Woman of Tomorrow comic, it's very comic accurate. So I'm looking forward to that. So yeah. But yeah, any other thoughts? I know Matt said it's a Superman film. It definitely was that.
As long as, like I said, like I would have loved to sit here and be like, DC was at the same level as Marvel was, and we could enjoy those movies in the same manner that we enjoy. So I hope this is that time, because there are, just like there's a lot of characters in the Marvel world that not many people know about or not, high up on the popular character list, but can be. DC has a lot of those too, so it'd be sweet.
I just want to see them focus on their heavy hitters first.
Yeah.
Get Batman out there, get Wonder Woman out there, get Superman out there, get your lanterns going, and if you want to bring in Flash and Aquaman or, Martian Manhunter, some of their big, heavier hitters.
Yeah,
don't
but
just
like
jump right to the Guardians of the Galaxy first. You know what I mean?
But even Martian Manhunter, like he's a known member of the Justice League, but like not known character like that. It's like his story's dope too.
Well, and even and after that, it starts to get a little hazy to me on what some of the other characters are in DC. Peacemaker's obviously very successful, so I'm glad you're getting some more stuff from that, like Rick Flag and stuff from the Suicide Squad, and the Creature Commando stuff. It's kind of a Guardians-esque kind of feel. So there's a lot of stuff like that you can still dive into as well, but definitely make sure you definitely hit your heavy hitters when you're going to the big screen, in my opinion. So not to mention also just to kind of, I was worried before this movie come out that it was going to be a Crypto movie. It's not. Crypto has his moments. Everybody has their moments in this movie, but Crypto doesn't overtake the film. This is still a Superman movie. So I think that's
fine if it was a Crypto movie. I mean,
he has his, like I said, he's great when he's in there. It's just not.
I love the idea of a super dog. That's kind of cool.
Well, I do too. But it was just everything we saw leading up to the release was like, it's all Crypto, all Crypto. I don't want it to be all Crypto. I want it to be Superman's film, and I'm happy to report it is. So that is very good to hear. And somebody had an airplane flying over. What was that?
It was a car.
Oh, is that what that was? Right on, right on.
Loud as shit, though.
Yeah, no kidding. The next movie we'll talk about, I know Matt's went and seen this, apparently not tonight. So I thought we'd talk a little bit about this. Again, without ruining it.
I'm not spoiling anything.
So maybe a little, I can't remember how long it was, but anyway, I personally like the film. I'll just say that my personal ranking would be Jurassic Park 1, The Lost World, Jurassic Park, Jurassic World, the first one, then Rebirth, and then Jurassic Park 3, Fallen Kingdom, and Dominion after that. So I put Rebirth kind of right in the middle of the 7-film franchise. And I'll just say this. No more mutants, please. After this movie, for me, that was one thing we were worried about before this movie came out.
I will
go ahead.
100% disagree with you. I'm ready to have this. I'm ready to have this debate.
We'll roll.
Okay.
Roll, creepy.
Let's get this going. Okay. I'm fine with the mutants as long as they continue to do the mutants the way they have.
Okay.
Because
you mean to be completely irrelevant to the plot of this film?
Yes, it is irrelevant to the plot of this film.
You're not presenting a good argument.
Okay. Well, here's what I'm saying. If you as a Jurassic Park fan are wanting to get back to the first 2 films, it is not possible.
I thought Jurassic World did a pretty good job at that.
Jurassic World is like going to watch Star Wars The Force Awakens.
Well, and you're not wrong in the fact that there was like a good 13-year gap between 3 and Jurassic World. So that did help. A break can sometimes help this franchise.
Yes.
Yeah.
what I have to say, I enjoyed the mercenary aspect of Jurassic Park. Everybody focuses on Jurassic Park being a calming, happy film.
Really?
It's not. Okay?
I don't
It's
know
not.
anybody who's doing that.
It's not. No. What I'm trying to say is a lot of people don't view it as a horror film.
I'm glad they
view
did
it
get back to that
as a natural film. And this movie, I'm sitting here watching this movie, and I'm like trying to sort through which characters to get attached to and which ones not to.
It's pretty easy from the get-go, I thought, but
because let me tell you something. This is any movie in general.
This character you get attached to, okay?
Yeah. So get this. So what I'm saying is don't go into these films and sit there and go, it's gonna be like the first two films.
Well, no, don't expect the top of the top. You're never going to top the first.
And as far as the mutants go, yeah, they're great.
To me, they just didn't serve a plot at all. There was no reason to have them in there outside of it's something different.
They could have done this entire film without them.
Yeah,
but I thought the mutants were supposed to be the focal point of this film.
Well, that's the thing. They built it as this island they went to where the experiments went wrong, and these mutants were the ones who didn't pass the stuff to go to the original park. That is true. But when they got to the island, it's all dinosaurs except for the Mutadons and the D-Rex, and they really didn't focus on them from that aspect. That's why I felt like it was kind of a waste. It's like you're only doing it to sell toys, or just like Chris Pratt said, Bryce Dallas Howard said that we got dinosaurs are not wow enough anymore, so we have to make up something for the audience to watch.
Every movie that's what I've ever been to, where it involves mercenaries, don't get attached to those characters.
Well, yeah, that's true. But I'll tell you a character you can't get attached to, and that is, of course, Scarlett Johansson, because with the release of this film, she is now the highest-grossing actor of all time.
I am not surprised.
Especially when you count her time with the Avengers and all that stuff. So, Lucy was another good one. She's been in some good stuff.
Yeah.
The Island and old Michael Bay.
He was an Iron Man.
Well, obviously, all the Avengers stuff. Marvel's all one is kind of lumped them together there. Okay. But now with this, obviously, it's going to make a lot of money. I don't know if this one's going to crack the $1 billion mark, but it's on its way to have a good chunk of change, no doubt about it. Mm-hmm. So yeah, that's great to see. This did have some good moments in it. I thought this was the best sequence of the film, the Moses scene, in my opinion. Don't ruin it.
Yep.
Yeah, so you agree? Now, there's other good ones, too, including the raft sequence, which was originally omitted from the first film. It was in the novel. But this scene here with Titanosaurus or whatever, too, very emotional, very, very well done. These three scenes alone make the film worth watching, no doubt about it, in my opinion.
They were not having sex.
No.
Okay, I'm just going to throw that out there. Okay.
Why did your mind go to that?
Okay, because that's what a lot of people are freaking saying on YouTube and Twitter and shit like that.
Right.
The back to the T-Rex scene, though.
Right.
That the way that was done.
Right.
Makes you scared of the T-Rex again.
my only problem with all of these sequences, if you saw the trailer, you saw most of these sequences already. Oh, yeah. And you pretty much saw the movie, that part bugs me. But there were bits of it you didn't see, but for the most part, you saw it.
Not necessarily.
Not only that, especially during this raft sequences, there's at least 2 moments I thought you have to pull your brain out of your head and just leave it at the door, because it's like, first of all, why did you do that right in front of the Rex? And then 2, no damage whatsoever on the raft. But that's all I'll say without going into spoilers. But I'll talk to Matt about that one later if he wants to know what I'm talking about. But yeah, it's just like there's certain things on here. It's just like nobody would do that. That's stupid. Or literally that would not happen. It's like, so there were certain things like that you had to kind of leave your brain at the door. But if you could do that, you'll enjoy this. And if you liked all the other ones, this is, like I said, right in the middle. You'll enjoy it. So.
Without spoiling anything, Dolores is a character that you will meet through watching the movie.
But
I
again,
kept
kind of
trying to-
pointless.
I kept
Kinda.
trying to convince my wife that character was going to die at every scene it possibly was.
No, they wouldn't
because it
do
was
that.
the only happiness she was finding in the movie.
Oh, you mean the human character? I was gonna say they ain't killing the dinosaur character because that'd be like killing Crypto. They're not doing that.
Yes, they should do that. Yes.
No, they're not gonna do that. But
All
yeah,
in all, it was a good movie. Without spoiling it, I would give it like a 6 out of 10, and I would probably rank it probably third on the list. I do not like Jurassic World. I was not a Jurassic World fan. I think
Hater.
that training raptors is retarded.
well, that part was
It
a little
makes
out there for me.
No, it makes
Pratt.
sense though.
Chris
Yeah.
Pratt is not.
It got
Jesus.
worse in sequels after that. The one with
Yeah.
Pratt in the first one, I kind of liked.
Just because he played Star-Lord does not make him Jesus, and he
I
can't
didn't say
train
that.
raptors. And second of all, what's the matter, Brandon? I think I'll make him into a casket.
I like Chris, and I would love to see Chris Pratt maybe make an appearance in something.
Jurassic
I
World
thought he
was
did
one of my
great in that
favorite
movie.
Yeah,
And
that
again-
one. The other two, he was the best part of the other two films.
Yeah,
And
Jurassic
again,
World wasn't my favorite
training
movie.
raptors makes sense.
I guess.
Them chasing Chris Pratt like Fast and Furious style in Dominion.
That was
Not so
fucking
much.
uncalled for.
That we didn't need that, but like I'm with Matt. I'd give it a 7 out of 10 though, right in the middle.
Yeah.
But
I
yeah,
give it a
I
6
mean,
out of 10, and I agree with you on that. And I definitely say it was better than. I think it was better than the Jurassic World, but I do not put it better than the third movie, just because of the fact that Alan Grant was in the third movie.
well, I like Alan Grant too. I will say this though: the movie made enough money so far. It's going to continue to make some money over the next probably month or so. That from all reports and rumors out there stating that Universal probably plans on announcing the 8th and 9th installment sometime before the end of the year. So you're probably going to be getting at least 2 more of these to round out another trilogy.
Yeah.
Bring back the Raptors more. Bring back just the dino. You don't need
Yes.
and make a story that's worth investing in instead of just let's just go to another island.
Please,
That's-
for the love of God, bring the Raptors back.
Yes,
And I know
make
what
them
you're
menacing
talking about.
because it feels like
Eric.
the last 2, almost even 3 films have kind of been sidelined a bit,
Please,
a little
Man.
bit.
That
Bring the
scene
Raptors.
in the first movie with the
Mhm.
Raptors,
The kitchen.
that shit was terrifying.
They pay homage to that in this movie
yes,
with the
they
Muted
do.
Dawns, but at the same time,
But
it's kind of
hold
like
on a second. Hold on a second. But don't completely shit on it and do what they did. Which
what they
I'm very
did with the
mad about.
Mutadons and the Raptors is akin to what they did with the Spinosaurus to the T-Rex in Jurassic Park 3. Many people
much.
hated that, and there's going to be some people who hate this. what
And
they
I'm
did too.
one of the ones that hate it.
I mean, I just hate it because there weren't any more. But yeah, you're not wrong. It's not a great
I
movie.
was not a fan of that. But that's for spoilers, and I'm not going to do.
Good to see the Spinos get some love though in this movie. I ain't gonna lie to that. So they had some
Oh,
good
no
parts,
kidding.
So I was happy to see that.
No
But
kidding.
anyway, all right. Last bit of movie news before we get to the rapid fire segment here
Kombat.
is we got a new trailer for let's see, where is it? For Mortal Kombat, as a matter of fact. If you guys are interested, I know Brandon might kind of like the video game aspect of Mortal Kombat for sure.
That's cool.
Mortal Kombat 2 coming out this October, and we've got a red band trailer for it. We also had a green band release, but let's watch the R-rated version, shall we? So hide your kids, hide your wives. Let's get the blood and guts. Let's let it go. So here we go.
Okay.
It's kind of give it a second.
Yeah.
Uno mas, thanks.
You're Johnny Cage. I loved Citizen Cage when I was a kid.
Thanks, man. I appreciate it.
They should do a reboot.
Nobody wants that. Shit went out in the 90s. Johnny Cage, you have been chosen to fight.
Tell me you're not some crazy fans.
How are you doing that?
Are you coming or what?
Where the hell am I?
It's
Nice.
called Mortal Kombat. It's a fighting tournament. To the death.
Ooh.
Fuck that. This is a war for the fate of your world.
You dickhead did or what?
Hey, Kano.
Yeah.
Best part of the first
Some
film.
champion
Jade,
have transformer arms or shoot lightning bolts. This shit's got nothing to do with me.
I'm an actor.
I find you in
Rocker.
the face.
Right.
There's a war going on outside. You could run, but you can't hide forever, ever.
It's time to become the hero you were meant
Oh,
to
hell.
be. All right,
Oh,
you
God.
ugly fuck. It's showtime.
Come in.
Get over
Move
here!
someone.
Oh, yeah.
Only the strong survive.
Freeze him!
Google out.
Are
No,
you
that
kidding
wasn't
me? You
cool.
don't have any powers? Just incredibly handsome.
All right, I ain't gonna lie, that's fire right there. That's a good trailer, in my opinion. Now, the first film, a lot of people didn't care a whole lot for, especially when it comes to one particular character in the film. They tried to make a new character named Cole Young, and I'm not gonna lie. Did you see him once in this trailer?
No.
I didn't either. I think they've done what they need to do and course corrected after the first film. Well, not completely, disappointing. It has some good stuff in it, especially comes to the Scorpion Sub-Zero plot line. I think they've maybe adjusted a bit and focused on what worked and kind of what didn't work, put it more toward the back burner a little bit. In my
Don't make this movie suck.
looking forward to this sequel. What'd you think of the first film?
Don't make it suck.
It's interesting that
The
we're
games are good. Don't make it suck.
Yeah. I think it shows more promise than any Mortal Kombat movie they've done so far, based on the designs, the I don't know, the camera work, the outworld, the way it looks, all that sort of the CGI. I think it looks great. But the question is, can it live up to what it looks like in the trailer? First film had a pretty decent trailer too, and womp womp. So yeah, I think it shows potential at the very least. Now it is worth noting that Cole Young does have a character poster, so he is in this movie. But maybe it's like a Johnny Cage in the second film of the first series. Maybe Cole Young's killed in the first 5 minutes.
That's what I think is going to happen.
I don't
No.
know. You don't
he
think so?
probably becomes a different character, but I
It's
doubt
very
it.
possible. Yeah, and I can't remember if any of these characters were killed in the first film. I didn't go back and watch it, but if they are, I'm glad they're back, especially in regards to Kano. No doubt about it. But yeah, just I don't know. The character designs are really good off the chart, in my opinion. Any particular
Oh, that
storyline?
was
you're
Kung
looking forward to
Lao
seeing?
then.
Yeah, Kung Lao. Yep, Kung Lao's in
It
there.
is interesting that we're focusing on Johnny Cage because every Mortal Kombat story centers around Liu Kang.
Yeah, he's in this film as well. So
Yeah, but this
was in the
movie
first
does
one.
not seem to center around Liu Kang.
seems like it's going to center around Johnny Cage based on the trailer. Yeah. So,
Beyond.
but yeah, so that'll be Noob Saibot eventually, I'm assuming. So,
Mhm.
yeah, so with again kind of carrying that storyline over from the first film
Which
as
I
well.
believe is the first Sub-Zero.
Bihan. Well, I think he went by Bihan in that film, if I'm not mistaken.
Mhm.
Then he became Sub-Zero, and now that he died in the first film, which Sub-Zero's died many a times in the series.
But his brother is the one who takes up the new Sub-Zero mantle.
Okay. Well, like I said, I don't know how they're going to bring him back in this one. But
It's
yeah,
Noob Saibot.
the one thing I will say about the trailer is I thought the mouth on Baraka looked like the CGI wasn't completely finished yet. But that's going to be something hard to animate. You got to get that right. So, willing to say it was just in the trailer. Maybe it'll be.
What?
I think that's how his mouth is going to look.
Well, it's just when he was talking, it didn't look. It
killer.
didn't look like it moved real well. So I'm hoping they at least shore that up a little bit. But yeah, I mean, so other than that-
Shang Tsung
does cause most heart
seems
disease.
to have to be in every Mortal Kombat movie.
exactly.
Scorpion,
So
the real OG.
can't bring in Goro because that was one of my biggest complaints about the first film was when Cole Young beat him in a gas station parking lot. It's like brother. So yeah, I wasn't thrilled with that part of it. But yeah, I think the trailer looks good. You got hopes for this one? Maybe think it'll be a little better.
I hope it's better. The only character that matters in the whole movie anyway is Sub-Zero, or not Sub-Zero, Scorpion. So
Scorpion.
yeah.
Yeah, well, it's definitely and with Johnny Cage kind of coming in, you know, kind of like out of like a fish out of water type situation. Doesn't know what the hell's going on.
He
They
never
recruit him
did.
up.
He's
Right,
a
right.
movie star.
I agreed, and hopefully they'll play all that stuff like he's got no moves because he's an actor. He doesn't, it's all choreographed for him, and then he's got to put in this real fighting situation.
Oh no, he dodged them blades like he knew what he was doing.
Eric, I'll answer Mike's question.
Well, they stopped too. Oh well, yeah. We'll ask Mike. Mike said, "Anyone play the old DC versus Mortal Kombat game?"
I do. I still have it.
I did.
Mortal Kombat games are really good. My brother, I used to make fun of my brother all the time because he can't make all the way the ladder on the feat of strength.
Oh God, the feat of strength is crazy.
And let me tell you something. Me and my brother, it was a contest every Thursday night to see who was going to beat that tower.
Yeah.
And it just was a family event. My dad would get in on it, and then we would, as a family, we would all just try to spam X faster than anyone else can.
The X buttons got worn, or not X buttons. What was it? A B on the Sega.
X Y A B.
Xbox 360 controller. The A button is permanently lodged inside the controller because of the feat of strength.
Brother.
So,
I'll tell you right now, I still want to see. I don't know if they'll ever do it due to copyrights and stuff, but I would love to see in the spirit of DC versus Mortal Kombat. I want a DC versus Mortal Kombat versus Street Fighter versus Marvel game. You give me that. Maybe throw a little Ninja Turtles or some special characters in there like they do in Mortal Kombat. I'll buy that sucker in a heartbeat.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, just get all four of those franchises together. Yeah, throw a little Terminator in there occasionally, like they do in the DLCs. That'd be better than the Super Mario Smash Brothers right there. All sorts of money be dropped down on that.
Man, now I want to play Mortal Kombat.
I will tell you,
yeah,
that the Terminator in the Mortal Kombat games is kind of a letdown.
Oh, really? Well, it had promise. Let's put it that way.
Some of them are pretty good though. Some of the cameos are really good.
Right on.
I do believe I own a Mortal Kombat.
Yeah, that's exactly what Mike was like. Michael said they should do Marvel versus Mortal Kombat. What would be your favorite matchup? Well, I kind of already said that part, but the matchup, I don't know. That could be like a ton of different
Scorpion
things.
versus
My
Black
dad
Panther
had
would be
it
dope.
for the 64.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
He has Nintendo 64 Mortal Kombat.
I don't know. Batman versus Liu Kang sounds fun. But
Johnny Cage versus Batman would be hilarious.
Deadpool
versus anybody.
Yeah, Deadpool versus
Blanca versus the Hulk.
Yeah.
The Battle of the Green right there. Yeah. See, my juices are flowing. I'm ready to play this game. Let's do it. Come on, guys. Disney, whoever's got the rights to all this stuff, Warner Brothers. Let's go.
God, Disney.
Say it. To do a collab. You know what I mean? That's all I'm asking. You can do
I
Marvel
don't
versus DC the movie.
I hope it doesn't suck. They're inherently like those campy ass martial arts movies, and it sucks because like I grew up watching those crappy, poorly dubbed martial arts movies, and I still love them to this day.
Jackie
so like
Chan stuff.
These movies are inherently that bad because they're martial arts movies in general, but like I like that, and just don't fuck that part up. You know what I mean?
Exactly. I mean, you got to ride a fine line between campy and serious with these.
Yeah,
it's got to be serious when it needs to be, but also realize this is a ridiculous premise at the same time.
And just make it gory because it's Mortal Kombat. You know what I mean? Like the fatalities in that shit are so fucking brutal.
Oh yeah, and they showed a couple of those in that trailer, so
yeah.
I have faith that they're going to do that sometimes, at least a little bit in this too, no doubt about it. Mike said, "Who's your go-to fight in Mortal Kombat fighter?" His was Scorpion. Yeah, Scorpion was up there.
Everybody was Scorpion because it was so fucking cheap to hit that up. Man, I hate all y'all.
Yeah, you pull forward, uppercut. It
was If it wasn't Scorpion, it was Liu Kang because of the stupid bicycle kick.
Sub-Zero, you freeze them, uppercut. Yeah. Or leg sweep. Yeah.
And Raiden, you just did the damn full screen dive across the map.
Or you teleport behind you where you can get a cheap shot.
Yeah, teleport uppercut. I fucking hate all of you.
I wish that they would
use
do
that Raiden move on me.
They have to do those like signature moves.
Ugh.
Yeah,
they ought to put like a limit on them. Like you can only use like 3 in a match.
It's like It's like making a WWE game where Goldberg can't spear.
Well, they actually have those settings in WWE games. You can turn off the finishers or add finishers, but see, Mortal Kombat don't do that though.
Why would you play that way though?
Okay, I'll give you my answer.
Liking.
My answer would be Johnny Cage, simply because of the split punch to the balls. That was my get out of jail free card.
Well, that's cool. Yeah. Was this like a signature? He signed a card. A card for you. Yeah.
I didn't play Mortal Kombat that much because by that time I got into the whole Tekken series, so I played more Tekken than I did Mortal Kombat. And plus, like Mortal Kombat wasn't fun for me after it came off of the Sega. So like anything after Sega, I just wasn't a fan of.
Yeah, mostly to me, it was the first 2 games. Then after that, I kind of fell off on. Now, I mean, I kind of kept up with a few of the characters, but not all of them. But all these I recognize, outside of maybe.
I will say I did play Noob Saibot a lot.
Yeah.
I have a movie-related question for you, Eric, but I'll wait till the end. Okay.
Oh, we're doing another movie thing real quick, and then we'll be done with that. So go ahead.
Okay. There was a trailer that was shown during
Jurassic World,
and it's an Odyssey trailer.
Yes, comes out a year from now.
Yeah. It didn't show up very much.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they've only just started filming not too long ago, so yeah.
But it looks so damn good that I will wait for it.
It's got Tom Holland, John Bernthal, and it's called The Odyssey, directed by Christopher Nolan, who directed The Dark Knight. The funny thing about that is they've already put the IMAX tickets on sale in bigger cities for that film a year in advance, and they've all sold out already.
That doesn't surprise me because that movie looks really good.
Yeah, that movie could make $2 billion.
But it was. Do you remember the old movie Troy that came out?
It's kind of got something along that with
me that kind
Trojan
of
horse and things like that. So
it gives me that kind of vibe. And
it's going to have something to that effect. I don't know the full story on it, but yeah.
And my dad,
Christopher Nolan alone will sell that movie.
I was just curious how much you knew about it.
Not a ton, but I'll find out more over the next year because it won't come out for another year from now.
I'll let you continue the podcast.
Oh, you're fine. Last bit of movie stuff. Let's jump into the rapid fire stuff real quick, and we'll go through a few things there. All right, like I said, since we had 3 weeks off, we got a few items here that kind of dropped over the last few weeks. First thing I want to do is a quick correction from our last podcast. We discussed the Street Fighter cast, going from one fighting video game to another here. We were pretty much correct in our cast that we revealed. However, we had 2 that were wrong. The cast for M. Bison and Guile. We reported that Walter Goggins and Alan Richardson were set to play Bison and Guile respectively. However, those 2 were not officially confirmed when we talked about the rest of the cast. Now it appears that Bison will be played by David Dasmalkian, I think that's how you say his name, who portrayed the Polka Dot Man in the Suicide Squad film most recently. And he actually looks like he'd be a little bit more sinister as the big villain here. And of course, Guile, who will be officially portrayed now by Cody Rhodes, the American Nightmare from WWE, following up his appearance in this summer's The Naked Gun. He will be joining fellow WWE superstar Roman Reigns in this Street Fighter film. It'll be interesting to see what Cody Rhodes looks like with this flat top. I'm not going to lie to you. And screw that American flag thing on his arm. Keep the American flag tattoo on his neck. Just leave it there.
Yeah.
I'd be fine with it. I'd be totally fine with it. Not going to lie to you. But thoughts on Cody Rhodes?
I bet not see the Crossroads one time.
Yeah. Well, as long as
because it's like in every movie a wrestler's in, he hits his fucking finisher on somebody.
Yeah. Spear, rock bottom did it. Do you think he did it to Vin Diesel, if I'm not mistaken, in the Fast and Furious movies? I'm not sure. Yeah, everybody seems to do something. I haven't seen Cena do the AA and Peacemaker just yet, but it's coming.
No, he did it in that one Marine movie.
Oh, okay. You're right. Okay. I got
AA to do through a table, and I was like, really?
No shot. But yeah, the 50 Cent, Jason Momoa led movie is still on track. Looks like obviously all of the other cast members were completely accurate.
I cannot wait to see
Momoa,
this version of Akuma.
Oh, okay.
And I can't wait to see Jason Momoa pull off Blanca. Again, in that Minecraft movie, Jason Momoa stole every fucking scene he was in. Mm-hmm. He made it hilarious.
It's what he did in Fast 10 too. That movie he steals it.
Yeah. I'll watch it for that part.
Yeah, you'll like him in it. I guarantee you.
As Blanca, because The only rendition we have of Blanca in the first one, he was a skinny scientist or some shit, and then something went wrong or whatever.
Yeah,
And they
something like that.
all they did was like they could have went like the Incredible Hulk route from the TV series.
They may do that actually if he's a skinny scientist. Yeah.
And no, they could just do what they did for that one fucking Super Bowl commercial where he took all his muscles off and he was super skinny.
Oh yeah, I guess you could like a Chris Evans and Captain America 1 type thing.
Yeah,
you can do that.
It's so weird. It's so fucking weird. But anyway, I'm interested to see how that if they're gonna have that part in there. You know, where we get to see him transform into Blanca, or he's already Blanca by that time.
Yeah.
But I'm interested to see him play that role.
Well, hell, he's the whole reason I'm interested. Well, I mean, I'm still interested in Supergirl next year, but him playing Lobo in that movie next year,
that's gonna be dope.
That right? I've already heard it's like he's doing a great job, or iconic is I think the word I heard. So it's going to be interesting to see what he does with it.
He has been, and I liked him in the Aquaman movies too.
Yeah, that's just not Aquaman. That's bro Aquaman. You know, it's like Aquaman will be done differently in the DCU. I have no doubt. My man. That sort of thing. But
so I can't wait to see him in this role.
Yeah, I hope this is good.
One, I do think he does fit in Bison way better.
A little better than Walter Goggins did. Yeah, I agree with that. And it's be interesting to see
Even the Vega actor. It's got me interested. And 50 Cent is as Balrog. I can't wait for that shit.
Yeah, the only character I'm not aware of in this is Akuma and Dan Hibiki or whatever that character is.
Yeah.
Must be some newer characters I'm not aware of. But
no, Akuma is not a newer character.
Well, to me, he is. Again, remember, I only really played Street Fighter a great deal like when the old SNES. So we're talking early 90s.
He has like deep attachments to Ryu.
Okay. Well, that makes some sense. I can see that just on the character design alone. So, yeah, I mean, but that's what the movie's for. It'll explain all that to me that I need to know. So I'm looking forward to it. And in a way, it also is good. So I don't have a preconceived idea going into the film. So it'll hopefully explain it to me, no doubt about it. Also, I wanted to get Matt's perspective on this. There is heavy rumors, so take it with a grain of salt right now. But Obi-Wan Season 2 is reportedly now in the works at Lucasfilm and Disney Plus.
Really?
You nailed that, Ace Ventura. I ain't gonna lie, that was great.
Really?
Really? I'll say this: I'm totally down for this. I love Ewan McGregor in the role, but I don't need to see Reva or Darth Vader again in this season, because otherwise you start stepping on the moment they meet again at the Death Star in Episode 4. If you do that even further, but yeah, outside of that, I'm more. If you got a story, bring it on. I love Ewan as a character, no doubt about it.
I would love to see Obi-Wan versus the Grand Inquisitor.
Yeah, which you could still do, I guess, to some respect. You can't.
Sure.
Is this going to be like more of an telling of Obi-Wan story then?
Yeah, like his time on Tatooine between episodes 3 and 4. I assume. I don't know where else you could put the storyline because he dies in 4. Anakin's kind of got the actor for that's kind of got a role. And well, yeah, spoiler alert for almost a 50-year-old movie at this point. But and then Anakin or Hayden Christensen's got a role possibly in the Ahsoka Season 2 as a Force Ghost type thing. So he's covered. I don't think we need to see Vader again. They kind of even set it up at the end of the first season that the Emperor wanted him to move on. So we don't need to do that again. Reva, the character didn't work for me. They tried to turn her good in the last one. I just don't need to see her again personally. Move on from that. That story is pretty well told, in my opinion. So
I like the other Inquisitors, though.
Yeah, I mean,
they need to elaborate more on the Inquisitors.
They did, and it's a little show called Star Wars Rebels.
No,
you mean in live action? I get it, but you can't do a lot with those characters because their fate is decided in that show. So, you know what I'm saying?
Ezra Bridger's storyline does not interest me, Eric.
Yeah, and you can't do Darth Maul because at this point, Darth Maul has no idea Obi-Wan is still around.
Let me tell you something. Ezra Bridger's storyline died for me when Thrawn showed up.
Well, no, Ezra Bridger's story is going to get even better. Ezra Bridger's story with Thrawn is probably going to continue. I hate to say it. So. I think it'll be great. I love that storyline. It's fine. I got no problem with the Ahsoka stuff they're doing. So if it leads to Thrawn trilogy, I'm 1,000% down. Especially if you bring in the OG characters. Oh yeah, that'll be great. That'll be like the sequel trilogy as it should have been if they do it the correct way. But that's just my opinion.
I'm not going to get into that debate.
But take the Obi-Wan thing as a grain of salt. Also, Disney is discussing potentially rebooting the Indiana Jones franchise after a cool-down period following Dial of Destiny, which is now 2 years old since the last Harrison Ford version hit the big screen. So, would you be interested in a rebooted Indiana Jones, kind of like James Bond, where a new actor comes in?
Yes,
takes over the
if
role.
only one character played Indiana Jones.
Who's that?
That is Christopher Pratt.
That's who I want to. That's been rumored since before the last Harrison Ford version.
I would pay money to go see Christopher Pratt in an Indiana Jones movie.
So
You would have to.
Yeah. Yeah, that's
No, I
generally
would
the way it
not.
works.
You literally would have to.
That's generally the way that works. But
Brandon.
He
So-
said that shit, and my brain was like, "No fucking way."
yeah.
I will see it without paying.
Set this in the late 1930s and early 40s during the Nazis, and you've got gold. That is where Indiana Jones
Sure.
thrives the best. So
Yeah.
yes, absolutely. If Chris Pratt does it, I'm down. I'm sure there's some other actors who can, pull off the look and all that. But I think Chris Pratt right now he's still got Star-Lord a little bit. He'll probably end up in a role in DC somewhere with his relationship to James Gunn. So he very well
You
could still have
you
a lot
can
of
make
stuff.
Indiana Jones movies till the cows come home.
Listen,
yeah,
as
if
long as
done
it's
well.
not, as long as it's not Green Lantern, then fine.
Green Lantern.
Yeah, he's not going to be Hal Jordan, so don't worry.
Yeah.
Hal Jordan's already cast, so you're good there.
Green Lantern's already dead.
Speaking of Chris Pratt, he's getting a sequel to his Garfield animated film. It is
Hey,
now
that
in the
movie
works.
was good.
Yeah, you like that one? Okay, I never did finish it, but maybe if I give it another chance, I'd be okay.
Yeah,
with
me
it.
and
But
Miranda watched it. It was
Yeah.
good.
with the kids.
Well,
what the
me,
kids
Miranda,
think.
and Naya watched it. It was good.
right. That's not bad. But he is apparently getting at the. Apparently, he made the announcement on one of his social medias. He had a bunch of pizza boxes. He opened it up, and the pizza said Garfield 2 on it. So that's really cool. So good. I'm surprised it wasn't like a box of lasagna though. That would have made more
Hey,
sense.
Garfield is a connoisseur of food in general.
Exactly. That is true.
Especially
too.
lasagna.
And I think the beginning of the first film, he did want the pizza that John.
Yeah, he
fed
ordered
him 'cause
pizza.
of-
Man, that movie was. It was actually really good, man.
Yeah,
It
heartfelt
tugged at the
too, so.
heartstrings. It was a good movie.
We'll get to your other one here in just a second, Mike. But Mike says, serious question. You guys are more movie knowledgeable than me. Has Harrison Ford ever played a bad guy or a villain?
Yes.
It depends on your interpretation.
I'm gonna say Red Hulk.
No.
Yeah.
'cause
Yeah.
again,
Hold
Hold on.
Okay.
Hold on.
Okay. But even then, had kind of had an alternate, like a redemption arc to it. But anyhow.
He wasn't inherently bad. He made a decision that was morally or whatever you want to call it, but like he had good intentions.
Okay. I have to.
In what? Red Hulk? You mean?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Not to. I mean, this movie's been out since the beginning of the year, but yeah. I mean, they had a bit of a storyline in there to kind of redeem himself with his daughter. So yeah, he was trying to turn over a new leaf. But yeah, throughout the entire MCU, that character has been pretty much a villain for the most part.
Only to the Hulk.
That's well, he kind of forced the Avengers to sign the Sokovia Accords and all that sort of stuff. But yeah, I mean, he was just a government guy, that sort of thing. You know how the governments are shady. But anyway, that's the only one that comes to my mind, though, off the top of my head. So I'll have to look into that one, Mike. If I come up with one,
Is it The Fugitive he was in?
Yeah, but he was framed in that movie. So, I mean, he was on the run, but he was still, he didn't do it. So
He still killed people.
No, he didn't. Yeah, hey, he went out of his way in that movie to help people because he was a doctor.
Yeah.
So I don't know. But no, I don't know what movie you're watching.
That's a different. It's a different fucking movie.
Different movie. But I'll look into that though. That's a good question. I can't really think of one outside of Red Hulk. And that one he only did because William Hurt passed away, who was friends with in real life. So he was taking over the role for him. So yeah. We also got news apparently that National Treasure 3 is potentially in the works at Disney, which this movie has been rumored to be happening for a long time since the sequel came out. And we always wondered what was on the presidential page 47, ironically enough, for what was going to maybe be and apparently they're looking for the Epstein files.
It's Epstein files, damn it.
It probably says Obama's going to jail for treason.
And he's got the hard drive on him too.
Exactly. We're going to talk
Yeah.
about both of which here in just a little bit. But yeah, it's ironic that the page number, I didn't realize until I looked it up. The page number in the presidential book in the second film was page 47 that had the cliffhanger of what the president wanted Nicolas Cage's character to look for in the third film. So how weird would that be if it was the Epstein files? Because it's on page 47. But anyway, but yeah, it's just, I don't know. We'll see if this movie ends up happening. I know Nicolas Cage has not been very enthusiastic of us seeing it ever getting made with him getting older and all that sort of stuff. But I'd still pay to watch it. If you got him still in something else like the Declaration of Independence, it's intriguing movies, if you ask me. So I like those first two films. But
I don't
what about you
think
guys?
I've watched. I think I watched
First
the
first two are great. I like both of them. They're both
I
well
think I've only
done.
watched the first one. I don't think I've ever seen the second one.
So first one's probably the best one, but
The
I
second
still
one
like.
was good too.
Yeah, the second one was good too, especially with the presidential book stuff.
I like National Treasure movies. They're good. I'm glad they're making more.
Let's
It's
hope
like
so.
the National Treasure is like the spy version of Indiana Jones.
Kinda. It's just like Freemason stuff more than it is like
Mhm.
archaeological digs and things like. I mean, there's a little bit of that in there too, but yeah. I mean, I
It's
love these
American.
ones.
It's American history.
Yeah, exactly. Which I kind of like because of that sort of stuff too that they put in there. The paper, The Office spinoff, is officially debuting on Peacock on September 4th. So those of you who are big fans of The Office, I know The Office is like one of the biggest comedies out there. Just thought I'd mention that out there real quick. I'm interested to see how this goes. We'll give it a shot, but if it doesn't,
I'm not holding my breath for this.
yeah,
one.
it may or may not live up to the hype. We'll have to wait and see. We also got our first look at the new Harry Potter. I think the kid's name's Dominic McLaughlin.
Yep.
He's dressed up as the iconic.
weird.
He looks the part, man. I'm not gonna lie to you.
I hated on this for weeks,
Mhm.
but he looks like a Harry Potter.
Mhm.
So
Like-
I'm gonna give it a chance.
It's weird.
It's better than this.
Well, you
which,
can't cast Daniel
Anyway.
Radcliffe his entire life as Harry
well,
Potter.
no, those characters
No,
and actors
but,
are gonna
like,
move on. A lot of them passed
The
away.
fact that
the old
like,
ones.
if you were to tell me that was Daniel Radcliffe,
As a kid, he looks pretty
yeah,
close.
I'd be like, I believe you.
Yeah.
So I mean, they also put out an image of Nick Frost as Hagrid, but I don't have it pulled up here. So if you want to check it out, it's out there as well.
And
but
he looks good.
yeah,
He
and as
looks good as
the
Hagrid.
reports are, this will now be debuting on HBO Max in 2027, not 2026. They're going to film the first 2 seasons back to back, 6 episodes apiece, which will mean probably about a good 6 hour per season. Which means each season, if they stick to that formula, will be about 6 hours per book. And I want to say
I just
that,
hope people focus on the acting. I
yeah.
hope that they don't focus on the racially motivated aspect of the
well,
series.
the only one that really has bugged me is possibly the casting of Snape. But if the
He
actor's
may
as
be
good
a
as they
good
say,
Snape.
and
You
he may
don't
be
know.
great, we'll have to wait and see. But
He may be a good Snape.
if that's the case, I got no problem with it. But and not only that, the first 2 books in the series are the shorter books in the series, so only 6 episodes. If they end up expanding the later seasons to 10 or something like that, that'll be just fine. So they'll be able to still kind of tell more stuff that the movies weren't able to get to. So I think that's going to be great. So
Yes.
looking forward to it. Looks good so far from everything I've seen. So the kid
Right.
definitely looks the part.
Keep
Oh,
moving on.
Apparently, Nintendo has revealed they are also working on more films, TV projects beyond Super Mario Brothers 2 or Super Mario World and the live-action Zelda movie. So we've got more Nintendo, including they have officially copyrighted.
I was just about to say that.
They've officially copyrighted a Donkey Kong movie to be registered by Universal. So that seems to be happening, probably with Seth Rogen to return as well. And also kind of coincides with the release of Donkey Kong Bonanza, which just came out for the Switch 2 this last
I
week
was
as
just
well.
about to say that.
So
Man,
that's
I tell you what, we just need to start going to the movie business because these things are popping up like flies.
well, again, we've got 3 weeks. We're kind of jamming in here real quick, but yes. Speaking of Nintendo, we've now have the cast for the 2 leads in the live-action Zelda film coming out, Legends of Zelda. We have Zelda will be played by Bo Bragason. This is kind of making some news just because originally it was rumored that this role of Zelda was going to be played by a transgender woman. They thought better of that, and they went with a full-blown female. So good for them for letting cooler heads prevail, in my opinion. But now all the trans activists are mad that they didn't cast a trans woman. So sorry
Good.
about you. I think this is the best way to do it so to kind of get the controversy off of this film, in my personal opinion.
Now the film will actually make money.
Yeah, and I think she actually, you make her hair up and all this sort of stuff like Zelda. I think she looks the part as well. And we know who will be playing Link as well. Benjamin Evan Ainsworth has been cast as Link, and he's kind of got that young Tom Holland look-ish to him, if you ask me. But definitely kind of on the younger side there for the character too. So I think this could actually work based on who they cast. What are your thoughts on these two as video gamers yourself?
They look good.
Yeah.
We had this discussion about the Legend of Zelda on the way to work one night, and it was always funny to us that like you played as Link through the whole fucking game, but the game was called Legend of Zelda.
I know, right?
And I was like, didn't Link have a game? He did, but it was, and the thing was, you didn't see Zelda through the whole fucking game.
No.
So
I'm sure
you
she'll
went
have
through
a
this
little more
game
room.
thinking that the guy you were playing was named Zelda, and it's about a princess that you never fucking see in the game.
Well, it's kind of like when Peach, for the Mario Brothers now in the animated Mario Brothers, she was in that movie a lot more. The old games, you had to rescue her. I'm sure, Zelda was kind of similar. So it's kind of like, do they have Zelda helping Link throughout his, journey here? I don't know if you go that route in this or not.
If
but
you do like a never-ending story and have the princess give Atreyu this quest or whatever.
Right. Yeah, you could do that. Yeah, that'd be okay. So yeah, good to see that. And that movie will be coming out in 2027 as well, I believe. I'm not mistaken. I think it took one of the Avengers' old spots. So yeah. Kevin Smith says that they're having conversations about a Grown Ups 3. Anybody care about that at all?
Too, the funniest part where it was like, I want to get chocolate wasted. That shit took me out.
Yeah, it was funny. But I mean, the first film was
Not
all
really.
right. This feels like Adam Sandler and his friends want to go on another vacation holiday and they want to take a camera along to film a movie. That's what it feels like to me.
Pretty much.
Yeah, so there is that. And I think that was all there is. Nope, one more thing. The Spider-Man Beyond the Spider-Verse has been delayed again. However, it's only been delayed 3 weeks. So the movie will come out instead of June 4th, 2027. It'll be out now at the end of June of 2027 on the 25th. The delay was so that the movie could debut alongside schools being closed in the United States to hopefully get more kids to go see the movie. So that does make some sense.
That's smart.
So in a way, yeah, especially if you're going to wait this long, you don't need to be delaying this again.
I cannot wait to see where they pick up from where they left off. That cliffhanger was crazy.
They're saying they're going to pick up right there. There will be no time missed. It'll be right from that spot. So that's what I've been hearing. So yeah,
that cliffhanger was crazy.
Crazy count. But yeah, very good movie. Hopefully the third. I'm willing to wait for it as long as it's as good as the first two. That's all I'll say. A couple chats here from Mike here. I'll get to that one. There was only one Potter that was magic on my television, and that was Sherman Potter, Harry Morgan on MASH.
Okay.
God damn, you're old.
You're dating yourself.
Scared captain there.
So yeah.
When did that debut? In the 1930s?
No, not that old. Let's not get crazy,
down,
brother. Then he also said Thanos versus Vader. Who wins?
Vader.
Yeah.
With or without the gauntlet?
Yeah.
Probably with, I'm assuming. Everything at their disposal.
Even without the gauntlet.
The Force versus the gauntlet, though, man. That's, I don't know. Did you take that lightsaber? You just like chop off the gauntlet and be done with it. Go for the head, Vader.
But you have to catch him, though.
You go for the gauntlet, you go for the head.
He can bend time and space.
Bend time and space. Yeah. So yeah, there you go.
The gauntlet is different.
Yeah.
Yeah, the gauntlet's different. He could change fucking reality. That lightsaber could be shooting out water 1 second. Like, you know what I mean? Like, he could do anything he wanted with the gauntlet. Yeah. Plus, he's already insanely fucking strong. He pieced up the Hulk like it was no problem.
Yeah, you ought to check and see if they did anything on YouTube like that, because I know they've done like Batman versus Darth Vader and things like that. You ought to check and see if they got a Vader versus Thanos battle.
Like comic.
Yeah, comics probably done it. I'm sure it's been done somewhere. I promise you. I know he's asking our opinion, but at the same time, there used to be a channel where like literally they take characters like that and animate fights.
Bat in the Sun.
Bat and Sun.
The name of the channel. Bat in the Sun.
Like Robert Pattinson. I see what you're doing.
No,
Mike said my brother who was born in the 60s recorded every episode of MASH on VHS in reruns. How he discovered the show, Mike himself. So yeah, I know my dad liked MASH. Yeah, I mean it's not a bad show. It's just it's a little before Matt's time for sure. Mike was in kindergarten when the finale aired. So wow, that's definitely
Jesus Christ.
That's hard to say. But yeah, no doubt about it. So, all right. Well, we got a little bit of sports news real quick before we hit the politics section. So,
I seen some shit about some sport. Yeah.
Okay. Well, if I don't cover it, maybe you can. So here we go. Well, us here on this channel, we have two teams in particular that we like to follow, or at least I have one, and then at least one member down there on the bottom left likes
And then Matt has like 50.
that this week.
Yeah.
One of her boys on the Pittsburgh Steelers, TJ Watt, officially signed a 3-year contract extension, $123 million and $108 million fully guaranteed at signing. This was one of those holdout situations that the Steelers definitely needed to get done, and good for them for getting it done here. So I believe this makes him the highest paid non-quarterback in the NFL. So thoughts on TJ Watt getting bank? Let's put it this way.
Bank is an understatement. TJ Watt.
Or as this post put it, Rich is so yeah. Yeah. A lot of people were saying maybe he kind of fell off a little last year. I don't know if I agree with that.
Oh,
But,
Bullshit. You look at his numbers. He was still the high. He was no.
No, you don't
If
agree
you
with that?
ask
I'm not
me,
sure I agree
That
with it either.
statement is bullshit.
If you ask me, TJ Watt is finally getting paid what he's owed. He's been the backbone of the Pittsburgh Steelers ever since they lost what made the Pittsburgh Steelers the Pittsburgh Steelers. You get what I'm saying? Like, TJ Watt has been the backbone of that fucking team.
It's Troy Polamalu left, and
Yeah.
that's been a while, but
And my idea of it is like he is finally getting paid the money he deserves to be paid. If you look at his stats comparative to the guy who won the Defensive Player of the Year, he beat him in all of them. But because the Steelers didn't do that well, it's not like the Browns did fucking awesome either, but
yeah.
still.
But you can argue he is the heart and soul of this defense.
For sure.
No doubt about it. I mean, you go out and get DK Metcalf, you get Aaron Rodgers, you pay this man, you get some of those Ohio State draftees that you guys got coming up as well. Yeah, I mean, the Steelers, I'm interested to see what they do this year.
I
Just
keep
considering the
forgetting
AFC.
that they have the number one, like one of the top defensive players in college football on their team, and the best quarterback out of the last year, obviously, on their team now.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, brother, I'm gonna slip into that bush in a Colts fan.
Man, if you start swinging a terrible towel, don't come back. So I'll say, don't. I mean, no, I'm just playing. You can do what you want. Yeah, I'm just going to be like, man, I'm happy for Pittsburgh, but can we get a little of that cheddar? You know what I mean? Like,
damn. No, I think he's getting paid what he deserves, though. Seriously.
Let me tell you something.
I
you look at Pittsburgh's defense, I'm sorry to interrupt you, Brandon. When you look at Pittsburgh's defense and you're an offensive coordinator, what in the hell are you thinking?
But like Pittsburgh, I feel like has always had that guy on the team. Well, can't say guy. Those guys on the team that those offensive coordinators would specifically sit down and go, we got to plan against this player, this player. This. You can't tell me they didn't do that against Troy.
oh, yeah.
It didn't help them, but they tried.
Yeah. There's been times I've seen TJ double covered and they've stopped him, but it's not always working. You know what I mean?
No. There's sometimes that he's double covered. He dogs walk both of those guys to get to where he's going.
And even if you do cover him and it works, you're opening up something else,
Yeah, which is equally as terrible on the other side of him. So, like, it's him you have to – that's what I'm saying. It's not only him you have to worry about on that defense, but he is the reason why you have to worry about other players on that defense. So, like, TJ getting the money and the contract that he's getting and him holding out, brilliant on his part. I honestly felt like Pittsburgh was going to give him up, and I'm like, this will be one of the dumbest decisions, in my opinion, that you could make to give him away to somebody else, and then he's going to turn that anger and frustration on to you. Like, you realize that. Like, if you don't think he wouldn't make it his personal mission to destroy whatever quarterback that you had if he was across from him in that game, especially if it's in Acrisure, come on now. Like,
see, I was never worried about TJ Watt leaving the Pittsburgh Steelers. I just felt like they were going to.
I was at one point
done before. I just had this feeling that they were not going to let that man walk out the door. I mean, as you said, that would be utterly stupid.
If he left Pittsburgh, he would go to San Francisco.
Well, anybody would be lining up to get this.
Anybody
man.
would have taken him.
Even if he was half of what he has been, they were going to line up to get him. So I think the Steelers knew that. I think they probably just wanted to get the right price or as best as they could. He was going to demand a chunk of change no matter what happened.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, I'm glad they got this worked out before training camp when everybody goes into training camp, I think, starting next week. Before we move on to the next part of this, though, Mike wanted to ask a question to Matt. He said, for our baseball specialist, what is your opinion on the swing off? I think it was called to decide the All-Star game, and would you want to see it as part of all games?
That's a good question. As
It's
a
all
Yankees fan, absolutely, I'd love to have the swing off because the player on our team has hit over 60 home runs and holds the American League record right now for most home runs hit in a single season. So I would love the swing off to be implemented in the game.
So is this like a home run derby type thing?
Okay.
Yeah, swing off.
Say, for instance, like what they do is that they take a pitcher out on the mound. Each team selects a player at random. And what they do is they send them out on the field, and whichever player hits more home runs than the other player wins the game.
So if it comes down to like a tie or something, and
yes.
So it kind of sounds like a shootout when hockey.
I personally, I didn't hate it. I hate California rule baseball. California rule baseball is what they're doing right now, which is when they put a runner on second base, and then what they do is they do it until that runner scores, and the other runner on the other team does not score.
Okay, I got you. All right.
Then that's how they decide overtime games, which is okay, and it works.
I think I'd rather just do the home run thing. Who can hit?
I think that's more entertaining.
I would rather do that. That's just me. But I mean, if nobody hits home runs, though, then what happens? I'm assuming somebody probably would crack one.
They do it until somebody hits one out.
Oh, you could be there all night. If that's the case.
So somebody hits one out ahead of the other person.
It's probably not the best pitcher they got in the bullpen either.
It's like Brandon. It's like home run derby style. It's an old truck going in the ball.
Yeah.
Oh, so it's just an easy
eventually,
lob.
Eventually one of
those.
Oh yeah,
someone's nailing one. Yeah, it may be the first pitch. Okay, well in that case, I mean, it could be worse. I've seen worse sudden death rules. Back to the NFL.
Anyway, Miranda, what did you think about the whole thing with T?
Okay, we didn't even ask her. Yeah,
she left.
Oh well, we'll get her opinion. Goes back because
all right, go ahead.
Let's talk about Anthony Richardson.
As for our sad state of affairs here in Indianapolis,
this is what I was fucking talking about.
Anthony Richardson apparently is believed to be fully recovered from his recent right shoulder setback, according to Stephen Holder in Indianapolis. So let the Anthony Richardson revenge tour possibly begin here. Now, I was talking to a couple guys at work, including Nate. I think Maddie maybe overheard this conversation. My concern is this is a make or break year for Anthony Richardson, and he's going to hopefully go into this season healthy, and they'll probably give him the starting role. I would assume they at least give him the chance before they go to Daniel Indiana Jones next. But my concern is he's going to get like 8 or 9 games through, and he's going to be completely healthy. He's going to be everything we hope for. He'll have like 3+ touchdowns a game, looking outstanding like the guy we drafted. His mechanics are better after working out with Josh Allen's mechanics coach, and then he'll pop something. That's my concern. To me, not only does he have to prove it on the field with his, stats and everything, he also has to prove it on the injury report. So he almost has to stay healthy for a year, 2, 3 years straight before we really start to have confidence he's going to be able to be reliable.
Yeah. His career might be over as it is now.
And I hate to say that. I hope that's not the case. But like I said, I hope they at least give him the chance. Yeah, go ahead, Brett.
Don't feel like Indy should get rid of him because I promise you.
Not until you know.
Yeah.
If Daniel Jones gets out there and does, I don't know.
Nothing.
If he has like the games, you know how it starts off. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
He gets 1, 2, 3 weeks, and it's like, yo, this motherfucker's pretty good. And then all of a sudden, he's not.
I don't think they cut Anthony Richardson to the end of the season.
I think Indianapolis already has their new quarterback.
Oh, you're talking about the kid from Notre Dame?
And I think he is sitting on the Texas Longhorns roster.
Well, the Colts would have to tank this year and be really bad.
Brandon.
If he even comes out next year.
Daniel Jones.
But yes, but here's the thing I've been saying about Daniel Jones. And
If
people
they
are,
don't go 0-14,
Matt,
then they should throw food on the field.
Matt, here's the problem with everybody dogging Daniel Jones, okay? Saquon Barkley was pretty good with the Giants, but what happened when he left?
He's good.
The Giants, outside of Malik Neighbors last year, can you name me one receiver, not named Odell Beckham, who I believe was probably gone before Daniel Jones got there, that Daniel Jones had to throw to? One
wide receiver.
You could probably name one because we were in fantasy, but that's of note.
What was his name?
Malik Neighbors.
Malik
no,
Neighbors.
I'm not talking about last year. He only had him for 1 year.
There's another wide receiver that was on the Giants.
And he had him last year without Saquon Barkley on the field.
He was halfway decent. I cannot think of his name now.
You're proving my point. You can't off the top of your head right there.
Yeah.
So he's coming into a situation where he has Michael Pittman. He has Tyler Warren, who just got drafted. He has Josh Downs. He has Alec Pierce. He has Adonai Mitchell. He has Jonathan Taylor. He's got options that he did not have before. I'm not saying he's going to be the next coming of Peyton Manning or anything of that sort. Not even close. But I'm just saying he could be a better quarterback than Anthony Richardson right now on this roster. We'll just have to wait and see. But I hope they at least give Anthony the choice or the opportunity to show what he's got. But if we're a month in and the Colts are 0-4 or 1-3 or 2-2, 2-2 maybe not, but 1-3, 0-4, you're going to hear some Indiana Jones chants. So
they go 0-2. They're going to be hearing some Chris Ballard chants.
Well, yeah. Ballard will be definitely on the hot seat. But 0-2, you might hear Indiana Jones chants too. So
did you ever see like the beginning of Van Helsing? When it's like all the people with the pitchforks and they're going after the monster. That's what the people of Indianapolis are going to be doing after Chris Ballard.
Oh yeah, well, it's probably been a few years coming if it doesn't work out this year. But I like what he did this year. I'm not going to lie to you so far, but we'll have to see how it all plays out on the field.
And let me tell you something. Tyler Warren, he's going to be a good player.
I hope so.
He's going to be a good player. That kid is he's a unicorn.
Either quarterback has no excuse after this season.
No.
Based on the weapons, as long as they can all stay healthy, they have no excuse.
Brandon, did you watch film on Tyler Warren at all?
No.
That's
I mean, have you ever seen? Just take a minute of your time and watch it, because you know this, being an Ohio State fan, that Penn State is a pain in the ass without a good player.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
And Tyler Warren was one of those players that just goes down the field and he's always open. He's open no matter what.
If neither quarterback can get the ball to him, it doesn't matter how good Tyler Warren is. And I'm not trying to get my hopes all on Daniel Jones, because we've had a pretty good sample size, and I get what you're saying. He was in New York and he didn't have, but his ability shouldn't matter in that aspect. It's if I can get the ball there, it's you not catching it. You get what I'm saying?
Miranda looks like she wants to say something. I wanted her to jump in.
Yeah, I want to hear what Miranda
She clearly is chomping at the bit.
Yeah. Brandon, you sounded so much happier when you were talking about Pittsburgh.
Well, before we move on too much, I want to get your thoughts on this, Miranda. We kind of moved on without getting your thoughts on TJ Watt. I feel like you're the Steeler fan here. You know?
Yeah, and I love TJ, and I'm glad he's on my team. I mean, if they're willing to pay him that much,
yeah,
I hope he earns his money this year.
I don't think you got to worry about that part of it. It's just
stay healthy, buddy, and do your job.
Yeah.
Yeah. Aside from that, him getting hurt, hell, he wanted to finish out when they were in the play. They thought they had a chance to make it to the playoffs. He was going to play hurt that one game, and he had to sit out.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And don't do stupid stuff like that.
Yeah.
Mike said in the chat, I don't know who's going to jinx the Colts more here, Matt or Eric. Battle of the Great White Jinx title.
That's why I'm trying to avoid this whole thing.
I'm not. See,
either one can be shit. We have a better sample size of Daniel Jones's football career, but his ability to throw the ball and to read defenses it doesn't matter who he's throwing it to if that person can't catch any damn way, right?
I agree.
So like,
Agreed.
if it's him or if it's his receivers, in New York, it's hard to tell. But if you give him these weapons and he still plays like he did in New York,
oh, it's him then. Yeah, I fully agree with you. And don't get me wrong, Mike. I'm not saying they're going to the Super Bowl or they're going to have a winning season. I'm just trying to say there may be reasons why Daniel Jones was bad in New York. Just like, I mean, Saquon was good, but again, Saquon didn't even have a lot of help. You give him an offense around him like they did last year. Look what Saquon did.
yeah.
You know, they.
But Saquon was doing that shit with that offense in New York.
Yeah. Well, he was even better with Philly, but I got a feeling Hill won't be as explosive this year because they ran him so hard last year. They're going to have to get more of a passing attack in Philly. He'll still be good, don't be wrong, but they're going to have to kind of compensate. Otherwise, they're going to run Saquon into the ground, and that didn't go so well with the Giants. But yeah, before we move on to politics, though, I thought we'd at least maybe at least touch on a little bit. We are now less than 50 days away until the NFL kickoff now. And I thought, we're still a few weeks out in our league, but fantasy draft's coming up at the end of August. Here's the top 12 ranked players for fantasy football. Thoughts on these players? Who you gonna keep in your keepers? No, I'm not saying you have to tell me that just yet. But we do know Mike is keeping Josh Allen, and of course, who was the other one? Oh, Aaron.
Who has Malik Neighbors? Is it me?
I believe that's you. I believe that's
you.
I don't know what round you'd have to give up for him, but yeah, and he's not on this list right there. Yeah, he is. Yeah, he is.
If I decide to keep number 11, that's a first round pick for me, by the way.
Malik might be a first. Well, I don't know. I'd have to look, but
no, Malik isn't because I'm on.
Well, if you keep both of those, I hate you. If you keep both of them,
I'm just letting you guys know that I do not have a player inside the top 5.
I don't either.
Wow,
big shocker.
Well, that's what happens when you and I don't make the playoffs. So Brandon didn't either.
I didn't either, even with Malik Neighbors and St. Brown.
Yeah, the faceless dragon down there made the championship game, but did not win. He did win half the money though, because they made a little friendly wager.
Who the fuck is Ashton Genty on their team?
Nobody. He's a rookie.
He's he's the running back.
Oh yeah, right. Yeah, my bad. I forgot.
Yeah.
How is McCaffrey still on there? Like, isn't he hurt every year?
He wasn't until
we're wondering that myself.
Before last, and now he's starting to show a little more. Now they still got him ranked so high just because the position's kind of weak. But to kind of put a finer point on that, here is the running backs.
Why is I was about to say, why is Jonathan Taylor's name not up there?
Why is he 3?
Because again, Jahmyr Gibbs probably has the same level. Genty, we'll have to wait and see. But everybody else beyond that, if Christian McCaffrey is healthy, that's the big if. He's top 3. He is, but he would be 1 had he not been hurt the last 2 years.
My boy Gibby.
It's a lot of this is due to, again, the position. There's a couple positions this year I think are going to be very weak, and that's running back, which is always hard to find.
The Lions are going to come
and
back.
then
Josh Jacobs too.
I don't know. We'll have to look. But quarterback's always usually pretty deep. This year, I don't think quarterback is. Josh Allen's being kept by Mike. Lamar Jackson, Aaron, the faceless dragon's keeping. Miranda's got Jalen Hurts. We'll see. But we know Nate's keeping Jaden Daniels. He's not officially said yet.
For sure.
But there's the top 4 possibly all gone. And Mahomes has backtracked a bit. Now, he may rebound with some of his receivers getting more
experience. He's going to stay right where
Burrow, but after that, it gets shaky. I mean,
not really shaky.
I mean, Baker was great.
Baker had a great,
but can he
was really getting in there.
But again, those questions are like, can they continue that? We've only seen it for like a year or 2 tops, and Bo was a rookie last year. But after that, man,
well, it's been like the last couple years with Baker.
Bo will be good this year.
So that's kind of light. Now, when it comes to receiver and tight end, it's not too bad. Receiver's pretty decent, but the top 10 there, obviously. I got one of those guys, but that's about as good as that goes. So, yeah, I mean, that could be okay. And tight end, I believe tight end for once is pretty deep this year. Usually tight end is like a dumpster fire, but
you got 2 of those motherfuckers too.
I know you got Laporta. Who else you got?
How did you do so bad last year, Braden?
Because he sucks.
Yeah. You talking about you got the top guys, but I guess whether they missed.
How'd you finish beneath me?
Yeah. Brock Bowers last year. Now, I think everybody was sniffing around Brock Bowers in the draft last year. Yep. And Bob come in there and stole him in a pretty late round value, and now it's going to be a top pick possibly. So yeah, it's just that
Yeah,
draft.
did you have Kincaid?
I thought you had Kincaid.
I had Kincaid.
Yeah. All the rookies coming in, all that stuff too. So yeah, this is what we got to look
Oh,
forward
Brandon
to.
had Kelsey.
Yeah, he's look how the mighty have fallen to number 7. Still not terrible, I guess.
She
But
used to go with Njoku.
Been on that list.
and Joku to me has never really lived up to the hype. That's just because the TV's on mostly. But
I think that's his issue is his team. But he is a diehard.
it's like Evan Ingram, but now that he's going to the Broncos with a decent quarterback, who knows? So yeah, I mean, and Hawkins is coming off a big injury, so yeah, but yeah, it's going to be pretty deep for sure. But yeah, we're about what is it, about 5 weeks away or so to the draft or whatnot, so it's not too far off. So yeah, just kind of be thinking about.
Now I gotta figure out if I'm gonna keep either wide receiver or if I'm gonna keep one over the other. Man,
I know. Fun times, man. It's coming up. I know every time I mention Cincinnati, he's like, "Oh, I ain't ready for this." I'm like, "Man, it's coming up for him quite faster than you know." Because yeah, it's kind
I
of stuck
said
up
I
on me
was going to
too.
use auto pick.
Hey, you made the playoffs last year. 3 out of the 4 of us here, or 5 of us here, did not. So yeah, and she still holds with Nate that awesome record of every time they've played, Matt's not won a championship. So let's keep that rolling. Let's keep it rolling. Mike said, anyone ever successfully beat you at limbo, since it would take a long time before the bar got low enough you couldn't just walk under it?
damn.
Talking about me?
Yeah, he talking about you.
Beat you at
He
limbo
talking about
since-
nobody else but you. Said
Wow.
you low.
That's messed up, bro. Like, no, I mean, I'm not. I've never been real good at limbo. I'm not limber enough. So, how do you do at limbo, Matt or Brandon? Matt's easy.
I ain't limboing shit. I've been down too far forward. I hurt myself. There's no way I've been myself that far back.
Speaking of limbo, that's where Mike's team's going to be next year. Is in limbo.
That's wild.
Oh, I'm sorry. Apparently, there was that was for Matt. Actually, one more question for Matt. I know it's quite so. He was, yeah, I didn't see it. My bad. Sorry. Don't yell at me.
So, question.
Yeah.
Eric, who you plan on keeping, if anybody? Because I have to get a new quarterback.
Right now,
regardless.
I'm thinking Nico Collins, but even then, that's going to cost me a first rounder. But looking at the overall, I may have no choice but to keep him there. Otherwise, I'll be out on receiver
Well,
too.
I would recommend keeping him because I pick at number 2.
Really, you're going to take him that high, huh? I don't know if I do that, but yeah,
The
by
Houston
necessity.
Texans are a very good football team,
They weren't last year.
and
Well,
they
were
be
okay.
better than the
They won the
Colts
division
season.
by proxy, but it wasn't great. But yeah, Mike said my team will probably suck. I'm due for it. We all are. Hell, I mean, I didn't miss the playoffs.
I'm
for
not.
years.
I'm due for a fucking win. I'm due for a big win. All right.
Brandon's
You know
due
how
for a
shit
championship.
It is that my wife
Yeah.
not only first time played, not only went to the playoffs, but fucking won.
Yeah.
And just fuck out my.
Boy, I'd be holding that over him
You're
all
a
the
hater.
time. Yeah. Don't hate to play, I hate the game.
If Aaron wins one before I do, I'm done.
Aaron was this close
That's
as a
on baby
rookie,
Jesus.
as a rookie last year.
Brandon, have
That's
you
on
never
baby
won
Jim.
it?
He almost.
No,
fucking
Brandon's
did.
never won. No,
I've never won it.
What?
not in our
I've been
league
to the
anyway.
playoffs one time.
Oh God, you got to win this.
Brandon's been at the bottom of the barrel with you for like the last decade.
Shut up,
Almost.
bitch. It's been 2 years. Play me like that.
I don't know if it's been a decade, but it's been a minute for
You
sure.
a whole bitch. You a whole bitch for that.
Matt even won one.
All
Yeah,
right, man.
during COVID.
Shut the fuck up.
year.
Everything was COVID.
Here comes
Get
the
it.
asterisk.
That shit is so that shit is so
Mike said, "Doubt I'll lose a game after my opponent just has 2 players play on a Thursday." So, are you sure? I mean, did you lose like that, Mike, or not? If not, it's coming because
What?
it sucks to lose after only having 2 players play on Thursday.
Yeah.
But it happens.
Yeah.
It
It's happened to Chris.
And then-
happened to Brandon,
Yeah.
did it? So I know it's
Brandon
happening
did it
too.
to Chris.
What usually gets me is not the Thursday night game. What gets me is the Monday night games.
No,
I don't
you
like
know,
Monday night games.
you know the games
Yep.
that Nate hates, and I kind of agree with him. The games where it's literally like a point divides the team.
Yes.
Like,
Yeah,
when
I'd
they're
rather
not-
lose
like,
by 30.
him and Miranda, every time they played, that's how it's ended up. It's like to the wire with those two teams.
Brother. By the way, Mike is apparently berating me through text. He's running the show behind the scenes. He said I need to repeat the "Save us like the Black Messiah," Michael, because obviously from the Great White Jinx, that is me and Matt.
Yeah.
So yeah, you got to do something about that. So
You two got to stop talking about it because just don't talk about it. Okay.
See, that's why I just thought I'd bring it up because the moment's passed. So, but anyway, yeah. One of these days we're going to get so many comments, Mike. You're going to be able to talk like this. I'm just saying.
Break my heart. Like every year, I'm tired of being upset. I want to be happy in my household when it comes to fucking football. Okay, I'm sick and tired of this black and yellow bullshit. And then my son that loves football he pity cheers for my fucking team. Do you know how disheartening that is?
And he roots for Jacksonville. So
like
what's wrong with the Jaguars?
They suck as bad as we do.
But
take that back. They beat us in it for a decade in their building, so not as bad as us.
Die hard.
See, y'all should just be Pittsburgh fans, and then we can all just.
I can't bring myself to do it. I'm still bitter over that time.
I didn't mean you. I meant him and Jackson.
Disowned from my
they're
father.
cheering for teams.
I just know ever since 2005 when freaking Jerome Bettis fumbled the ball and Nick Harper has the ball running backwards to win the game and freaking Ben Roethlisberger is a tackle the dude because he got stabbed in the leg by his freaking fiance and I just can't get over it. Can't let it go.
Let it go. You gotta let it go, man.
Can't Bill Cower.
You gotta let it go.
Just let it go, buddy.
Just can't.
Breathe. Let it roll
You
off
gotta
your
let
shoulder.
it go, man.
This is bitter.
You sounded so.
Well, it was crazy. I was trying to think of all the details, make sure I didn't get it wrong.
No,
but yeah,
right.
You remember earlier when was it Aaron? It was like, "Gaw." That's what you sounded like.
Gaw.
Gaw.
Hey Brandon, how about El Chocolate Caramel to help your tag team manage it? Yeah, you got to
You
call
know
your
what? I'm
buddy
changing my team name this year too.
Yeah,
I ain't gonna tell you what it is. It's gonna be a surprise.
El Grande,
Yeah,
something.
do the Goldberg thing.
El Grande of Chocolate.
Yeah, Napoleon Dynamite. Yeah. So, all right. Well, we got a few things to talk about in the world of politics. So I know this will probably make Mike leave the show. So that's not the reason why I'm doing it.
I got one more thing to say about football, and then that's it.
All right, cool. Go for it.
I truly just hope for a decent year this year with the Colts.
Yeah.
So I can actually sit down and watch a Colts game without texting you that I fucking hate my life.
It's always bad when your team and your fantasy team sucks. If one of the two's doing good, it makes it a little easier. But if they both suck, yeah. Come on, Indy, don't let us down.
Brandon, you will not be the last.
Did you hear that? He said Steelers.
I did.
I did.
I heard it.
Oh,
Yeah.
Brandon.
No, Brandon said
In the
Steelers.
beginning, you
God
tried.
damn it.
You almost said
It's
it.
not what I meant.
Get it together. Jerome Bettis.
Sounds like he's turning in that blue.
Eric will be in first place this year.
Jerome Bettis. Bill Cower. Can't get over it. All right, we're moving on. Anyway.
Make America great again.
Eric will be a fantasy football champion this year.
Oh, man.
There you go, Eric. There's your jinx for the year.
Not anymore, he won't.
You know it doesn't work when you try to jinx it, right?
No.
Man, if
Oh my god.
if I have to pay for the champion next year because of that comment.
Yeah, I got fucking pay, and then on top of it, Bob won, and I gotta pay for his monk ass.
All right, I tell you what, Eric.
You should be used to that by now.
If we play each other
Cut
twice
your
this
whore
year,
mouth.
if you sweep me twice this year, was
I'll
it
play
one
you.
time?
I already looked. It's already only once. Unless it changes, but I don't think it'll change.
Okay.
How many times did I play you this year?
I don't know. Probably twice.
Okay.
I have to look.
If you play me in the playoffs this year
Mhm.
and you beat me, I will retire from fantasy football.
No, because I need bodies. All right.
Okay?
I need people to
I'm
play
sick
so we
of
can fill this
sending-
thing.
Damn it.
I'm sick of sending you texts like, good game, son. Like after I lost, man, come on.
You're owed a beat your ass. You know?
Yeah.
Occasionally.
Plus, man, my belt speech is gonna be so legit.
Oh man.
Man.
Oh,
I can
can't
imagine
wait.
the horse.
You can be on top of my
coming out
wrestling
that
promo
one.
I caught that one year, though. Good luck with that.
Nah, I'm gonna go all out.
Yeah.
He's
I
going to be
wonder-
like an Elias promo.
I need to ask
Walk with
Bob
a
if he's got
lie.
any plan.
Now I'm gonna give a presidential debate. I'm gonna give a president an inauguration speech.
Well, speaking of
I'm
presidents,
serious.
we got a little
Okay.
bit of news this week. Lots happened in the last 3 weeks. I'm gonna try to run through it best I can. There's probably only a few things I missed because we ain't gonna have time for everything. But to top things off, we want to wish Donald Trump well because the president was diagnosed with chronic venous insufficiency this week, which explains some bruising on his hands and viral images of his ankles swelling. It's common in men over the age of 70, and according to reports, he does not have any signs of heart issues associated with it, at least for now. Prayers go out to the president because if heart issues were to arise, it could potentially be fatal. But so far, it's benign and it's common for people who are older. So this is kind of what started all this. The pictures going around of his hand that was bruising, as well as some of these pictures of his ankle kind of swelling up a little bit as well. So nothing to be alarmed about just yet, but definitely thoughts and prayers go out to him and his family and all that sort of stuff as of right now. What did you guys think when you saw this?
Trump's had a rough go around.
I figured he's an old man and shit
Yeah.
like that happens.
Mm-hmm. Well, what I find ironic about this, though, is that all the Democrats and the media have picked up on this, but they couldn't pick up on the brain dead moron who walked around.
Yeah, I was about to say the same shit.
That part, that's the obvious part. This
Yeah.
is, they're picking it apart with him, but overlooked it with Biden. It's
And
it
the
doesn't
Biden's
surprise
cancer.
me.
I mean,
Yeah.
Yeah.
I have a hard time believing that they did not know Biden had cancer.
Mhm.
Well, the
sorry.
doctors knew. I mean, the media probably didn't know. Well, the media maybe, but
Well,
yeah,
then
the doctors
his-
knew.
I have a hard
The
time.
doctor
believing they didn't know
completed the
that
fifth
well.
recently. He knew.
Yeah.
So
They're so dumb.
yeah, exactly. I guess Mike real quick says, Matt, feel good. Eric wants your body. No, so he can beat. No,
Okay.
not
All right.
not at all. Like,
Mm.
get out of here with that. Anyways, after being up with the little one until 2 last night, then drive back from Muncie, I'm shocked I'm still awake. Go to bed. You ain't
Yeah,
gonna,
go
you,
drink
don't, you don't like any of these politics anyway. I know you. You're welcome to
So-
stick around in the conversation, but you know.
This was an issue because they wanted to make it an issue more than what it was.
Pretty much, you know, anytime they can attack him, no matter what it is. Now, to be fair, I am all for transparency. I'm glad they come out and told, the world that he's dealing with. But at the same time, if it's benign, it's not that important yet. Now,
No.
if it becomes something more major, and it could, that's something that definitely needs to be addressed. Now, he could probably help this issue, from what I understand, maybe stop eating as much McDonald's. Probably would help the matter.
Probably
But at the
would
same
get
time,
stuff.
I don't know about you, though. Whenever I see him walking off of Air Force One or off the helicopter in the White House lawn, he looks to me like he's lost weight.
Yeah.
Is it just me?
No,
I mean, so
you're right.
he looks
I think
good.
this whole last campaign, he looked like he lost weight compared
did
to
too.
where he was.
And probably because of the ridicule he'd been taking.
the
he probably
stress and
decided
all
to
that
do
other
it.
shit. Like that's probably
Yeah.
what brought this shit on to begin with.
Yeah.
The
So-
man was shot at. Like I swear to God, people.
I mean, comfort food's a thing too. I mean, you get, bullied online and people want to kill you. You probably every now and then I want a chicken nugget.
You dodge death. Like that shit takes a toll on your psyche.
Exactly. So, I mean, cut the man a little bit of a break, if you ask me. But
You can say what you want about Donald Trump, and everybody can. But
they will.
And they do. But this is just my personal opinion. And you can say what you want about him. You can hate him. You can say he's all this other shit. He is the only president that at least I know of, since I've been alive, that have put people before the American people first.
Yeah, I can agree with that.
Sorry.
And I know you've only been around for a few administrations.
You can say he's on the Epstein list and make up so much bullshit that you can about him. But he's put the American public before himself.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I just have a hard time coexisting with people that don't understand that. If you don't understand that and you don't like him, that's your own personal shit and you can get over it. But it's very obvious that the man isn't doing this for himself.
No, I mean, people are going to think that, but that's whatever. Go ahead, Miranda. You said something, I think.
Oh, I was just going to say it's because the other side, and I don't mean the people that hate Trump, but the Democrats and even the rhinos, they've made this country so third world-ish.
Yes.
Yeah.
That
At least in
you
their
know,
states. Yeah.
well, yeah. But then you've got the people on welfare that. So Shipwreck has been doing a series on welfare families spending food stamps, like $1,500 a month on food stamps on junk food.
Mhm.
That's
Yeah.
what's propping up these big corporations. Because I don't buy $1,500 worth of junk food every month with cash. You know what I
No.
mean? So all these big corporations are being held up by welfare recipients.
Mhm.
And it's just like this never-ending cycle. You keep them on welfare, you keep feeding them bullshit,
Mhm.
food bullshit, and
It's a drug ring, basically.
information. Yeah.
Yeah.
So
Now, didn't something in the big beautiful bill? I think kind of made it to where you, if you're on welfare or SNAP or whatever, you maybe have to use that for healthier food, EBT potentially, if I'm not
yes,
mistaken.
and it's made work requirements. I think they're
Mhm.
going to have to work 20 hours a week.
Mhm.
These people that are doing TikTok, they're not claiming that money.
No.
So they have to start reporting that income, and they might make too much to be on food stamps.
Yeah. I mean,
Oh, well, you know,
yeah,
like,
the whole point, the food stamps and the welfare is supposed to help you get back on your feet, not become a career choice.
yeah.
So that's the whole argument here.
And there's
But-
there's women that are staying pregnant just to stay on food stamps, and it's
Exactly. Dude, I saw one guy said he had 5 kids and he was getting like what $2,800 and now they've reduced it to $350 and he was complaining because he's like, I feels like I should be able to just stay home with my kids and spend time with them. No, brother, you got to work. I mean, and you were like, he looked like he was in his early 30s, able-bodied. Hire a babysitter, bro. I mean, we got to do it. It's time for you to do it too. The free ride's over. I hate to say it. But speaking of the free ride being over, talking about the one big beautiful bill did pass during our hiatus. And despite a 9-hour filibuster with Timu Obama in which nothing was affected, this guy just went on and on and on.
Timo Obama.
My bad here. Where'd Brad? There he is. But anyway, so Timu Obama just went on and on and on for 9 hours straight in the wee hours of the morning just to kind of delay this vote. But the vote continued as planned, as you know, we knew this was not going to change a thing. And the one big beautiful bill did pass Congress, and it then headed to President Trump's desk, where he signed it into law on Independence Day with B-2 bombers flying overhead. So this was officially put into law. So now is the one big beautiful law, and we are getting a lot of things that are great for America in this bill. Now, I will say this. A couple things I'm a little confused on now after this bill did pass, because the way it was kind of, sold to us a little bit didn't exactly come out the way I thought it was maybe going to come out. One thing I don't know exactly when it's going to take effect or how it's going to actually affect us is the thing where it says bigger paychecks of $10,000 more in annual take-home pay for families. I assume that means less taxes and we were going to see more in our checks. Now, I don't know when that takes effect or if that is indeed the way it's going to go. I was also under the impression that no tax on tips and no tax on overtime would be something you'd see on your weekly checks as well. No, it's a tax deduction. You will be seeing it on your tax returns and you can take it out of your taxes. So hopefully that means bigger refunds, but that's not the way I was led to believe it was going to be. Now, I'm not saying this is still a good thing. It's just not the way I originally thought it was going to be is all. What do you think?
he's still talking about getting rid of the IRS. I think
That I'm for.
This big beautiful bill is just like a stepping stone.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's September. They're going to be voting on it again.
Okay. By then they'll have all this tariff money in too, even more so than they already have, and they've got quite a bit now. And a lot of those tariffs over most of these countries have not taken effect yet. So you start getting more of that in there. So yeah, they're going to have money to hopefully do that. If that's the case, you'll definitely see a big jump in your check.
I'm for the tariffs. And you
I
know
am too.
why?
Trump told a reporter the other day, he says, "Are you an American citizen?" And the reporter says, "Yeah." He goes, "Well, you're going to be really happy on August 1st. That's when the citizens start getting paid."
Oh, okay.
I don't know what he means by that. Like,
okay. Well, that's kind of what I was wondering about that 10,000 more in annual take home. Because I know this has like a, the Trump tax cuts continued, but I was also under the impression it would also reduce taxes a little bit more. So with the 10,000 more annual take home pay for families, I assumed that meant you're going to get less taxes taken out there. And that would equate to, around 10,000 per year. In that case, it'd be like $100 a week or something to that effect. So we'll have to wait and see it. But if it's August 1st, maybe that's what it was. I read that this bill takes effect immediately as he signed it, but I don't know when it starts affecting checks, if that's the case. So I'm hoping there's still a little bit of something there to kind of ease the burden on people now instead of just at tax time, which I'm still, like I said, happy about with the overtime and no tax on tips. But it was just kind of one of those, like, okay, I thought it was going to be weekly, but not exactly. So hopefully that just means we'll get more money back then, and that is still a good thing, no doubt about it. And there's a bunch of other great things in there, as you can kind of see here, and we've talked about it nauseum. But yeah, Trump says the next thing he's going to be working on is, of course, voter integrity. And I think that's a great thing. So can't wait to see more on that one as well. But of course, in response to the one big beautiful bill being passed, Elon Musk officially announced the formation of the America Party. Now we're starting to see Elon Musk's character a little bit, in my opinion. He's brilliant, but he can also at times be childish and willful, and therefore dangerous and destructive. All this will do is split the Republican Party and then hand control back to the Democrats, which is not what Elon or MAGA want together, I have no doubt. We should note, though, that Benedict Arnold was one of the greatest heroes of the American Revolution until he decided he wasn't getting his way or the recognition he thought he deserved. Elon needs to pull his head out of his Tesla and come to his senses, if you ask me. So thoughts on the America Party and Elon Musk starting a new party, which he says he will not run because he can't. He's not an American born citizen. So thoughts on that and his backers here.
Do you know the Mormon religion is believed that somebody read out of a hat and told somebody else exactly what to write down on a piece of paper? Okay, that's all I need to say about that.
Okay. Sure.
Because all I'm going to say is let's create a party that's called America. How fucking stupid are you?
Well, here's the thing. The MAGA part, or the MAGA movement, is to me the third party. They're not Republicans per se. They are under the Republican banner, but MAGA is its own thing.
Democrats are not going to go flocking to a party that says that's called the American Party.
Well, probably not. It's going to be. That's why I say it's going to affect the Republicans more.
So they're not going to come flocking to a party that puts America first.
Well, to be fair, there is some Democrats on this list who come out in support of this, including Brian Krasenstein, Mark Cuban, Anthony Scott, Thomas Massie, and Mike Pence, who are rhinos. I mean, they're not Republicans either, but they are
Mark
in name
Cuban
only.
is a Democrat.
This tells you all you need to know about the American Party right here. I mean.
So, yeah, I don't like those 5 people. Mike Pence is a traitor, and, but...
He's a traitor. Pieced.
I don't want to be called a Republican.
I don't either. I think they're garbage too.
So I think when all is said and done, we might have a different name for our party, but
maybe. Well, and
we're
one
not
thing I know,
Republican. We're really MAGA.
Well, yeah, we're closer to MAGA. I mean, we're in between Republican and Democrat, but yeah,
and we're voting for the R.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
yeah, we have to by proxy in some respects.
Yeah, I don't want to do that. And like Tulsi Gabbard, she is a fucking fire.
Mm-hmm. We're going to get to her just a little bit, so hold tight there.
But
she had a
she
bombshell.
runs for president. She was a Democrat before she left the party. I think we need a new party name.
Mm-hmm. Well, and Graham Allen made a good point this week on his Dear America podcast. He said over the next couple of years, not just with the midterms coming up, but between the midterms and 2028, they've got to figure out how to push the MAGA movement, MAGA party forward, whatever you want to call it, post Donald Trump. Because eventually someone's going to have to take over this ideology and this movement, because it's what the movement is standing for. It's not just solely centered around Donald Trump. He is the leader of it, but we've got to either, whether it be J.D. Vance, one of Trump's kids, whatever it might be, we've got to figure out who's going to take that torch and run with it. Right now, it looks like J.D. Vance is the odds-on favorite to be the next president, even after everything that went on this week, which we'll get to in just a second. During our hiatus the last 3 weeks, we also got a little news of Leah Thomas has been forced to give back the medals that he won, and his records be stricken from, the University of Penn. Leah Thomas, a biological male, was allowed to win medals in the female swimming category at UPenn. This reversal has reportedly given women athletes at the university a, quote, deep sense of peace and validation. This should have never been allowed, and it should have been reversed long ago. Just a small bit of sanity returning to the world thanks to the Trump administration. So good things to see here, in my opinion. There's Riley Gaines off to his right, or his left. But, yeah.
Okay, let me tell you something. That girl from Kentucky deserves every medal that man won.
Well, they like I said, they removed his record, so hopefully that she will by default.
I'm a former swimmer. Okay, I swam for 13 years of my life.
Mm-hmm.
Men's records are men's records for a reason. Women's records are women's records for a reason.
Mm-hmm.
Because our arrow set up in our bodies, I know it sounds stupid, but are different from them.
Yeah.
Girls' records are generally quicker than men. They just are.
Okay.
When you are a man and you break a women's record, it's like, I don't.
It's cheap.
I don't condone this. I mean, it's
because no one's going to beat that record.
It's stupid.
Not possible. So like,
it's a mediocre men's athlete going into a women's sport to dominate because they couldn't cut it in their own field. You know what I'm saying? That's what it is. And I'm glad that at least in this case, it's being reversed. It should be reversed across the board. And let's hope that ends up being the case moving forward. Now this has kind of got the ball rolling, and UPenn is, I believe, getting some praise for this, so that's good. Let's reward and encourage this. That's what we need more of, in my opinion. Kerr County, Texas, had flash flooding that tragically took the lives of many young children, most of them young ladies. Democrats and the mainstream media, however, never want to waste a tragedy. They blame Trump for it, claiming that the cuts that he and Doge made at NOAA and the National Weather Service played a part in these tragic events. But these same people, when the right criticized Joe Biden after it became abundantly clear he wasn't going to do anything about the flooding in North Carolina after a hurricane, said it was wrong to politicize it then. Let's listen to a couple of those examples right here.
The former president is falsely accusing federal relief agencies of maliciously withholding and misusing aid. Take a listen.
We give foreign countries hundreds of billions of dollars, and we're handing North Carolina $750. If you want a president who won't even try to save you when the floodwaters are rising, vote for Kamala.
What you just heard is not true. They're rumors and they're lies, and they are hurting the very people that thousands of FEMA emergency responders are trying to help. It's raw politics and dangerous politics. A lot of the people who are believing these lies are Trump voters. Why is he spreading misinformation in a crisis like that? And does that concern you about your fellow North Carolinians?
You have migrants being housed in luxury hotels in New York City. We have paid so much money from our tax dollars into the crisis that didn't need to happen. We could redirect money to help people immediately on the ground in North Carolina.
Laura, they're saying
Florida,
that they have
probably going to have a situation coming up in the next several days.
That's a separate tranche of money. That's a separate tranche of money. Just talking about the federal government and even the local government, 2 Texas National Weather Service offices involved in forecasting and warning about flooding on the Guadalupe River are missing some key staff members. A director of the NWS union told CNN that the Austin San Antonio office is missing a warning coordination meteorologist due to the Trump administration's buyouts.
So it's okay to criticize one president, but not the other. Here's Abby Phillips doing the same.
Continue to insist on politicizing the storm. The only person making an accusation that people are not getting what they've asked for is Trump. The only person who is politicizing this is Donald Trump. He's the one guy doing it. The Doge of it all was essentially all the things that the federal government is spending money on for the most part is waste and fraud. But clearly there are some things where spending money saves lives, and it may not save lives in the moment that you spend it, but at some point, somebody's life, somebody's child could have been saved.
So, yeah, I mean, like I said, let's criticize Trump because he caused, the flooding, right? Well, here's the thing. First of all, these people blame Trump for the flooding tragedy in Texas, which no one did to Biden, by the way. What Biden was criticized for was the response, not the natural disaster itself. So let's note the difference here. Secondly, there is no evidence that these Doge cuts to NOAA or the National Weather Service played any factor in this tragedy, because those Doge cuts haven't actually taken effect yet. And there were twice the amount of staffers as normal at the National Weather Service during the time, as well as multiple warnings were given out long before it even occurred. Multiple reports have confirmed this. So this whole narrative they want to push about how the Doge cuts is what caused this, no, it's not. It's a natural disaster. Unfortunately, these things happen. It's sad. It's
Unfortunately, I don't
tragic.
think it was natural, because
Well,
in the
that's true
weeks
too.
After that, they've talked about cloud seeding and weather modification
And I get where maybe that would be kind of beneficial, like say, like for farming, make sure they get the rain they need or whatever like that. But the problem is when you start playing God, you can't control it. So I think it's pretty well all but confirmed at this point that seeding and stuff like that is a real thing. That's no longer a conspiracy theory. It happens. But the fact is, we shouldn't be meddling in it. It's not for us to decide and determine when weather does what it does. So all this global warming stuff they keep saying, oh, it's like way worse than this or that. How much of that is man created?
Life finds a way.
And not because of carbon emissions, but because we've manipulated stuff that we should be meddling with. Exactly. Life, finds a way to stop playing God. And they want to talk about how this stuff about FEMA was a conspiracy theorist and it was lies that Donald Trump was spreading. It's not. Unlike Biden, Trump has quickly gotten aid to those affected in Texas by the floods that were happening down there in Kerr County. Under Biden, though, weeks went by without any help, and then FEMA was not giving out aid to those in North Carolina, Florida, and other states affected by Hurricane Helene if they had Trump flags in their front yard. These are liars. There have been many people who even worked for FEMA who said this was taking place. So it's not a lie like CNN or MSNBC would have you believe. It was actually happening under Biden. So stop listening to the media, ladies and gentlemen. It's not hard. Not to mention, then you had all these disgusting people on the left saying that Texas deserves it and celebrating the loss of life simply because they voted differently than they did. This is why there's no coming together anymore in this country. I'm sorry. I want nothing to do with these people who are putting out tweets and posts like this that's saying Texas deserved the tragedy that befell these families of these young girls.
Why do people do that?
Because they're idiots and it's all about party. They don't care about... they say they want unity, love, and acceptance and tolerance, and then they want to go out and preach this crap. So, yeah, it's just
stupid.
It's disgusting is what it is. But,
people died. Kids died.
Children died. Yeah, washed away in a matter of minutes.
Children died.
It's just terrible. And then you got this fat heifer.
And what a horror story in Texas. The flash floods in Texas, the Guadalupe River. 51 missing, 51 dead, more missing. Children at a camp. And when the president guts all of the early warning systems and the
which I clearly just showed you he did not.
Weathering forecast abilities of the government, these are the results that we're going to start to see.
Pick another booger while you're at it there, Rosie.
Because he's put this country in so much danger by his horrible...
All right, that's nuts. I can stand to that. But yeah, it's like these people think that Donald Trump is conjuring up a flash flooding spell in order to kill people. It's absolutely absurd. I mean,
Miranda, I usually giggle at your conspiracy theories, but the one that I never really kind of laugh about is the brainwashing one. And this is kind of an example of it. I mean, she looks completely brainwashed.
Oh, there's no doubt about it. Now, I don't necessarily agree. I don't like Rosie O'Donnell at all. But when Donald Trump said something about recently about he was thinking about revoking her United States citizenship, I don't know if we need to be going that far. But at the same time, she just needs to shut her face.
She needs to be quiet.
I mean, I don't think he's actually going to do that, but because he'd get all sorts of hell for that. But at the same time, yeah, she moved to Ireland for a reason.
No, she's okay. When you're famous, you should be held to a higher standard, just like the CEO of that company, right? Like he got caught cheating publicly Now if he would have got caught without it being publicized, I bet he still had his job. So if you're going to be famous and you're going to talk stupid shit and try to get half the country up in arms, then what should be
there should be some kind of,
there's got to be accountability for the media, these Hollywood celeb, all these people who put this out there. You know, and the problem is they want to act like what they say is
She's already left
true.
the country.
Yeah.
So
why does she care?
Back on the country. So why should she just to get to come back home when she decides?
Well,
to?
that I agree with. It's like if you're going to be like you'd be like one of these ungrateful immigrants who come here and just don't care about assimilating to our culture or changing or anything to come into our country. Then you don't care about the United States. Then you just care about bashing one man because you don't like him. I mean, so
and that
again,
one man happens to be our president. So
again, the party of love and tolerance, right? Yeah. Okay, so I've got to set up the next thing here real quick. So other thoughts on Rosie O'Donnell and her clearly Trump derangement syndrome? It's making her look more and more terrible by the day, if you ask me. But yeah, so anyway, I guess nothing else.
Kathy Griffin should just find an island.
I just don't understand it. I don't understand it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
it's just funny that like they could have the same situation and not say a word about it, or make it
with
seem
Biden.
Like but then again the same situation, but then totally condemn anything. But yet that guy's done more.
Mm-hmm.
Hell, he did more to help when he wasn't the president.
He's Palestine, Maui. I mean, there's a bunch of things. He was like literally there the next day, and he wasn't even president. 9/11, he was there literally a day or two after the event happened back in the day. I mean, but no, he's the one who's getting criticized, even though he's been Johnny on the spot after it's over. There's nothing you can really do during these disasters. There's really not. But Biden, on the other hand, didn't show up for over a year to Ohio, for over a year in Maui, and still hadn't done anything for hurricane victims in North Carolina for sure. So yeah, it's just sad to see. So let's get into the meat of the week. So we have to have a talk here. I'm going to be running through this the way this whole Epstein stuff has been seen and perceived by the public. But if you're watching if we're all watching a movie, so to speak, I want Miranda to explain what she thinks when I'm finished explaining. And if that's true, I'm sure she looks at someone like me like I'm an idiot because I got so upset and so aggravated this week. So I'm going to kind of show you why. But me and her talked a little bit before the show, and I was telling her about how I'm starting to see things from her side of things a little bit. And this week, maybe kind of have opened my eyes a little bit. So I'm going to start paying attention a little bit, some more of these things. But we'll get into it. First of all, let me just say this. I'm still a Trump supporter. He's done a lot of great things already in his first 6 months since being back in the White House. However, we are not a cult, contrary to popular belief. So when he says or does something stupid, we are going to call a spade a spade. And this week was a rough one. But to those Trump supporters out there saying they're done with Trump over this, which actually I believe is mostly, X-bots and things like that, because a lot of those sound very similar, if you ask me. What's the alternative if you're done with Donald Trump? You're going to vote Democrat now? You're going to go vote for Kamala or Elon Musk candidate?
Most of the big X accounts, like I Find Retard, do you follow him?
Retard Finder, yeah.
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 Well, he's from Israel, I think.
Okay.
There's another Patriot. Right. They're the ones that are sowing the division. They're not even American citizens.
Of course not. Isn't that how it always goes? There's actually a joke in the new Superman movie that kind of tackles that subject just a little bit. It's kind of funny. But anyway, despite his flaws, Donald Trump is still the best option out there, though. I mean, like I said, who you want to go vote for at this point? But over the last week or so, the United States Department of Justice announced that Jeffrey Epstein died of suicide and stated there is no evidence that he blackmailed anyone and confirmed that no client list actually exists. Now, officials also stated that they had no plans to release any further documents related to the case, effectively closing the door on calls for more transparency in this high-profile investigation. Now, as you can imagine, this did not set well in conservative circles and caused blowback from MAGA because Trump, while not specifically campaigning on it, Trump did say that he would look into releasing the files when he was in an interview. And more importantly, Trump's Attorney General, Pam Bondi, promised to reveal everything, including giving out binders labeled the Epstein Files Phase 1 to right-wing influencers, as you see here in this photo earlier this year, which had nothing in it besides the flight logs that we already knew about, or at least most of us knew, not the general public maybe. So with the publicity heating up, the media asked the Trump administration during a cabinet meeting, and Trump had some comments.
Yeah, sure. Could I just interrupt for a second? Are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein? This guy's been talked about for years. You're asking, we have Texas, we have this, we have all of the things. And are people still talking about this guy, this creep? That is unbelievable. Do you want to waste the time and do you feel like answering?
I don't mind answering.
I mean, I can't believe you're asking a question on Epstein at a time like this where we're having some of the greatest success and also tragedy.
And unlike what maybe he was kind of thinking at this time, I'm not going to take anything away from his successes. His successes have been great so far, for the most part. There's been a few things I've been a little upset about, and some of that stuff we're going to talk about here tonight. But everything else he's done has been really, really well, in my opinion. So, but the issue here is no one cares about Jeffrey Epstein himself. Not at all. He's dead and is getting the justice he deserves, as Donald Trump put it. What we care about is justice here for those who have clearly gotten away with atrocities. Not to mention Trump's own administration have been the ones, they've been the ones who've been talking about this for months.
Of 34 crimes, but no one on Epstein's list has even been brought to light. I'm trying to figure out how that's possible, right, folks? It's almost like they're trying to protect those pedophiles for some reason. I can't imagine why, right?
Why is the FBI protecting the greatest pederast, the largest scale pederast in human history?
Simple, because of who's on that list.
Everybody in politics has a vice that's much worse than alcoholism, is the way that I put it. But we
release the list.
Seriously, we need to release the Epstein list. That is an important thing.
The DOJ may be releasing the list of Jeffrey Epstein's clients. Will that really happen?
It's sitting on my desk right now to review. That's been a directive by President Trump.
In this case, in Epstein's case, it is incredibly disturbing. We have flight logs, we have information, names that will come out.
I'm not ever going to let this story go because of what I heard from a source about Bill Clinton on a plane with Jeffrey Epstein. I'm not letting it go ever. Ever.
Are you still talking about?
Then, of course, we got into Trump, what we just showed you. So, Trump clearly then got frustrated with all this going around after backlash continued to grow, comparing the Epstein list and files to various deep state hoaxes, even lashing out at his own supporters. He really came off as a crazy person here because he didn't explain it well at all. Okay, the irony here is that we only know Russiagate, Hunter's laptop, January 6th, etc., are hoaxes because we asked questions, investigated, and real incriminating evidence was then released. We refused to believe the official story because something was wrong. Donald Trump taught us to do that in a lot of ways. We kept pushing, and finally, the truth began to break. This is how we can solve the Epstein hoax as well. Release everything, full disclosure, and let the chips fall where they may. But Trump pushed back on this by calling supporters who, quote, bought into this bullshit hook, line, and sinker. He called them his past supporters. People like you and me, saying he doesn't want our support anymore because of this, if we continue this up. But as I've stated many times, if Trump was indeed implicated in the Epstein stuff, impeach him, jail him, and throw away the key. But Trump obviously didn't want to talk about this whole situation, which led many to speculate that Trump himself is on the Epstein list. So I don't buy that. Elon Musk put this out not long after they had their little spat a little while back. But as Trump mentioned himself this week, it makes no sense. And we've been saying this, and in this case, Trump is right, as we've been saying all along too. If there was a smoking gun on Epstein about Trump, why didn't the Dems who controlled the files for 4 years and had Merrick Garland and James Comey in charge use it? Because they had nothing on him. And Trump's right. It makes zero sense for Trump to be on these files because if he was, do you honestly think Joe Biden and the Democrats would not have exploited that to keep Trump out of office? That's what you need to think about here. And that's the thing that kept bugging me here. It's like, it made no sense. He was also the one who helped with the investigation and kicked Jeffrey Epstein out of Mar-a-Lago back in the day. Let's remember that.
I can say about President Trump is that he is the only person who in 2009, when I served a lot of subpoenas on a lot of people, or at least gave notice to some pretty connected people that I wanted to talk to them, he is the only person who picked up the phone and said, let's just talk. I'll give you as much time as you want. I'll tell you what you need to know, and was very helpful in the information that he gave and gave no indication whatsoever that he was involved in anything untoward whatsoever, but had good information that checked out and that helped us, and that we didn't have to take a deposition of him.
That was in 2009?
That was in 2009. So
do you know if there's any truth to James Patterson's claims that Trump kicked Epstein out of Mar-a-Lago?
I've definitely heard that. I definitely heard that. I don't know that it was Trump himself as opposed to a manager there.
Trump's club, so
yeah,
people credit him.
I've heard the rumor that Epstein was kicked out of there for allegedly trying to pick up somebody's daughter or something like that. But
so there you go. I mean, if it was a manager or something, Trump was at his direction. Now, this truth post that he's talking about here, that they had nothing against Trump. This shows that he believes that they were coming after him. There was a Democrat attack against him, which is why he is calling the Jeffrey Epstein thing a hoax. But the problem was he wasn't explaining why he was calling it a hoax when he was going off about it. But he did an interview where he alluded to the fact that the files and the investigation surrounding Jeffrey Epstein was likely tampered with by the Democrats and could not be viewed as reliable. Let's listen to this.
Big prosecutor look at it all. Would that make you feel good, you think?
Well, I think it's in the case of Epstein, they've already looked at it and they are looking at it. And I think all they have to do is put out anything credible. But, that was run by the Biden administration for 4 years. I can imagine what they put into files, just like they did with the others. I mean, the Steele dossier was a total fake.
Right.
It took 2 years to figure that out for the people. And all of the things that you mentioned were fake.
Yeah.
So I would imagine if they were run by Chris Wray and they were run by Comey, and because it was actually even before that administration, they've been running these files. And so much of the things that we found were fake with me. But especially you look at that Steele dossier where they paid like 14 or 16 million. That's more than James Patterson gets paid to do a #1 bestseller.
Isn't that crazy?
And the thing turned out to be a total scam. So frankly, I think I love that they're looking at all this stuff. If they are, I hope they are.
So, yeah, I mean, right there, he kind of explains it better than he did in some of his truth posts. But it just kind of felt like they knew more about it than we did. And when he said those things, it didn't make much sense. We didn't understand the context of what he was talking about. I think that was kind of the biggest divide here between him and his supporters. I just don't understand why him and Pam Bondi didn't just hold a press conference explaining that. That would have saved a lot of people a world of trouble. Everyone this week. Instead, they look completely incompetent there for a while, either lying about a list existing or lying now about there being no list. They both can't be true, So to me, though, Pam Bondi talked about seeing thousands of hours of video that cannot see the light of day because of what was on it. No one is asking to see those videos, but even if there is no actual list, you can likely see on the videos who the people are who abuse these children and young girls, identify them, and bring these people to justice. That is what we want.
One big prosecutor look at it all. Would that make you feel
quiet?
I was like, wait, what?
Yeah, sorry, my bad. So if no one is to be held accountable outside of Jeffrey Epstein, someone tell me why Ghislaine, or however you say her name, Maxwell, is in prison for trafficking. Who did she traffic to? There's no way she and Epstein alone abused thousands of young girls. It just did not happen. So I'm not done yet, but I want to get your guys' general thoughts on everything I've said so far about this. I know Miranda's got different thoughts on it, and I'll probably tie in a little bit more of that as we go along here a little bit. But yeah, this just exploded everywhere, and it just took everything by storm. Everybody thought it was a big scandal. I'm not so sure it's the biggest scandal as many people were thinking it was. Once some of this stuff come out, like that interview I just played with you, Trump, explaining it. But your thoughts?
So when we were at your house for wrestling, Dan Bongino put out a message to the good guys, the people that know something, the potential whistleblowers. It was quick, it was short, it was telling them, your time's almost up. You come to us, you tell us what you know, we could probably work you out a deal. Epstein files, Trump told you, the 2019 investigation, it was done by the Democrats. So anything in there, how can you believe it?
Yeah.
So I follow a couple of the survivors from Jeffrey Epstein. There's one that she was always knocked out, on drugs, whatever, during these times. But she's getting her memory back. It's going, I don't know how many years, but
Could take a while.
she's been going and meeting with Congress. She was with Jim Jordan. She's met with a couple of them. She can't tell us what they're talking about.
Yeah, right.
But I believe that they are running another investigation with the
Sounds
people
like
that
it.
are still alive getting their testimony.
Mm-hmm.
And as far as the grand jury testimony of the 2019 and the 2008 and everything else,
Mm-hmm.
I learned it last night. Brandon I don't know if he was awake enough to hear it or not, but there's a chance we will not see the
Right.
grand jury testimony and all of that because it's
Right.
illegal.
Mhm.
Unless
Yeah, judges are going to hold it up and things like that too. Yeah.
Yeah.
Mhm.
So
So a lot of
but
this is maybe
this
not even
new
the Trump administration not trying. It's just they're not being allowed to show
Yeah.
anything.
And
That's the problem.
again, okay, Q, we have it all. They claim they have it all, but you can't just throw it into court. You have to introduce it legally. So you have to get new evidence if the first evidence was tainted with.
Yeah. And that's the unfortunate part. And there may not be a client list, and there definitely may not be any more. So
Yeah.
I mean,
But
that's
if
not
you
to
have
say it never
people coming
existed.
forward, this person, the survivor that I was talking about, she talks about people like Bernie Sanders
Mhm.
being at one of these parties. She saw the blackmail performed. They said either you do this or we're going to kill you or your
Right.
family.
Mhm.
So she's got that testimony too. So maybe Bernie Sanders doesn't go down for pedophilia or whatever. He goes for something else, a lesser, but a blackmail charge. I don't know.
Now I'm going to get into a little bit more about here, but there's a lot of people, especially in Miranda's Q circles, who believe this is all planned. This is all part of a movie. You're watching Act 3 in a 6-act play, so to speak. The binders were labeled Phase 1. Okay. A lot of people think Phase 2 potentially was either Elon Musk and Trump's fake blowout, in their opinion, or this week when everything blew up altogether, and then now we're about to enter Phase 3. So if this was indeed planned, my only question is, why did Trump feel like he needed to attack his supporters? That one, unless you're really trying to sell this whole blow up. But other than that, that part to me was kind of a little weird. Now I'm going to get into a little bit more
piss
here.
off. What if he got another 100 people to come forward and say, no, Jeffrey Epstein fucking raped me.
Yeah.
So if he's pissing off people and they're coming forward, cool.
Right.
He's playing devil's advocate here.
Yeah, it could be to draw them out of hiding a little bit too, to get them to come in. That very well could be true. So yeah, we just got to keep it in mind.
Everything is a bait and trap.
And I know a lot of people are not ready to see things, and myself included. A lot of, and I told Miranda this, like I've been very skeptical when it comes to like the Q stuff. I'm not saying it's 100% true. I don't know. All I know is everything that happened this week that I'm telling you right now, and the stuff that the people in Q have been kind of saying that this has kind of been planned out for a long time to get these people, it does line up in a lot of ways. So let me continue a little bit here and maybe kind of explain a little bit more of that anyway. But another reason I had a problem with this response from Trump this week was because it opened Trump up to a lot of criticism from the left and the mainstream media. The Wall Street Journal claimed that Donald Trump was one of many people who sent Jeffrey Epstein bawdy 50th birthday letters. Thus, this picture here you see is a poor attempt at recreating this so-called letter. It supposedly included a hand-drawn picture of a woman's body done by marker with the word Donald signed at the end, written above the crotch to make it appear as though the word Donald was the pubic hair on the woman's body. And like I said, this is a bad, poor attempt at a recreation. So this is not the actual thing. As a matter of fact, no one's seen the actual thing because guess what? The Wall Street Journal, when asked to show it, refused and conceded they don't even have it in their possession. When asked to verify the alleged document, they're basing this entire so no buys this brain dead stupid story. No buys this, period. So if you can't produce
credibility,
yeah, you know, I mean, so naturally, after this hit job came out, Donald Trump is now officially suing the Wall Street Journal for defamation.
He should, like that.
He should.
Wild.
1,000%. I mean, they went through with this bullcrap story, despite, you know, Donald Trump already suing ABC and CBS and winning after they lied about him too.
How much money are you being told you're gonna make on the back end by doing this shit? Because you got to know that this is the repercussion for what you're doing.
Yeah,
Brandon, you know how much money he's gonna make?
Bro,
it's already made a lot.
You
don't make millions.
If AOC keeps going too, she's going to get sued next because she keeps calling him a rapist when he was never convicted of that at all.
That's another thing that's wild.
So you keep doing that, he's going to sue you next, sweetie. Keep it up. You'll be, you know, broke before you even try to run for president.
Shit that they're trying to pin on this man. Yeah. When you really hear them in their full story context and everything, they sound sketchy as fuck.
Yeah.
So it's like, but then you got people who are so full of this whole Trump derangement syndrome that like, nah, it's real. Like that's 100% what happened.
Yeah, I mean, this is clearly the real document.
Here's the thing. I'm about to say, if you think this is a crude, like, this ain't the exact photo, but like that's what it looked like. Not. You know what I'm saying? But like,
I mean, imagine he drew a picture of a woman.
Like
yeah, I mean, well, that's like an old thing, but anyway.
I know. I'm saying,
yeah,
we did shit like that in high school.
But
teenagers, my generation made that a lot.
Oh, we did
exactly
because y'all got it from us. All right,
right.
It was obnoxious to see it everywhere. It was like, come on, let's grow up.
You sound like a hater because like that was on everything that started with an S. That was there. Like,
but
everything.
But the press used to have to in order to print a story like this or any story like those breaking news or anything, had to have at least two sources willing to come forward with their name. And then you had to have evidence, like say, if you had a letter like this to prove it's true. There's no such thing as media integrity like that anymore. You can just say, oh, an anonymous person said close to the situation and then run the story as fact.
Yeah.
That's not what you're supposed to do. That's why no people take these, outlets serious anymore.
That's what I'm saying. That's why this whole legacy media shit is like they're dying.
It's dead.
Because
it's dead.
A shit like this, it's like you can't be trusted.
No, not whatsoever. As Trump put it here, the press needs to learn to be truthful. This is not retribution for those of you out there who thinks it's just because he doesn't like the coverage. It's holding them accountable for their lies. You have the freedom of speech. You don't have the right to smear someone. And if you do, expect the consequences. Simple as that. But yeah, so that also got Democrats this week who used this ordeal to claim that Republicans voted no on a resolution that would release the Epstein files, supposedly blocking the files from being released to cover for Donald Trump or whoever else may be in said files. Well, that's not exactly what happened. I'm sure you had people like Eric Swalwell and Jasmine Crockett going out there saying, see, Republicans are trying to keep the files from coming out because of who it's going to hurt. But yet these same Democrats, never even once mentioned Epstein before all this came out. They didn't give a damn about those victims. They only care about hurting Donald Trump. But the vote many Democrats are running with to tout to their followers that Republicans blocked was a PQ. Here's Marjorie Taylor Greene setting the record straight of what this vote was about and why Republicans voted against it.
Then real quick.
Please.
So it's being reported that House Republicans unanimously voted to block the release of the Epstein files. And I want to straighten out the record right now. That is not true. If I could vote, okay. If I could vote to release the Epstein files, guys, you would have my vote. I would vote yes. Here's what just happened. It was a procedural vote. And we have these all the time. It's called a PQ. It's voting on the previous question. And if the Democrats had won the previous question, which I know sounds insane. It's one of these crazy rules in the House that are hard to understand. That means they would control the House floor. And that means they could bring up anything. They could bring up impeachment articles against President Trump. They could bring up a whole package of insane Democrat agenda items and force votes on the House floor on these things. That's what we voted against. We never allowed Democrats to have control of the House floor because we control the House floor.
Yes.
So it's a misunderstanding. And I just wanted to straighten that out.
Now, for those of you who maybe don't like Marjorie Taylor Greene and don't believe her, don't put any, thought into her opinion or whatever, those of you on the left, you may be watching this, you can see it clearly at the top of the screen of the vote. It says on ordering the previous question. That's exactly what she said, a PQ. So she's not lying. She told the truth here. So that is what Republicans blocked. They did not block the release of the Epstein files. They're still actually working to get them out. But leave it to Democrats to manipulate, create confusion, and then deceive. That's what they do best, ladies and gentlemen. So all you people seeing these,
I got to correct something.
seeing these TikTok videos of Eric Swalwell or whatever talking about how, they blocked all this or that. Don't believe the bullcrap, guys. In fact, Republicans and Trump in particular are calling for pertinent and confirmable information to be released, even calling for the release of what Miranda alluded to earlier, a grand jury testimony. They officially filed for the release on Friday. Time will tell what happens next with this. It's still early days with this one, so we'll see if anything comes out. But this could be potentially phase 3 of this revealing process of Epstein, as a lot of people in Q circles have been talking about. So let's just wait and see what happens here. But as of right now, so with everything we got going on, and we're going to get into the Obama stuff here in just a second, do we still trust Pam Bondi, Kash Patel, Dan Bongino, or has our trust in them been shaken along with our trust in Trump? If that's the case, that's the way I was feeling earlier this week. After seeing some of this now, my trust in Trump is fine. We'll see what these three end up doing. Pam Bondi especially I was very mad at. She kind of really brought this to a head and got everybody all hot.
I thought Bondi was in charge of or whatever in Florida when Epstein was in jail down there.
Okay, that sounds about right. Yeah.
But, and I can't remember which podcast it was on, but she wasn't really involved in it as much as it sounded like in the beginning, because I thought maybe she was covering for him then. I don't know. I saw that Trump was getting frustrated with her.
I've seen that too. I heard Bongino was frustrated with her. A lot of people have been calling for her to be fired this week. Now, time will tell. I'm kind of on that bandwagon. I'm kind of not. I kind of want to see what happens with this Obama thing too. But some of that may be more Tulsi. So we'll see.
Yeah.
It's in Pam's hands now.
There's always Matt Gaetz.
But that's why he didn't get confirmed, though. They were afraid of him. Makes you kind of wonder if that's why she's
in August, they wouldn't need to confirm him. He would just,
so maybe she holds on for another, it won't be too much longer. And maybe you can put him in until 2026. But that's the problem, though. She was sent, Congress and Senate confirmed. The first year, it's hard. I'm sure Trump lost his first AG like that. And it became kind of controversial. I'm sure they want to wait till that first year is up before they maybe were to make a switch. Because it looks bad when Senate and everybody confirmed her and you just get rid of her because you don't like her or whatever. So I think that's partially the problem here. We'll have to wait and see. But yeah, I'm just kind of waiting to see if potentially phase 1 was Bindergate, phase 2 was this week maybe, or Elon's thing, and then phase 3 if this grand jury testimony ends up coming about. We'll have to wait and see what happens. But
yeah,
I believe it was either
like that phase 1. There wasn't anything new in it. That shit had been out for years.
Not to us.
Yeah,
for sure. General public, maybe.
Like I said, they needed to get new testimony. They couldn't. Nobody could get it until they got in there.
True too.
So
and they've only been in there 6 months.
Nobody. Yeah, there's been nobody to be trusted to get anybody's. So I think that's what's going on. They're just kind of stringing us along.
That's why I think whenever we have an election, like I don't know why, like we vote for our new presidents in like November and they don't take office till January. That's 2.5 months or 2 months and 2 weeks or so before the new administration comes in. As soon as the new administration is elected, everybody should be like, you're not allowed to touch anything.
Yeah, that's
or move in immediately, because you give them time to doctor and manipulate things like the Epstein files, or like we're about to get into with Obama, same thing. I mean,
yeah. Did
You've
you
had
see
somebody
that
who's been
post
able
that
to
I
do it
sent
for-
you about January 6, 2017?
I saw it, but I assume it just has to do with the Obama, manipulation stuff. Yeah.
Well, yeah, but that was the real like insurrection.
That was a real insurrection, which we're going to talk about, just a second with Obama. But I want to see what happens there with her as well, because now that Tulsi Gabbard's got that supposedly the evidence to that, she's giving it to the DOJ now. So now it's in Pam Bondi, and probably Cash Patel's hands.
He said
Bosny, whatever. But so I'm waiting to see what she does with that, because that's going to be a big telling whether or not we could trust her or not. I think. All I know is after this week, and I believe it was Pam Bondi or somebody in the Q Circle said it'll take 6 phases before the Epstein stuff is fully exposed to the general public. If that's the case, we're only about halfway through. So we'll see if I don't remember who it was who said it. I don't know if you heard or not. I'll have to go back and see who said it. That's what I heard just this week. They said it was 6 phases. I don't know if it was like Alpha from Badlands who said that. But after this week, I told Miranda too. After this week, I'm going to start paying a little closer attention to your boys over there at the Badlands and listen to some of their stuff and get a little more acquainted with those things. Because this week, whatever it was between the Epstein stuff and that podcast you sent this week, my brain started to open up a little more about the possibility that some of that could be more than we've given it credit for. And I want to get
it's working then.
Because I'm not saying I'm fully into it yet or not, but I'm just saying.
Well, no, I don't even mean getting you into that. I mean, like I told you before the show, this has been so long.
Yeah, and for those who've really been following it, know be even longer than somebody like me. Yeah, no doubt. And I don't know if you know who Barry Cunningham is either. He's had Alpha on a lot as well. He's on YouTube. Very good listen. And he does like 2 podcasts a day, like sometimes 2, 3, 4 hours like ours. So Barry Cunningham, a great guy to listen to. I highly recommend him. And he's more along that side of things as well, who's very, deep in where this is going and, all that sort of stuff. So I think you'd really like him too. So, but at the end of the day, this Epstein stuff isn't really hurting Donald Trump too much. I don't want to play all this, but here's CNN saying it's actually helped his numbers.
Complaints online going after Trump and the Epstein files, you might think his approval ratings were going down, Republicans. If anything, they're going up. Republicans who approve of Trump, look at our CNN poll. The prior one, 86%. The one out this week, 88% were Republicans. How about Quinnipiac? The prior poll, 87% approve of Republicans. This week out, 90% with Republicans. If anything, Donald Trump's approval rating has gone up since this whole Epstein saga started. He is at the apex or close there too in terms of his popularity with Republican voters, Epstein files, complaints, or not.
You just proved that not everything online is real in real life.
Who knew?
And they make a good point there too. As much as we're talking about the Epstein files, your normal, average, everyday American who don't follow this stuff like we do, they could give 2 craps about Jeffrey Epstein. I mean, I think if they really knew the deep ins and outs of like how bad and terrible it is, I think they'd be on board with us, but they just aren't told this stuff. So
plus some of it is look, every day it seems like in the last 8 years, even now, like there's nothing good. It's always depressing. So you just don't care to see it because enough shit in your life at this point is in the shit because of what we went through for 4 fucking years. So like you just don't want to see it. And I think seeing something as vile and really digging into how depraved that shit is, it'll ruin you. So if you're like, it's easier to go, I know it's there and I can't ignore it, but I just can't pay attention.
Well, and a lot of people are like me. I used to be more like, well, until I see results, why bother?
Yeah.
And I still kind of feel like that to some respect. I want to see results here for in both this case and what we're about to talk about. If I see results there, I'm going to be like, okay, we're on board now. You know what I'm saying? Like, and I think it has to happen. Otherwise, this country will never heal itself. It just won't. So
once we get through it and we see how fast things get better. It's like, if there's going to be 6 phases, after phase 6 is done, things are going to just fucking take off.
Oh yeah.
And boom.
And if the country gets rid of the federal income tax and people are going to start seeing results, it just takes a little time for those to take effect. So I'm preaching patience with all of this, including the Epstein stuff, and we'll see what happens there. But yeah, I totally get why this kind of blew up because I was mad just like everybody else. I'm going, you're bashing supporters now. I was pissed. I was like, bro, Like, where you? So I'm trying to again, but then once I heard that interview of him saying like they manipulate, I'm going, okay, I see what you're saying now, but I just wish you to just come out and said it like that. You know what I mean? It pissed me off a little bit, but I get it.
I took a break from X. I did for just
Yeah.
a little bit because everybody was melting down, and it's like you guys aren't seeing.
Well, there were
you're
people like,
seeing
you know,
black and white. You're not reading between the lines, and you got to do that.
And that's why I think a guy like Graham Allen was very good on his podcast this week, kind of going over this, from a realistic perspective, and things like that. So it wasn't like just people just bashing Trump. Oh, he didn't do this like I wanted him to. He was trying to see where, and contacted the White House himself, telling him his concerns and things like that. So I was really cool. I think he's a good podcast to listen to. So Dear America over there on Rumble. I think it's on YouTube too, but I know it's on Rumble for sure. But so to go from one kind of potential scandal, at least on the surface, as we pointed out, to another that's confirmed. This is the last tab, so we're about done. Now, many people in the media are going to say this is specifically to take attention off of Donald Trump and the Epstein stuff. But when you hear that in the news, just remember, this investigation we're about to talk about has been going on for weeks, long before the Epstein stuff even started to happen this week. So do not buy that narrative that the media and the Democrats are going to spin here. But recently,
And
over the last...
I just want to point out, we had no idea this investigation was going on before they announced.
Exactly. But the last couple of weeks or so, probably about a week and a half before the Epstein stuff dropped, the FBI launched a criminal investigation into John Brennan and James Comey in regards to the Trump-Russia collusion hoax, according to the Department of Justice. When I first heard this and all the Epstein stuff going on, I felt that I'd feel much better about this if I felt confident that our current FBI and DOJ would actually prosecute anybody. But after the Epstein stuff, I didn't know if any of these corrupt officials and politicians were going to see any consequences. However, Director of National Intelligence Tulsi Gabbard dropped a huge bombshell yesterday in regards to these investigations.
Critical biased text messages between senior FBI officials Peter Strzok and Lisa Page.
There will be no question about the outcome of this election.
And she got ahead of herself. This utterly stunned this campaign.
Head home. You should get some sleep. We'll have more to say tomorrow.
Our constitutional democracy enshrines the peaceful transfer of power.
The peaceful transition of power is one of the hallmarks of our democracy. We want to do everything we can to help you succeed, because if you succeed, then the country succeeds.
These declassified documents that were just released.
Officials in the Obama administration were asking for the identities to be unmasked of Americans.
Unmasking of aides and staffers of the incoming president.
The basic charge, political spying.
To disrupt the peaceful transfer of power.
Unmasking of American citizens. It could be a real problem.
Why is it that the unmasking of Flynn somehow ended up in the pages of the Washington Post?
I know nothing about those moves to investigate Michael Flynn.
The vice president said that yesterday. And then the last name on this list is Joe Biden.
The Obama administration was bitter. They wanted to do everything they could to undermine the incoming Trump administration.
Really designed to sabotage and really upend the new administration.
An outgoing president and a vice president and a Washington Post columnist and the FBI setting up an incoming administration. Wow, that's a real conspiracy, and nobody wants to talk about it.
We're okay talking about it. So, of course, we've known this for years. But we were labeled crazy conspiracy theorists. Let me see if I can make this a little bigger here. There we go. We were labeled conspiracy theorists for this one for sure. According to Tulsi Gabbard, they have, quote, overwhelming evidence that shows that Mr. Men need to have gay friends in order to understand kindness. Former President Barack Obama. Evidence shows that Obama manufactured intel to create 2016 Russia interference narrative to undermine the first Trump administration and presidency. And Hillary Clinton also pushed this hoax using the Steele dossier, etc. Here's Tulsi telling us about all of this in her own words here. Here you go.
Yeah, thank you so much, Sean. This is such an important issue. And I just want to start by saying that this is an issue that is important to every single one of us as Americans. This is not a partisan issue. It has to do with the integrity and the strength of our democratic republic. And it lays out this over 100 documents that you're referencing that I released, declassified and released, spells out in great detail exactly what happens when you have some of the most powerful people in our country directly leading at the helm, President Obama and his senior-most national security cabinet, James Comey, John Brennan, James Clapper, and Susan Rice, and others, essentially making a very intentional decision to create this manufactured, politicized piece of intelligence with the objective of subverting the will of the American people, who in November of 2016 delivered a historic victory to President Trump, defeating Hillary Clinton. And President Obama and his team, their goal was to essentially not accept the decision of the American people and to use this manufactured, politicized intelligence as a means to enact what would become essentially a years-long coup against President Trump. You have gone into great detail over these years of what the effects of this document and this decision have resulted in. Obviously, a years-long Mueller investigation that cost taxpayers almost $40 million, 2 congressional impeachments, endless smears and attacks against not only President Trump, but his family. He had senior members of his team who were investigated, some arrested and jailed. We had heightened and increased tensions between the United States and Russia. The list goes on and on about the consequences of President Obama and his senior cabinet members politicizing intelligence once again, and I say these words very clearly, to enact what was essentially a years-long coup, subverting the will of the American people in that election in November. Now, you reference this president.
Okay, so that's about all I should say there. But so all this means basically is this: Obama basically created this narrative that Russia was involved and helped Donald Trump win the election in 2016 against Hillary Clinton. Now we have apparently overwhelming evidence that proves this. If this is true, and it seems like they have the evidence to show it, some reports are now even stating that the Department of Justice is preparing to arrest Barack Obama. Arrest Barack Obama. Let me say it. This would be true.
Arrest will shock the world.
Right. And that's something Q's been saying for sure. This would be treason. No doubt about it. You cannot allege a treasonous conspiracy like this and then do nothing about it like Republicans usually tend to do. If they indeed do have the evidence, they must follow through and arrest Barack Obama and all of those involved. Hillary Clinton, Joe Biden, James Comey, Brennan, Adam Schiff, you name it. This could be the house of cards right here. If everything what they're claiming they have is true. Like I said, you cannot come out and claim this and then do nothing. Do you hear me? Tulsi Gabbard, Pam Botany, Trump. You cannot do this and not do it. Okay? Of course, the left are going to say, but you can't do this to Obama. He's got presidential immunity just like the Supreme Court ruled for Donald Trump. The Supreme Court ruling for presidential immunity was for official acts, not treasonous ones. Let me make that clear. This would not fall under presidential immunity at all. Do not buy that media garbage. Democrats in the media are also going to claim, but it could cause civil unrest. We cannot have that. This is not the way we do things. That's dictator stuff. No. The Democrats opened that Pandora's box when they went after Trump for the past 2 years, raided his home, his wife's underwear drawer, his son's bedroom. Then they threw his ass in, get the freaking, mugshot, the whole spiel, 34 fake bogus misdemeanors that were trumped up into felonies, that whole spiel. No one is above the law, remember? So if this is all true, they have the evidence. Gitmo, Alcatraz, which they're talking about reopening now, alligator Alcatraz, I don't care. Lock them all up. And Obama should be the first one perp walked in handcuffs, in my opinion. What are your thoughts?
Remember, his birth certificate's fake.
Mm-hmm.
This isn't just like, it didn't just start then.
No.
Like, these people have been evil for a very long
Oh no, this has gone on for a
So,
while.
Well, go bed, Matt.
It
You're fine.
wasn't that Obama just didn't want Trump to be president.
Oh, that.
Hillary
Yeah.
Clinton, Hillary Clinton had to be president in order for them to keep up their child harvesting fucking sex trade.
Their
So,
importations
I don't
of
want you to
illegals.
lose, I don't want you to lose sight of that. They're guilty of a lot more than just this. Because they're
You got to understand, this is all. I mean, y'all want to talk about how Donald Trump's so bad for this. You don't understand. Most of you people who say that about Donald Trump, you have no freaking idea. Yes, is Trump imperfect? Absolutely, he's not a perfect man. But you have no idea how bad the Democrats are. Obama, Biden, these people want to overthrow this country from the
and turn
inside
it into
out.
a Muslim freaking. Oh.
Yeah. A lot of people believe Obama is Muslim.
They want mosques and.
Yeah, we've already got like freaking
His
Muslims
middle
taking over
name
New York
is
City.
Hussein.
I mean, you got all these illegal immigrants to subvert elections. All this stuff. Donald
Yeah,
Trump is
but
trying
they
to save.
There was this video of this these Muslim guys going into a church and basically telling everybody in there they were taking over.
Yeah. You know,
Like,
doing like
it's
hawkers in the
fucking
streets.
wild.
I mean,
like,
if that continues, the people who sadly passed away on 9/11, those extreme terrorists, if you believe the official story, we won't get out of that
a
conspiracy.
whole lot more.
But let's
of
just
those,
say
too.
it's exactly as they told us, right? And those Muslims, those extremists who took out the towers and went after the Pentagon, the White House, and all that stuff, those people, the extremists, are the ones who want to overthrow this government from the inside out. Our government, the Democrat side of things, a lot of them are aligned with those people. Ilhan Omar in Minnesota. I mean, these are
You
socialist,
got to remember though,
Marxist.
if we're gonna be truthful, the Israelis were dancing in the streets on 9/11. Also,
I'll take your word for that one. I don't know what to say. It's not true. I didn't see it. I don't remember all that.
there's a video of a group of there's a group just
I'm sure there's
they
a
were
group.
standing right there recording it all.
No, there are probably people
I've
in this
got
country doing that.
Well, and
sadly.
I've got a podcast that you can listen to. Brandon, I think I had you listen to it about the guy that got the call.
Oh yeah.
He got a call from somebody over that way and was like, "Hey, look at the news." And then he's watching. He goes, "Just wait a minute," and he sees the second plane hit. This guy on the phone knew that what was going on.
And say what you want. I know a lot of people out there may be watching this who don't believe in like the conspiracy stuff or whatever. I get it. You may not like Alex Jones. Say what you want about Alex Jones. The dude predicted 9/11 before it happened. So just
I
saying.
don't know about him, Laura Loomer. There's a couple of them that are really smart and really.
Right. I'm not saying he's right on everything. I'm just saying not what he got. So anyhow, a couple more things. I'll say this. Barack Obama wants to talk about you got to have a gay friend in order to, understand kindness. If he keeps this up, he's going to be talking to Bubba and he's going to be sharing a bar of soap. So keep it up, buddy. You might get your wish.
Well, he might not get to see much jail time. Treason has a little bit higher penalty.
Yeah, treason used to be, off with the head types or hanging in the streets or electric chair time. I'm not sure how they go about it nowadays. It might be just 20 years or I don't know, but either way, it's not good. Yeah, so we'll see how that goes. But if they have the evidence they claim they got
with it. I mean, okay, so General Flynn, we're at a point in this year is 250 years. Okay, our birthday.
Well, next year.
If we don't stop this, the next 250 it's going to go right back.
Yeah.
So if you don't make these people
hold them accountable
and make examples out of them,
it'll just keep happening.
Yeah, a generation.
And then we will lose this country. Yeah. And that's why I fully believe, regardless.
Will be transgender, gay, and fucking.
Yeah. It'll go right back to where Trump is trying to fix this in 3.5 years if we don't do something. And the stuff that he's doing now, changing these things and stuff like, tax-wise stuff, they've got to be changed so dramatically that whoever comes in next time cannot just come in and overturn it. Otherwise, what are we doing? I mean, seriously.
And I feel like a leftist is going to be like, oh, they want to send us to re-education camps, or y'all are.
What do you think the media's been doing this whole time?
Yeah, like you've
that's
been
what they've
there.
been doing. Yeah, and we've resisted that, but some of you just like hook, line, and sinker, completely. So yeah, I mean, let's hope this is it comes to fruition. But like I said, we'll keep an eye on this. But like I said, you can't promise this and then not deliver. So you better have something in the bag. A few other things, and we'll get out of here. A couple other things that puzzled me about Trump that I have to mention. Reports surfaced that Trump was being pressured to allow mass amnesty for illegal immigrants who work for farmers and hotels, which he was actually floating an idea about backing off on the deportations of some of those workers in those industries. Now the administration's come out in a sense that this is not happening. They even, in fact, I think voted against something to that effect. But even if this was a consideration, though, this was the exact same mistake that Ronald Reagan made back at the end of his term. And California has not gone Republican since that happened. So no amnesty for any of these people. If this is even an idea, they need to.
That is one thing that Trump did. He got the pushback. You just brought up Reagan.
Right.
There you go. You just learned why he did it.
Yeah, well, there you go. So, but yeah, I mean, not only, and there's other people saying like this pushback against the Epstein stuff, against the mass amnesty idea. At the worst, if you don't believe some of this other stuff that we're talking about here, he is at least listening to his constituency and his voters, and he's adjusting.
He said in an interview that sometimes he has to do the opposite of what he wants because that's the only way he can get people to do what he wants.
That's true too. So yeah,
they always push back on him. They want the opposite. So if he tells them he wants,
I just hope he doesn't make a habit of doing that to his own supporters. I don't think he needs to do that. Just come out, explain.
But listen, he's not.
Yeah, I know.
He's not running for re-election, so he can piss us off all he wants to, as long as he fixes the country. I don't care.
Fair enough. I don't know. I just don't want him to think like, well, I don't need you guys no more. That's in a way it's kind of true because he's elected now. But at the same time, I don't think that's probably, I don't know, but it just kind of came off badly. That's for sure. But anyway, Trump also said that he will actually be supporting more weapons to Ukraine. White House claims that it will not be paying for it like we have in the past. Trump said, we quote, that we're sending weapons to NATO and NATO is paying for those weapons 100%. Then NATO is giving those weapons to Ukraine. Now, I don't know about you. I'm not in favor of continuing this war, but at least we're not paying for it anymore. So there's that. Do we support this, sending more weapons?
Yeah. I listened to Badlands guys and they talked about it and it's good for us. So they're going to get the weapons somehow.
Right.
So you might as well manufacture them and sell them to NATO and they can pay for them.
And of course, this news came out right after.
They allowed to not defend themselves.
Right, I get that.
Like if we all had an army and we all could defend ourselves, then just like every citizen should have a gun. Like, have your army, do your.
I just don't want us to be fleeced. Like, let's send another $6 billion or whatever it is. No, we don't need. At least in this case. But it's still stuff that we're paying to produce and stuff. So, but if they're buying them from us, I guess it makes a little more sense. So, at first when I heard that, I was like, nah, I don't like that either. And of course, this all took place with sending more weapons to Ukraine after Donald Trump endorsed Lindsey Graham for re-election next year in the midterms. Now, this may be a little more due out of necessity to kind of keep his agenda and stuff going. But I'm sure it made Lindsey Graham happy. But Trump was out endorsing him for re-election, and my first instinct was, what is going on? Like this Ukraine stuff, the Epstein stuff, and then no amnesty stuff. I'm like, wait, whoa. It all sounded bad right up at first. But when you really start to sit down and think about maybe why, okay. But I still don't like the Lindsey Graham thing. There's got to be somebody better down there in South Carolina, but maybe not. I don't know. So maybe if it's something he can at least work with, I don't know. But we got to get the midterms too. I just hope that all this stuff that's come out with like the Epstein stuff that made some people mad. Well, I even mentioned it in our chat. I said he's got to like. I was so mad that day. I was like, he's risking his own presidency, the midterms, and 2028 if he keeps this up. But again, cooler heads started to prevail. I started to listen to maybe why, and I started to get it. But I was oh boy, I was hot the day some of this stuff come out. You could probably tell because I was mad. It's crazy, right? Like I said, Miranda's probably watching me going, what the hell's wrong with you? Get it, snap out of it. But anyway, so yeah, it's funny. But, and a couple things here. Apparently, a $9 billion rescission package passed both chambers of Congress that defunds NPR and PBS by $1 billion and USAID by $8 billion. This is a done deal, so their funding is officially gone. So we're going to start to see.
They can't pay for their lawyers with USAID.
Exactly. And we're probably going to start seeing more shows like our last story here, like the Stephen Colbert Late Show. Stephen Colbert is being canceled come next May in 2026. Still got about 10 months left. But the Late Show is not being replaced by a new host like David Letterman was replaced by Colbert. Maybe I think it was another guy in there. But the media is going to claim that this is Donald Trump taking out his media critics, when in reality, the show became unprofitable and unwatchable due to its constant bashing of the right and conservatives, much like Joy Reid's show when it was canceled on MSNBC, The Readout. Perhaps if Colbert and CBS wasn't pushing cringy propaganda like this, maybe, just maybe, it wouldn't be ending in 10 months.
The vaccine.
I'm sorry. I got to get to at least the chorus. Okay, I'm sorry, but
that is terrible. That
Dude,
made my head hurt.
This
And
cringy.
and they think we're brainwashed.
Yeah, we're the brainwashed ones, huh? Yeah, exactly. Please, oh please, let Jimmy Kimmel and Jimmy Fallon be next. Please. And maybe sprinkle in a little Saturday Night Live in there just for good measure, because they've been, left-wing propagandists for a long time too. And then maybe late night television will be watchable again. And while we're at it, let's add The View and save the daytime slate as well. But get your popcorn ready. Things are certainly getting interesting here in the world of politics. So that's all I got for tonight. But yeah, I mean, that who watched that vaccine thing and was like, that sounds like a good idea. And now we know what we know about that. So I just pray those of you who took it, and I know people who did, and I pray that, and I think I know one person it affected. But I don't want to put his name out there or anything like that, but I got a feeling it was part of the reason he had some of his issues. So yeah, but try as they might, Democrats, even with the Epstein stuff, it doesn't seem to be affecting Donald Trump one bit. Approval ratings up. I mean, what can you do?
Crazy work.
How Teflon Don strikes again. What can you say?
Yep.
He's got it. I'm just glad he's on our side. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
Holy crap, dude! If he wasn't, I don't know what we'd do.
Yeah. Crazy work.
I think the next week is going to be pretty fun. But
it could be interesting, and I do plan on having a show next Saturday night as long as you guys are available. So, and then after that, we'll have a couple more weeks off. But yeah. So next week, that's the plan. So, any other thoughts before we get out of here tonight? I know Matt, I think his phone kind of pritzed out on him. He tried to come back, but didn't work. But yeah, we all good? Ready to roll?
Yep.
Put it all tonight?
Yep.
All right, guys. Well, thank you so much for watching the Dragon's Den podcast. I know it's another long episode, but we had a lot to get into after 3 weeks off. I'd like to not do 3 weeks again because it means we got a backlog of stuff to talk about. But if you're finding us for the first time, please click the like, click subscribe. Don't forget to follow us on Rumble as well. Follow us on our X accounts as listed below and in the description box as well. And I guess until our next video, guys, we'll be back probably next week around Saturday, 9:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. And as always, take care and God bless, ladies and gentlemen.
Good night.
Take her easy. Later.
good night.